Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter unleashed Voldemort as the master of dark magic. Here is short summary. After a soul-shattering encounter with a Dementor, Harry awakens powers darker than anyone imagined, not knowing Voldemort's essence now lives through him. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The day of Voldemort's return marked many things for the wizarding world. It was the advent of death, destruction, and change, for better or for worse, wrapped carefully in a blanket of quiet anticipation, invisible to all but a few. However, for one teenage boy in particular, it only meant night after night of restless sleep, plagued by nightmares. Since returning from school there had yet to be a night uninterrupted, and this one was no different. Harry awoke with a start, sweat covering his body. His scar twinged painfully in the darkness, which had an unnatural closeness to it. It took him a moment to realize that he was staring at the underside of his bed. He must have fallen out of it while thrashing around and wound up in this position, sheets awkwardly coiled around him. He did his best to extricate himself from the awkward position and sat up, leaning his back against the hard wooden frame of the small bed, taking slow breaths to calm the tenseness he was feeling. The scar gave another painful twinge, making him wince. It always hurt, ever since that day nearly a month ago. A dull ache that had become as familiar and unwelcome as the sight of his damned relatives. His heart rate was calmer now and he let his head fall back onto the worn mattress in weariness. Another dream of the graveyard. Of Cedric's lifeless body, his eyes empty and staring. Trying and failing to escape from the mass of Death Eaters, his wand too heavy to lift, his body too sluggish to run. And he would wake much like he did today, breathing heavily and banging his head on the bed frame. Sometimes though, Harry would find himself in a much different setting. Meetings with hooded figures, the execution of a Muggle family, moments of quiet as he looked out of a window to darkened grounds beyond, always focusing in at the last second on his snake-like reflection. The red eyes that met his own. Lord Voldemort, the freshly returned nightmare of Britain's past. And yet, Harry dealt with bad dreams the same way his whole life. Given enough time, sleep would eventually come and once more become something to take away his troubles, if only temporarily. A rustle of feathers drew his attention to the open window where Hedwig perched, watching him silently. Her head tilted minutely and she hooted softly. Harry just give her a tired half-smile. "I know, girl, I'll be fine." Apparently satisfied, his snowy owl turned and took off into the night sky, the slow sounds of her wings fading quickly into nothing. Knowing that he should at least try to get back to sleep, he pushed himself back onto the bed and lay down. What he wouldn't give for his warm four-poster bed back at school. The spare mattress the Dursleys let him use wasn't exactly the most comfortable thing he'd slept on. Well, did it matter, anyway? Weariness always won out in the end. "Boy, what are you up to?" Harry glanced over at Uncle Vernon to see narrowed eyes looking at him in suspicion. "Watching the news," Harry said flatly, his own gaze returning to the television. A newscaster was talking about an armed robbery that happened in a part of London. "The news," repeated Vernon, his face scrunched up as if he smelled something foul. "As if a freak like you would want to know anything about our news." "Bravo. Nothing gets past you, does it?" Harry said sarcastically before he was able to stop himself. Of course, Vernon was across the room in a chair while he was leaning on the door frame. By the time the angry man stood up to beat some respect into him, Harry was already out the front door and into the blistering heat of the summer. He wasn't normally so reflexive, but his relatives definitely brought out a unique side of him. Vernon always seemed to be on the edge of snapping when it came to Harry, even more so than usual. Apparently the ever-growing contrast between the resident wizard and his own son incensed him to no end, never mind all the stuff that seemed to happen every summer he came back. It was like asking for an uneventful life was impossible. Less than that, even. His summer vacation was only about 2.5 months to begin with. It didn't take long before his feet took him to the local park. Dudley was thankfully nowhere to be seen for once. He and his gang probably got into something a little less legal than normal, or else they would be here, lording it over anyone and anything in the area. Harry took the opportunity to sit in a swing that Dudley's group hadn't broken yet and propel himself as high as he could, the wind whipping his disheveled hair around slightly. Even when he was moving enough that his body went horizontal and did that small free fall before the swing became taut, he didn't blink, trying to make the thing move faster. Compared to his broom, it was woefully tame. This was the absolute worst. Voldemort was active now. After more than a dozen years, he finally regained a body. Considering the man's past, the lack of breaking news was unnerving, to say the least. Harry assumed that there would be mass killings and destruction almost at once, but so far it was either being covered up from the Muggles extremely well or Voldemort was laying low. No odd disappearances, either. It was equally frustrating because he didn't know exactly what to expect to begin with. He knew next to nothing about the First War other than that his parents' generation was ravaged to an extent. Not like it would make any difference if he did. One way or another, no one was telling him a single thing as to what was going on. All he had were extremely vague letters from Ron and Hermione, who were clearly in the same place, about absolutely nothing. The only thing Harry knew was that they knew a lot more than he did, which in itself was ridiculous because he was exponentially more involved in whatever Voldemort was planning than they ever would be. But no, he was forced to contend with positively infuriating post until something changed, if ever. Or better yet, they could do what Dumbledore always did and just say that it wasn't time yet for him to know, whatever. Wood chips and dirt launched into the air as Harry's feet viciously liberated a line of the playground's floor. Harry hopped off the swing when the sunlight began to fade, another day wasted in pointless frustration which bled out of him with the dying light of the evening. He knew that it wasn't completely their fault. Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore, and whoever else would be in a position to give him information weren't doing so for specific reasons. He understood that. That still didn't mean he couldn't be pissed about the whole situation. If they really wanted to tell him something they could, and they most certainly weren't. At least that was what he kept telling himself. It also didn't help his mood that he felt like he was being watched whenever he went out. There was never anyone there, but it was unnerving to say the least. With a resigned sigh he began making his way back to number 4. With any luck he'd be able to get away the rest of the night without seeing Vernon. Maybe sneak some leftovers from the fridge. The whole summer was just one maddening affair. Honestly, if he didn't do something soon he'd lose it. Leaky cauldron. Right, that'll be 14 sickles. Harry paid his fare before stepping onto the night bus, avoiding the eyes of everyone. He had an old cap of Dudley's he'd nicked pulled low over his forehead to hide his scar. Considering its size, it was perfect. "What's your name again?" asked Stan, looking curiously at Harry as he passed. "None of your business, I reckon," said Harry gruffly, pulling the brim of the cap lower. He made his way to one of the seats further back, away from the irritatingly nosy Stan Shunpike. Harry looked at his reflection in the window as the bus blasted off at breakneck speeds. His mouth was traced in a half scowl, half grimace. "If I had greasy hair I'd look like Snape. He always looks like something crawled up his ass and died." The thought made him smirk. Shaking his head slightly he tried to put himself in a better mood. Harry was brooding for the 100th time when he remembered the suicidal magical contraption that was done up to resemble a public bus. He was certain that this thing was more a tin can with seats and rockets than a sensible mode of transportation. Bolstered by the idea of doing something, it hadn't taken him any more than 5 minutes to get ready for a small adventure to Diagon Alley. After all, who was there to stop him? It seemed like no time before Harry was wandering through the winding alley. He was through the leaky cauldron before Tom could even get out a proper greeting, the same being said for Gringotts, though absolutely no one there wished him anything other than a pleasant day while wearing a strained smile. It was fairly busy, the street thick with people, but not the back-to-school rush. The school letters usually tended to come near his birthday, and that was still a few weeks away. So caught up in simply looking around, Harry didn't realize he had no idea where he was until a random witch asked him for directions to a store he'd never heard of. The Lavender Tea Shop. "No, sorry, can't say I do." "It's all right, dear, thanks anyway," the woman replied, moving off to ask someone else. Harry followed her with his eyes before letting them wander around. "The hell am I?" he muttered, eyeing the unfamiliar buildings. Both sides of the street were still lined with shops, but most lacked the illiterate lettering and sounded downright normal. Well, for wizards, anyway. A sudden flash of recognition brought Harry's mind to a screeching halt, freezing him mid-stride. That person, it couldn't be. He turned sharply to follow and was almost immediately knocked over by a large wizard with arms full of boxes, barely allowing him sight directly in front of him. Two of the boxes fell forwards, landing solidly in Harry's lap. "Oi! Watch where you're going!" the man snapped, placing down his remaining parcels to free up his arms. "Hey! Get back here!" But Harry was barely heard the man, shoving aside the fallen boxes and scrambling after the person he'd initially been trying to catch. The guy bobbed in and out of sight, the back of his head the only thing visible among the throng of people. Additionally, they were moving back to the more crowded part of the alley, and it was becoming more difficult to keep pace and track of him. Still, Harry was relentless in his pursuit, willing enough to roughly push past people if they were taking too long to move. Suddenly his quarry turned, entering a store on the left and vanishing from sight. Harry dashed between two startled witches and made a beeline for the same door, wrenching it open and walking inside. "Cedric!" Harry grabbed at the guy's arm, finally bringing him to a halt as he turned. "Cedric, excuse me," the young man said in confusion, his eyes moving from Harry's to the hand that was holding his arm. Harry let go quickly. I'm sorry about that," Harry apologized, forcing himself to meet the eyes of the complete stranger he'd just followed. "I thought you were someone I knew." "Oh, there's no trouble," the man said in understanding. Now that Harry was getting a better look at him, he realized that this man was a bit older than he first appeared, however similar his features were to Cedric's. They had the same build and hair color too. "Have you lost your friend? You sounded somewhat alarmed." "Ah, yeah, I suppose," Harry found himself answering. Suddenly he wasn't really so excited to be away from the Dursleys anymore. "Well, don't give up looking, you'll see him eventually," the man said encouragingly. "Take care." He gave Harry a small pat on the shoulder before returning to his business, walking further into the store. Harry just closed his eyes for a second, letting out a long breath. "I'm such a king idiot." Shaking his head to clear it, Harry looked around at the shop he'd blindly entered. There were various animals in cages and tanks stacked to the ceiling, hanging in places where stacks didn't work. He didn't see anything dangerous, so more than likely a pet shop, though interestingly enough a quiet pet shop. The magical menagerie was 1 part animal, 3 parts noise, and they had a lot of animals. This place was oddly peaceful. "Something I can help you with, kid. I'll tell you now, if we don't have it then it either doesn't exist or you shouldn't be touching it to begin with." Harry looked over at the man who was addressing him. The shirt he was wearing had a bunch of animals moving around on it with the words, "Creature Comforts," across the top, likely the name of the shop. Harry cracked a grin as he watched a chimp swing from letter to letter and back again like they were monkey bars. "Guess you don't get Hagrid as a customer much then, do you?" Harry answered with a chuckle. Much to his surprise the man laughed. "You're right about that. Nothing here either big enough or deadly enough to catch his eye. I do see him from time to time, though. He visits all the magical creature shops at least a couple times a year, far as I know." Harry smiled at this, interested by the random bit of information. "But anyway, are you looking for anything in particular or just browsing?" "First time in here I take it." "Yeah, just browsing, I guess," Harry responded, moving out of the way as 2 people carried a large tank complete with water and fish out of the front door. "I've already got an owl. Actually I was wondering why it was so quiet in here." The man gave him a confused look before suddenly understanding. "Oh, you know I totally forgot about that." He quickly pulled his wand, flicking it at the far wall. Immediately, the store was filled with the sounds of animals, though at a moderate level still not where it probably should have been. "We've got the place set up to adjust the sound from all the cages at once. Sometimes I can't hear myself think. Places like the menagerie don't do this because they'd rather hear animals screaming all day than people, especially kids." This drew a snort of mirth from Harry and the man grinned. "Anyway, If you have any questions, feel free to ask anyone with one of these shirts. Mammals on the right, birds on the left, and reptiles in the back. Anything else is in the middle. Thanks. Harry considered what the man said before heading to the back. The magical menagerie was geared to students, but maybe somewhere further in the alley. Bingo. Creature Comforts sold snakes. Not very many types though, from the look of it. There was a massive tank that had dozens of them, all with various colors and patterns, but the fact that they weren't doing anything other than moving all over one another must have meant something. The sign said they weren't poisonous either. Oh, and they were making fun of him. Look, another SSS stupid human. If this glass weren't here, I'd eat him in a SSS single bite. He looks SSS weak. An SSS stupid. Don't just SSS stand there. Feed us, useless human. Perhaps SSS he's looking at his ugly reflection. He SSS seems frozen in shock. Harry's eye twitched in annoyance before he grinned maliciously. He quickly made sure he was alone before leaning in. You know, he began, his words silencing the entire group of snakes as they stopped in their tracks. I suddenly feel the desire to have a snake for my next meal. I'm SSSSO hungry too. Shall I eat you all? In an amazing display of coordination, every snake in the tank moved directly in front of him, forming nice even lines as they all stared up into his eyes. A SSS speaker. They all hissed in awe, their upper snake bodies bowing as one. Forgive you SSSS. We are unworthy. Come again. Eventually Harry returned to the stores that he visited regularly, easily able to find his way back to the area he was familiar with from the pet store. His encounter with the odd cult of snakes was still causing him to chuckle at random times. He'd definitely need to visit them again as the summer went on. Quality Quidditch supplies kept him occupied for some time before he headed over to Ilops just to see the owls. He always liked to check to see if they had any snowy owls as fine as Hedwig, but they never did. It made Hedwig seem even more special than she already was. Stopping by Madame Malkin's, Harry was quickly fitted for a plain black robe that he could go around in while in the alley without sticking out too much. He also picked up some underwear. You really could never have too much underwear. Or socks, for that matter. He'd only been in the bookstore for 10 minutes before a thought struck him. Weren't there books about Voldemort? After all, there were plenty about himself. Hermione practically introduced herself to him on the Hogwarts Express by listing a bunch of books that she'd learned about him in. A shocking experience, really. The rise and fall of something. No matter, he could just ask. Any book that had him was bound to have Voldemort, and considering that Voldemort was around long before he was, there was no doubt that even more books would have the Dark Wizard. Harry wanted to know as much as he could about what happened. It was a reach, but perhaps by studying the earlier war he would be better prepared for this one. Voldemort wasn't stupid by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, he was one of the most brilliant wizards of his generation. It was bizarre but curious to think that if he did anything remotely positive with his life, then he would have likely been placed close to, if not on Dumbledore's pedestal. Unfortunately for the world, Voldemort did go the serial killing path of apparent world domination, culling those with impure blood, and became a dark wizard. Books would only help Harry so much, but any bit of information was better than none. Anything that might help keep him alive as any normal almost 15-year-old would be worrying about in his day-to-day life. By the time he was done, he sat in the leaky cauldron at about 3 in the afternoon, eating a well-deserved late lunch. He had also ordered dinner to go for later. Hands down, this was the best day of the summer. He would keep doing as he was, checking the news and trying to coax out any information from anyone, but now he wouldn't be going spare in between when he was trying all that. At least he now had some new things to read that could help prepare him for what was ahead. Harry finished the final line of his Transfiguration essay with a flourish. His homework was much easier than he initially anticipated, even though he was going into his OWL year. He wondered if Hermione finished her homework yet. Always a chance, even though it was almost his birthday. Just 1 week to go. There was no question that Ron didn't do any of his yet. Why the hell did we take divination? Harry asked himself for the 1000th time, not even bothering to do the summer assignment. What an immense waste of time. He should have taken ancient runes or something. The class would have been a tough one in his 3rd year, but it certainly would have been better than the bullshit that the crazy predicting bat put him through each week. Having someone predict your death every time you saw them was a bit annoying, to say the least. Heaving another small sigh, he put away his transfiguration and took out his charms work. In what seemed to be a stroke of genius, Harry decided to do the most troublesome homework first and the easiest last. Potions, as the one that always required the most work, went first. Charms was his last assignment. In doing so he felt lighter after completing each one, his task becoming easier rather than harder. Putting his book on the desk, Harry glanced at a letter he got earlier. The initial anger he felt dissipated after a few days, but there was still nothing positive about how it left him now. Harry, it has come to my attention that you visited Diagon Alley today. Though I know your aunt and uncle's home is not somewhere you would rather be, there is no place safer for you. Diagon Alley and anywhere else for that matter are all vulnerable to attacks from Voldemort and his followers. It is imperative that you remain patient until we can collect you from your relatives. Hopefully that can be some time by early August. Please do not worry us all by venturing off again. You are more important to us than you might think. Best, Albus Dumbledore. The letter arrived via Fox a few minutes after he returned from the alley that day. How did Dumbledore know? Was he actually being watched somehow? It was the only letter he received from the headmaster all summer, and it merely told him to stay put. No information, not even a "how are you?" He wasn't particularly keen on having a row with the headmaster, but felt he had every right to. The past few days were the most enjoyable of any time ever spent in the Dursleys' wretched house. It didn't help the old man that he was the one who thought it wise to place Harry with his relatives in the first place, instead of with anyone else where he might have actually enjoyed growing up. Or at least been referred to by his own name instead of boy or freak. He would have probably been happier with the Malfoys. By the time the grandfather clock downstairs struck midnight, Harry finished all of his work. Once more he lay on the floor, staring out the window into the night sky. Soon he'd be back at Hogwarts. Soon he'd be back in his own world. Harry rose from another restless night's sleep as Vernon pulled out of the driveway heading to work. He could hear his aunt moving around lightly downstairs and the walls vibrating slightly from the snores of his cousin. Moving quietly, he showered and returned to his room, throwing on the most form-fitting of Dudley's old clothing. He also slid his wand into the wand holster that he purchased from Ollivander's on one of his trips to the alley, which was charmed to be invisible among other things. It let him walk around in a t-shirt without fear of looking odd carrying a wand. Considering that this summer was one of the most toughly hot summers he ever experienced, it was well worth it. "What are you up to?" said Petunia as he came downstairs. She regarded him suspiciously. "Nothing worth giving me that look," he said bluntly, his own expression unimpressed. "You honestly think I would do something to give Uncle Vernon more of a reason to come after me?" It wasn't like Petunia ever raised her hand to him. Well, if you discounted the handful of times he was hit sharply with a frying pan or some other thing in her grasp. Still, never with her own 2 hands. "I'll be out all day again, don't worry about feeding me." "Not like you ever did." He didn't go far today, just a short-ish walk to a store where he got a sandwich. He spent the remainder of the day hanging out at the park, taking out his frustrations on the ever-deepening line he was carving beneath the swing. Everything was going fine until Dudley showed up with his gang. Oh, and the Dementors too. Which brought Harry back to reality. His first key was about to be with a soul-beeping specter of doom. Anger swelled in his lungs. Regret pooled in the pit of his stomach. His scar burned like liquid fire, and darkness took his mind. Albus Dumbledore sat in a large chair he had conjured, eyes closed in thought as he prepared for the meeting of the Anti-Dark Order of the Phoenix. He, along with a large number of people, were all gathered in the long kitchen of number 12 Grimmauld Place, the ancestral home of the Blacks. It certainly sounded impressive, but he'd long come to understand that it just meant the place was old, dusty, and alarmingly dangerous. Why else would they need to be meeting in the kitchen of all places? The sound of the door opened and closed shortly after, but he remained withdrawn from the low chattering. The past few weeks had been immensely stressful. He had lost his position on the Wizengamot, among other things, and was being slandered by the Daily Prophet. Not that Harry was spared from the corrupt paper either. The boy was being dragged through the mud nearly as much, made out to be an attention-seeking liar and unhinged, potentially even dangerous considering the fact that he was a known parselmouth. Oh, it was never overt, but it was hard to miss pretty much anything that referenced the boy who lived. His name was simply that sensational. That didn't even cover the rumors about him in general. It was much easier to pick on a boy who wasn't even 15 yet. Harry Potter. The rebellious attitude that had sprouted from him this summer was most unexpected. Harry had always followed his advice and general commands without much question before, so what had caused the shift? No, perhaps why was the better question. Additionally, Dumbledore opened his eyes and looked up at the ceiling where a few floors above, Harry lay still unconscious. Having just placed him there a short time ago, nobody but Sirius knew fully of Harry's condition. "We're all here, Albus," said Arthur Weasley softly. The headmaster just nodded and looked around, meeting the eyes of everyone. To his immediate left was Hestia Jones, followed by Sturgis Podmore, Daedalus Diggle, Elphias Doge, Nymphadora Tonks, Alistair Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Molly Weasley, Arthur Weasley, Emmeline Vance, Mundungus Fletcher, Sirius Black, and finally at his right Remus Lupin. All of the professors who were a part of the Order, namely Rubeus Hagrid, Severus Snape, and Minerva McGonagall, were unavailable due to special circumstances. Hagrid was off trying to negotiate with the Giants, Severus was currently busy for Voldemort, and Minerva was too tied up with the new students and other things that went with being deputy headmistress. Summers were always a bit trying for her. This group of people made up the core of the Order, though their numbers were woefully smaller than they had been 15 years ago. The previous war had taken its toll on everyone without exception. Still, they would grow in the coming months, of this he had no doubt. Theirs was, after all, a call worth rallying to. Then I call this meeting of the Order of the Phoenix to order. I have some information that you are all no doubt eager to know regarding the incident of a few days ago, however I will save that for last. Let's get everything else out of the way first. Remus. The ex-defense professor nodded and stood, allowing everyone to see him more clearly. Right. As you know, I've been meeting with members of werewolf communities to see if Voldemort has been reaching out yet. So far I haven't seen anything that would suggest it. However, his face became grim. Greyback has resurfaced and has a very large following already, though he's keeping out of sight for now. It will be only a matter of time before Voldemort draws him in. Greyback wouldn't hesitate to take an offer from him. As members of the Order posed him questions, the meeting continued in a typical fashion. Each person provided what information they could gather from their various contacts in and out of the Ministry, while the few that were actively on missions reported on the status of those as well. Voldemort being in hiding meant that overall there was little to bring up, but even the smallest bits of information helped paint a broader picture. The sooner they were certain of the man's motives, the better they could preempt them. Once the last member reported and discussions had ended, Dumbledore addressed them all. As many of you have no doubt heard, Harry was recently attacked near his relative's house. It was also our misfortune that the person on guard duty at that particular moment was unable to make it in time to assist. Mundungus gave an almost imperceptible flinch which did not go unnoticed, though nobody made any move to address him. Many of them were guilty of taking a minute for a bathroom break during guard duty on Harry. Fact of the matter was that nothing actually happened to the boy. "Who was it, Albus?" asked Doge after a moment, his quiet voice cutting over the muttering. "Dementors," said Dumbledore gravely. Predictably, his words were met with shock. "We have rogue Dementors floating around." Podmore breathed in alarm. "There's been no notice of any missing from Azkaban though. My inquiries have also come up with more questions than answers," the headmaster said grimly, causing more than a few to exchange looks. Indeed, if it wasn't a rogue Dementor, then the real question was how did the Dementors end up there in the first place? The possibilities left all present with an uncomfortable feeling in their guts. Did he drive them away? Molly managed to get out. She even looked close to fainting. Ron said that he can do a Patronus. Harry is most capable with that particular spell, however that was not the case, Dumbledore answered. From what we gathered at the scene when we arrived, it appeared that his cousin managed to break his wand, likely accidentally. It was in 3 pieces, 2 of which were still underneath his unconscious body. But then how were they stopped? They weren't, Sirius said flatly. Harry was key. Ed, Molly. His words doused the entire room in ice as if a Dementor were attending the meeting as well, drinking butterbeer with the rest of them. They all just stood there in a horrified shock. Arthur quickly held his wife to keep her from dropping to the floor, though he himself was paler than any could ever remember him being. That can't be. Remus leaned heavily on the table, Sirius' words echoing in his head. No, Harry's soul was. Sirius just put a hand on Remus' arm. Easy, Moony, let the headmaster finish. Thank you, Sirius, continued Dumbledore with a nod. While it seems that this indeed is the case, we can only assume something went awry. Harry still retains his soul. In fact, he has barely a scratch on him. The looks of everyone in the room went from horrified to plain baffled. Remus just slumped back in his chair. You've got to be kidding me, he muttered as Sirius just laughed. Of course, the only reason he could laugh was because he had his own panic attack earlier. If it were anyone else I'd say you were full of it, Albus. Boy's too stubborn to kick it, said Moody gruffly. His eye swiveled up at the ceiling for a moment before returning to Dumbledore. There was a witness, I take it. Yes, one of ours. So what else happened? Asked Remus. Well, if you care to believe it, the Ministry also expelled Harry on that night for using magic, added Dumbledore pleasantly, getting an expected exasperated sigh from many in the group. He was already on a warning from a few years ago. We found the letter resting on the ground next to him. Regarding the magic detected, Harry's wand registered a Lumos spell, which likely was the cause of the letter. A Lumos spell, honestly, Sirius muttered, rolling his eyes. Talk about desperate. And you're sure he's fine? Arthur asked tentatively, still keeping a cautious eye on his faint wife. There weren't any side effects. The question he was really asking was rather clear to the room. Was all of Harry really still there? Unfortunately, it is too soon to tell, Dumbledore admitted. Harry has been flaring with accidental magic, for lack of a better word, but that is about it. If you find yourself around him, just be careful. You think that whatever happened has to do with Harry still having his soul? Asked Kingsley. Dumbledore frowned slightly. One can only wonder. Hoo-ah. Harry opened his eyes only to shut them quickly as the light in the room stabbed at his brain. Back in the more comfortable darkness, Harry's fingers found his temples, rubbing them in an attempt to lessen the throbbing that permeated his head. Even without the extra pain, his head hurt plenty. Hell, his whole body was achy. Getting your soul beeped out really, beeped. Wait a second. Harry bolted upright, hands flying to his chest as if to actually double-check his soul was still there. Slowly his breathing evened out. I'm alive. A slip of laughter escaped his lips before he reined it back. Somehow, what the bloody hell happened to me? Squinting about for his glasses, Harry found them sitting close by on a side table, glinting in the sunlight. Cleaning them against his shirt, Harry pushed them on and looked around. Well, at least I'm not in the hospital wing. The room was decorated with old-looking but elegant furniture. Of course, the more popping aspect of the room was the blatantly Gryffindor color scheme of everything in various posters of motorcycles, attractive witches and muggle actresses in less than proper poses that plastered every inch of the walls. One of the witches caught his eye and winked playfully. There was a second yawn, though this time he was aware that it hadn't come from him. Looking to the source of the sound, Harry found that he had overlooked something in his initial inspection of his location. Someone, to be more precise. There was a girl sitting backwards on a chair, straddling it. She had her head buried in her arms that were crossed over the chair's back. Curly black hair spilled from her head, covering everything else. Hey, you awake? The girl gave a small grunt before lifting her head, an eye visible beneath her mass of hair. A hand detached itself from the chair and moved to grasp a lock of the hair, holding it for inspection for a moment before she sat up fully and shook her head rigorously. About to say something else, Harry pulled up short as the girl's hair went to a shocking shade of pink, shortening a fair amount as well as becoming fairly straight. That's way better, she muttered, now re-examining her hair in a wall mirror as she passed her fingers through it. Come on, you haven't slipped up in years. Hi. Hey, Harry, she said, still distracted by her appearance, as if she were wondering if anything else wasn't what it should be. I think you mean nice to meet you, he responded, quickly taking the opportunity to confirm he was wearing something under the sheets. She looked confused for a second before something apparently clicked in her head. Ah, yeah, you're right. You've never actually seen me, I've only ever seen you. Wait, what? You know how people have been guarding you all summer, right? I was one of them. Got guard duty a lot after you started wandering about the alley. You know, you're a pretty good gardener. She suddenly flinched as the mirror she had just been looking in shattered. Harry groaned again, his head in his hands. Here, drink this. Still not looking up, Harry felt a bottle being pressed into his hands. Uncaring as to what exactly it was, he threw it back quickly. Predictably, he was hit with a reflex to gag, but forced it down. Almost immediately the throbbing lessened to almost nothing, letting him sigh in relief. About to thank the girl, her last words repeated themselves in his head. People have been watching me all summer, he said slowly, anger clear in his voice. The girl looked at him in surprise. You didn't know? He rounded on her at once. Of course I didn't. What the hell? Crap, I think I said something I shouldn't have, she muttered. Hey, Harry, let's start over. Yeah. Nice to meet you, I'm Tonks. Harry's eyes moved from her outstretched hand to the beaming, cheerful expression she was wearing a number of times before letting out a breath in an attempt to calm himself. Tonks. Wisely deciding not to go there, he reached out and took the offered hand. Her skin was very soft. Right, I'm Harry Potter, as you already know. Nice to meet you. Don't worry about it, said Tonks, waving her wand at the mirror and fixing it at once. Anyway, you're probably wondering what's been going on and where you are. Here, read this. She pulled out a small piece of paper for him to look at. The location of the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix is at number 12 Grimald Place. Read, Harry. He blinked. Suddenly the odd sensation of not even beginning to understand exactly where he was dissipated. Bizarre, how he couldn't even think about where he could possibly be before that moment. Tonks took the paper and set it on fire using a lit candle on a nearby desk. It was gone in seconds. Well, this place is under the Fidelius charm, which means that you can't ever find it unless the person designated as the secret keeper tells you him or herself. She paused for a second before continuing. Dumbledore is the secret keeper for this place. That little message was from him, as he couldn't be here to tell you himself. Swell of him, Harry said flatly. Don't be like that. Do you have any idea how busy he must be? Especially with him running about now. Tonks returned pointedly, now frowning. Sorry, he's just been frustrating me lately. What's the Order of the Phoenix? Think of it like an anti-Voldemort group, she replied, but didn't explain any further than that. Probably doesn't have permission, he thought, mentally sighing. Casting around for something else to talk about, Harry turned back with a question he'd been wanting to ask ever since Tonks had woken from her doze. Was that your actual hair color? How it was earlier. Actually, how did you do that in the first place? You didn't use your wand. Maybe, she said vaguely, tugging at a strand of it. I've changed my appearance so many times in my life that it's a wonder I actually remember what I look like. Harry blinked. Not just your hair. I'm a metamorphagus, she explained, noting the blank look he was giving her at the name. Bit of a mouthful, but it means I can wandlessly change my appearance at will, within limits. Can't be learned, though, she added as Harry opened his mouth. Metamorphs are born. Initial question answered, Harry went to his second. You said limits, yeah. Like what? He asked, intrigued. It was rather fascinating. Like there's no way I could pretend to be Hagrid, she said with a shrug. I could do the face sure, but not the body. He's a bit big, you know. Not that I'm that interested in trying, honestly. Wild, in it. Anyway, I'll go let everyone know you're awake. They've got potions for you to take. We've been really worried about you. Tonks disappeared from the room, leaving Harry to let out a breath he hadn't been aware he was holding. She was just so. However, his train of thought was rather abruptly cut off as the distinct sound of fast-falling footsteps gave way to the door being thrown open with a bang. Harry only had a second to jump in surprise before he was hit from the side by a crushing hug. Trying not to choke on the bushy brown hair that was obstructing his view and partially in his mouth, Harry said, "It's good to see you too, Hermione." "Oh Harry, I'm so glad you're okay," came the muffled voice. "It's been days since you got here. I was afraid you wouldn't wake up, and then we didn't even know if you were all there to begin with." She pulled back suddenly, regarding him with an intense stare. "Please tell me you remember all of us. And all of you as well. Do you feel like there's something missing? There must be some sort of spell we can use to check on you. I was reading earlier, but Dumbledore would probably know. I can owl." "Easy, Hermione, I'm fine." Harry pushed her back slightly by her shoulders so that she wasn't an inch from his face. "I didn't forget anyone, I'm sure. Especially me." "Thank goodness." Hermione let out a breath of relief. "We've been keeping an eye on you in shifts when we could." "Better get off there before Molly sees you," came the unmistakable voice of Sirius Black from the doorway. "You know how she gets." Hermione's eyes jumped between the two males before shuffling off the bed, taking the chair Tonks had vacated a minute earlier. "Come off it, you know it isn't like that," she retorted, though her cheeks were a tad pink. Sirius just blinked before giving a laugh. "I was talking about your shoes on the bed, Hermione," he clarified, laughing even more at the expression she was now giving him. He moved over to clap Harry on the shoulder. "Good to see you up. You were in a right state earlier." "Was I?" Harry asked, looking between him and Hermione. "Last thing I remember was the Dementor before waking up." "Just as well, I suppose," said Sirius with a shrug. "You weren't exactly enjoying yourself. Ron, get in here with those potions." Hang on. Ron's back came in first, holding the end of a large tray that had a number of potions and other random things on it. A second later Ginny became visible, holding the other end. "I still don't see why we had to carry this bloody thing. Haven't any of you heard of magic before? While magic may be a useful tool, that does not mean it should be used all the time." The next guest was Remus, his wand at his side. "Besides, doing things without magic makes you appreciate it all the more." "Sounds like a load of bollocks to me," Ron griped. "Hey, Harry." "Right, sorry, who are you?" Dead silence filled the room as Ron gave him a shocked look. The end of the tray he was holding slipped from his fingers and dropped half an inch before stopping in mid-air thanks to Remus's quick action. Harry just frowned in confusion. "I think, Runel Waslib, was it?" A snort of laughter from Sirius broke the tension as Hermione quickly beamed him over the head with an extra pillow. "That wasn't funny, Harry." "Yes it was," he said with a chuckle, throwing Ron a grin. "Hey, mate, good to see ya." Ron, who had quickly recovered from the joke, made to respond only to be promptly shoved aside by another guest to the room. One that Harry wasn't quite prepared for. "Oh, Harry, thank goodness." Mrs. Weasley beamed, sweeping over and catching him in a suffocating hug. Releasing him to silently gasp for air, she turned on the spot, snatching up 3 small potions from the tray and pressing them on him. "Take these, dear. Albus brought these from Hogwarts for you to have as soon as you were up." Actually," Harry looked down at the potions in his lap then back at the people amassed in the room. He could see Tonks poking her head in from the doorway now as well. "I'm starving. Could I get something to eat? Honestly don't know when the last time I ate was. My word, how silly of me to have forgotten. I'll go fix you something light, Harry dear, you just stay here and rest." Mrs. Weasley was halfway out the door before turning back, eyeing the other children. "Don't let me hear you riling him up. He's to rest, am I understood?" "Yes, Mum," Ron and Ginny replied, barely restrained exasperation in their voices. "I've said it before and I'll say it again," chuckled Harry, downing the 3 potions quickly. They were tiny and went without a fuss. One even tasted minty. "Your mum's a force." "Too right you are, mate," Ron sighed, shaking his head. "All right then, we'll let you lot catch up," said Sirius, following Remus out of the room. Tonks gave a small wave and disappeared as well. "So, you feeling all right then?" asked Ron, sitting at the desk. His voice was apprehensive. No joke, we didn't know if you'd still be all there. Apart from a headache, I suppose I feel fine. He certainly didn't feel injured in any way. Do any of you know what happened to me? Well, mate, from what we've gathered, you gave away your first key, came a voice from the door. Fred was standing there, grinning at him. A second later George appeared as well. Which really leaves only one question in our minds, he said, also grinning. Was she hot? Harry let out an appreciative chortle at that. Ron didn't seem to know whether to smile or not while Hermione and Ginny looked scandalized. It's not funny, you two. Harry could have lost his soul, said Ginny sharply. You're wrong about that, dearest Ginevra, said Fred. Harry should have lost his soul, said George. Unless everyone is wrong and you weren't actually key, Ed. Regardless, keep up the good work, yeah. No doubt you'll need the death-defying skills again, Fred added. Glad you're all right, Harry. Thanks guys, he said. When the Dementors showed up, Dudley completely panicked and punched me because he thought I was causing it. I lost my wand and Dudley ended up breaking it. Anyone know where it is, by the way? He asked. Ginny, who was closest to him, walked over to the side table and opened the single drawer it had, pulling out a small pouch. Sirius put it in here. Harry upended the pouch to drop 3 pieces of wand onto his lap. Even though he knew what it would look like, it still came as a bit of a shock to see it like this. It was like losing a very close friend. Right, depressing. This is, he muttered, holding up the base. Anyway, I tried to cast a Patronus but it obviously didn't work. The Dementor got right on top of me and that was it. Everyone in the room took a collective shudder. It was a horrifying thing to envision. From what Sirius told us, the Dementors ran away after you were key, Ed, said Hermione. Your cousin is safe as well. Bugger. Harry snapped his fingers in disappointment. Harry, how do you know something specific like that anyway? He continued, curious. This woman named Fig saw the whole thing happen, said Ginny. Harry blinked in surprise. Fig, he said in disbelief. She's my neighbor. How could she have seen the Dementors? What was she even doing there to begin with? I assume she was keeping a lookout, said Hermione with a shrug. She's a squib. Do you know her well? Harry put his head in his hands. Did he know her well? As an odd, cat-loving woman, sure. As a muggle who had nothing to do with his life but for the few times he was forced on her by his relatives, yes. As a member of the wizarding world who knew who he was and was aware in some capacity of how he grew up. No, he didn't. Dumbledore, he muttered. Of course, Fig had moved to her home around the time that he had been dumped on the Dursleys' generosity. She'd told him herself, many years prior. Thinking about it, he was willing to bet all the money in his vault that she was there to keep an eye on him. To make sure none of the old crowd came looking for him. And a fat lot of good that ended up doing him. A sudden yelp brought him back to reality. Ginny had jumped back from the mirror on the wall, which had shattered again. Everyone else was clearly on edge. Harry gave the youngest Weasley an apologetic look. She'd been standing rather close to it. Sorry, Ginny, 'sokay, she said, standing at a more reasonable distance from anything glass. Fred just waved his wand at the mirror. Reparo. The glass instantly repaired itself. At that moment the door opened again. Mrs. Weasley had returned, a plate with a sandwich in one hand and a pitcher of water in the other. Here you are, dear, she said cheerily, seemingly unaware of the uncomfortable mood she'd walked in on. If you want anything else, just let me know. Thanks, Mrs. Weasley. She left, shortly followed by Fred and George, who gave a quick goodbye before their escape, not wanting to stay for another potential explosion. Harry, I'm fine, Hermione, he said evenly. Just a little annoyed at some stuff. Grabbing the sandwich, he leaned back against his pillows. Getting worked up over the situation had reminded him of something else that was, for lack of a better term, pissing him off. So, what have you lot been up to lately? As the weeks wore on, Harry had been playing this conversation over and over in his mind about exactly how frustrated he was with them for practically baiting him with their vague letters and hints at nothing. Meeting Tonks had thrown him off for a bit, but seeing his two friends was reminder enough. The only difference between what he planned on doing and what was happening now was that he wasn't shouting. "You know," said Ron with a shrug. "Just hanging around. There isn't much to do here except clean the house. They don't let us know anything that the order is up to." That's it. Perhaps it was something in his voice, but Hermione quickly stepped in before Ron or Ginny could continue. "Harry, I'm sorry that we weren't able to talk with you properly by letter," she said, voice low. "I know you must be frustrated, but please don't think that we wanted to keep anything from you. Even if we only know a little bit, we really didn't." Harry wanted to argue but in the end just sighed, letting it go. "Don't let it bother you, Hermione," he said finally. "I'm here now, and that's what matters." And it was. No point in getting mad just to get mad. "So, what's this about cleaning? Where are we anyway? Are you all right, Harry?" "No, not really. I'm sure you won't be convicted." "We don't know that," Harry interrupted. "I mean, I'm not really worried about winning the case because Professor Dumbledore is going to be my defense, but it still doesn't make me feel any better about the situation. They clearly are trying to kick me out of school for whatever reason." Harry and Mr. Weasley sat in the kitchen the morning of the hearing, which had been set for noon, July the 30th. Though he didn't really feel hungry, life at Le Chateau Dursley had taught him to eat whenever he saw food, appetite or no. As such, he worked through the small plate of eggs he'd been served without complaint. "I'm sorry you have to go through this nonsense," Mr. Weasley said with a small sigh. "It's on us to keep you safe and we let you down." "It's okay, Mr. Weasley, I know everyone is doing their best to help me out." The man gave Harry a smile and friendly pat on the shoulder. "Thank you, Harry. Have they figured out how to help you stop the accidental magic?" he asked, grabbing a piece of toast for himself. The kitchen door opened and Sirius walked in. "Professor Dumbledore said that it probably will just go away after a while, like a fever or something. It's not like it's really happening anymore, we just don't really have a way of knowing for sure," Harry said simply. "Just to be safe, Sirius is supposed to teach me something after the hearing for the rest of the summer." "That's right," chimed in Sirius, taking a seat at the table. "I'm going to be giving Harry some lessons in meditation. I won't pretend to be an expert on any of that stuff, but I always had a lot of time on my hands at Azkaban and nothing to do, so." His voice drifted off for a second and Harry knew he was caught back in memories of that place. It took a second for him to regain his train of thought. "Anyway, if it helped me get through that hell, it should really help him keep a tight rein on everything." "If you say so," Harry mumbled, still not completely sold on the idea. The concept of sitting in stillness thinking about nothing didn't easily translate into him suddenly being able to calmly tolerate the bullshit in his life. Still, he was more than willing to try if there was a chance it could. He was intentionally kept out of the way of everyone else as they cleaned the house, not wanting to potentially undo the work they'd done. As a result, Harry often found himself in the library looking at some odd book to keep himself occupied. Thankfully, Sirius always came around whenever he wasn't being used to do something. Tonks did as well if she was around. He was immensely grateful to both of them. "Anyway, best you two be off," said Sirius, clapping Harry on the back. "I know you've still got a few hours before the hearing, but there's really no harm in hanging around at the ministry, and sitting around here will just make you go crazy." "Sounds like a good idea, Sirius, I was just about to suggest the same," said Mr. Weasley. "Come on, Harry, let's head out." The trip to the ministry took no time at all. Mr. Weasley took him to his office in the department for misuse of Muggle artifacts, which was as large as a broom closet, and quite a bit messier. The clock struck 9:45 when a man came in telling them that the time hearing had been moved to 15 minutes from then and was relocated to courtroom 10. "What are they thinking, putting it in there?" muttered Mr. Weasley as they walked down the hall. "It's just underage magic for Merlin's sake. It'll be fine, Mr. Weasley," said Harry with a small smile. Of course, internally he was somewhat panicking. He hadn't been able to meet with Dumbledore and had no way of knowing if the headmaster had gotten the message of the rescheduling. So, as usual when faced with a situation he had absolutely no idea how to get out of, he'd begun to think rapidly. "Well then, I wish you luck, Harry," he said with a pat on the boy's shoulder. They had reached the doors. I can't go in there with you, unfortunately. You'll define though. Just stick to the facts and it should all work out. Stick to the of course. He flashed the man a smile. Thanks, Mr. Weasley, I'll see you later. Harry walked into the room and immediately froze. Without a doubt he was in the courtroom that Barty Crouch Jr. had been convicted in. The one that all the Death Eaters had been convicted in, and this wasn't the only thing reminiscent of the scene. The tiered seats were filled with witches and wizards, all focused on him with varying expressions. Front and center sat Fudge in all his annoying glory, who was flanked by a squat woman who was wearing a bow in her hair and the most repulsive frilly pink cardigan under her Wizengamot robes. Eyes still moving, his attention fixed upon the final point of interest in the room, the only thing that was at ground level. His seat was a hard-backed chair that looked like it was made of wood and metal. Of course, the most notable feature was the chains hanging from the arms, stirring almost restlessly. He knew that those chains could come alive and bind him, unlikely as it was in this situation. Mr. Potter, if you would take a seat we may begin. Fudge's voice rolled over him, almost dismissive in its tone. I'll stand, thanks, Harry said apprehensively, keeping away from the chair as he eyed it uneasily. Fudge gave him an annoyed look, but apparently there was nothing wrong with his decision as he immediately began speaking to the room at large, getting the official business out of the way. Harry looked behind him at the door, which remained resolutely closed. Still no sign of Dumbledore. His heart hammered in his chest. Mr. Potter. Harry's eyes snapped back to Fudge, the now standing man looking down on him with a rather triumphant expression. You have been summoned before us on the count of performing magic outside of school, in the presence of a muggle, no less. This is the second instance in which you have used magic in such a situation, and the penalty for so severely breaking the reasonable restriction of underage magic is expulsion from your place of schooling and your wand snapped, with it being illegal for you to possess one indefinitely henceforth. Wonderful, Harry muttered. What an extravagantly overreactive punishment. He couldn't help but think of Hagrid, technically wandless for over 50 years. A spike of defiance lodged itself in his gut. I'm not afraid of the consequences, Minister, Harry said, unwilling to give the man an inch. As that's so, then tell me now, are you guilty or not? Said Fudge, his smile almost daring him to answer in the negative. Clearly this was a battle he wanted. No, I'm guilty. I used magic earlier this month in front of my cousin. To say that his words surprised them all would have been a rather amusing understatement. Fudge, as well as the squat woman beside him, went through flashes of shock, confusion, and then utter glee as if they'd been handed bars of gold. Fudge straightened himself, as if to place more weight on his next words. He looked rather pleased with himself. Well then, I suppose that is that. I don't know what you think about the matter, but the secrecy of the wizarding community is not something we take lightly, Mr. Potter. Even someone as famous as yourself is subject to the same laws as the rest of the citizens of this country. I don't think of myself as above the law, Harry interjected in annoyance. Nor should anyone, I think, came a voice from behind him. Harry nearly sagged in relief as Dumbledore made his way into the room. He looked as proper as ever in his formal robes, giving off an air of control and pleasantness. Professor, you were late, Dumbledore, said Fudge snidely. The man's countenance had lost much of its poise and was now wrought with contempt. As a matter of fact, Cornelius, I find myself here early, Dumbledore responded, his voice mild, eyes most certainly lacking their usual twinkle. Imagine my surprise when I discovered that not only was the hearing moved up by 2 hours when little more than that originally remained, but also when I learned that this trivial case of underage magic was to be presided over by the entirety of the Wizengamot. At this Harry could see several witches and wizards in the stands shift uncomfortably, many of which were looking elsewhere but at the headmaster. Also, Dumbledore continued, his expression changing to that of one who had discovered something pleasantly interesting, the Wizengamot appears to be in full attendance as well. Remarkable for such short notice, as I remember similar situations of far greater severity only getting a fraction of the group. Alas, a mystery forever unsolved. Shrugging, the elderly wizard turned to Harry, addressing him for the first time. Harry, it is wonderful to see you. Are you well? Same as always, I suppose, he said with a grin. Dumbledore sure knew how to crash a party. You. Very well, thank you. May I offer you a seat? Accommodations are rather lacking in these old courtrooms. He made a small gesture at the single chair. Yeah, that would be nice, thanks. The sound of a gavel hitting a wood block rang out sharply in the wide room twice. Dumbledore, if you are quite finished, we were in the middle of something, said Fudge impatiently. Suddenly there was triumph on his face. Mr. Potter just confessed to using magic illegally. We were about to move ahead with his sentencing. Actually, I'm glad you could make it. You don't say, Dumbledore said in interest, now giving Harry a rather pointed look. I did say I used magic, Harry admitted. The man nodded in acceptance. There was no denying the fact after all. This is only the first time I've used magic out of school though, so I think that just gets me a warning, right? Harry watched as Dumbledore's face went from impassive to smiling, all in the span of a second. Indeed, you are correct, Harry. Please issue your warning, Cornelius, and we may all get back to our most assuredly busy days. Wah, Mr. Potter, do not play the fool, Fudge snapped, clearly aggravated. This is your second citation, as I mentioned not 2 minutes ago. The ministry has record of you performing magic out of school the summer before your second year. Well, if anyone had ever bothered to ask, they would have found out it was a Malfoy house elf who did that magic, Harry responded, drawing a round of muttering from around the room. Mr. Potter, you should know better than to lie to the Wizengamot. For the first time, the woman to Fudge's left spoke. Her voice was a light, exaggerated simper that immediately made Harry want to hit her with something. The ministry is quite detailed when it comes to enforcing its laws, and those of the International Confederation of Wizards. This isn't something you can just wiggle yourself out of. She finished with a small laugh. You are quite right, Madam Umbridge, agreed Dumbledore, giving her a small nod. Which means in face of such an error, there is no better place than to go to the source. Pull the file. Please have Miss Hopkirk give her account of the events. Mafalda Hopkirk is currently working, Dumbledore, on such short notice we cannot just pull her away. There is no issue, Minister, a new woman interrupted, herself seated fairly close to Fudge as well. She was giving him a hard look. As she works under me, I have no trouble giving her the remainder of the day off if need be. How generous of you, Madam Bones, Fudge said tightly. Percival, please collect Miss Hopkirk. Have her bring Harry Potter's record with her for us to review. Right away, Minister, came the eager voice of none other than the third Weasley child, who Harry didn't even notice until now. If he remembered right, Percy had a falling out with his family and was currently living on his own, supported by his ministry earnings. Until she arrives we will have a small recess, finished Fudge, tapping the gavel once for good measure. At once people got up all around them and began chatting in low voices, stretching their legs. A handful exited through a back door behind where Fudge still sat, Madam Umbridge whispering in his ear. Finally given a few seconds to talk, Harry turned to Dumbledore with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Professor, I went and did my own thing. If I'd stalled for a few minutes, then we would likely have been going with my plan, which has a certain amount of risk to it, as it does still lead to a vote, Dumbledore interrupted, giving Harry a kind smile. On the contrary, your idea is quite good. The Wizengamot has always been, how to say, a somewhat more relaxed judicial body than our non-magical counterparts. Cases are often meandering affairs that can go on for days at a time, though of course that seems unlikely in this instance. Also, in the event it still does not go our way, I will bring up the Dementors. Arabella is waiting outside in the event she needs to be used as a witness. To be honest, I wanted to talk about them, but I couldn't bring myself to do it, Harry admitted. It felt so awkward and there was no way they'd believe me by myself. Unfortunately I believe you were right in that respect, Dumbledore said with a nod. I will approach Madam Bones about it privately. She is the optimal person who can use that information. Who is she, by the way? Amelia Bones is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She is essentially directly below the minister in terms of control over the ministry, the headmaster explained. Harry looked up at the woman who was sitting quietly in her seat, occasionally glancing to her side. Her focus seemed to be on him, however. He gave her a weak smile, to which she responded with slightly raised eyebrows. She reminds me of McGonagall, Harry said out of the corner of his mouth. Professor McGonagall, Harry, Dumbledore corrected absently, still looking around with polite interest. The doors opened a few minutes later, admitting Percy and a middle-aged woman trailing after him. She was wearing a pencil skirt under her work robes, silver-framed glasses adorning a rather nervous-looking face. Harry honestly didn't blame her in the slightest. He still hadn't completely rid himself of his jitters. As the Wizengamot returned to their seats, Fudge spoke in a bored voice. "Miss Hopkirk, if you would be so kind as to take a seat." Noting her alarm at the only seat that was available, Harry nudged Dumbledore and jerked his head minutely at the misfortunate woman. "Ah, of course, here you are," said Dumbledore, generously providing her with comfortable seating near his own. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore," said the woman, giving him a grateful smile. She still looked nervous, but it was less than before. "Dumbledore, if you would please take the file Miss Hopkirk has brought with her for us to review." Upon receiving the file, Fudge opened it, flipping through a number of sheets of parchment before coming to the one he needed. "Miss Hopkirk, do you remember sending out a letter to Mr. Potter recently for underage magic?" "Yes, of course," she affirmed. "Do you also recall sending out a letter to Mr. Potter 3 years ago for underage magic?" Fudge continued, now passing the file back down to Dumbledore for him to review before getting it back. "Yes, I do," she said after a second, fidgeting slightly in her seat. "And can you say for absolute certainty," interjected Dumbledore smoothly, "that your instruments detected the hover charm from Mr. Potter's wand? Can you without a doubt confirm that they did not register the charm simply at his place of residence?" Her eyes met Dumbledore's, flicking up and around to the Wizengamot for a moment before finding her knees. "I cannot." Even though Harry knew the truth of it, he was still rather surprised at her admission. That went double for everyone else. That year had the highest rate of underage magic use warnings of ever sent out. She explained quickly, "And we were so short-staffed that day, after a while I just wrote the letters without checking. I remember it so well because I felt awful at the end of the day. I'm so sorry, Madam Bones, I've never let myself slack since." She was looking directly at Amelia Bones now, clearly distressed. "Oh, Mathilda," the department head sighed, rubbing her forehead. "It's all right, I'm not going to fire you, please relax. We'll have a talk later about how we can prevent such a thing from happening again. You can go." "Thank you, Madam Bones," she said, quickly getting to her feet and retreating from the room. "I'll say right now that she's a good worker, if young, and an honest one," Madam Bones added, before anyone could comment. "I think that just showed it, but I want it to be clear." As enlightening as that was, the fact of the matter remains that Miss Hopkirk's statement still does not support Mr. Potter's claim, Fudge interjected. "Her word, 3 years later at that, against the file is insubstantial. I doubt there is anyone here who doesn't remember a day many years ago where they failed to live up to their role in some capacity," Dumbledore said pointedly. "Your sentiments are greatly appreciated, Dumbledore, but unless you have something else to present." "As a matter of fact, I do," Dumbledore said with a nod. "The final nail in the coffin, as they say. Dobby." Seconds later there was a loud crack and the house elf that Harry knew so well was standing a few feet away from him, still wearing that odd assortment of clothing that he loved covering himself in. "Headmaster called for Dobby, sir?" Dobby asked, looking around in curiosity. It was nice to see him standing up straighter, as opposed to the hunched-over cowering that he'd lived through as the Malfoy's elf. "Yes, Dobby, thank you for coming," Dumbledore said with a nod. To the Wizengamot he continued, "This is the house elf that caused the hover charm in Mr. Potter's residence 3 years ago. He has since come into employment at Hogwarts." "Hey, Dobby," Harry greeted, getting an enthusiastic one back. "Dobby, if you could please explain to the people here why you were at Harry's home those years ago, and what you did there," the headmaster requested. "Tell the truth, please. Nothing more." Dobby snuck out of his old master's home to try to keep Harry Potter from going to Hogwarts that year, because Dobby knew bad things were going to happen at the school, sirs. But Harry Potter wouldn't listen no matter what Dobby said, so Dobby did magic in his home, the small elf explained, giving Harry a guilty look. He knows young wizards not allowed to be doing magic outside of school. You know I forgave you, Dobby, don't beat yourself up over it, Harry added with a grin. Were you the cause of the hover charm? Madam Bones asked. Yes, sirs, Dobby made the pudding float before dropping it and getting Harry Potter into lots of trouble. Thank you, Dobby, you've been most helpful here, said Dumbledore, eyes twinkling. If we need you for anything else I'll call you. You is most welcome, Headmaster. Goodbye Harry Potter. And with a crack he was gone. Now, Cornelius, began Dumbledore, was there anything else you'd like to discredit before moving to a judgment? Fudge, who was looking like he'd been force-fed something rather unpleasant, simply used the gavel once. All in favor of believing this nonsense. Hands everywhere. In fact Harry was having a hard time counting those who didn't have their hands up. Well, 2 of them were pretty easy at the very least. Very well. The court repeals Harry Potter's first warning for underage magic, Fudge almost harumphed. As it stands you are issued a stern warning for your behavior outside of school. As a citizen of the magical community it is on you, as the rest of us, to protect it by maintaining its secrecy. Believe me if it happens again, the punishment will be no less severe than I stated earlier. Am I understood? Loud and clear, Minister, Harry said stiffly. Be proud Harry, Dumbledore said brightly, leading him to the doors while the others began to file out. I believe you are the only wizard in history to be issued a formal warning for underage magic by the full Wizengamot. I thought I was a goner there for a bit, he admitted, feeling oddly free. Seriously though, I'm starving. Can we get some food? In that case, allow me to show you to the food court, offered Dumbledore, holding the door for him. They have these wonderful little sausages. Harry, hurry up, Ron's being a pain. I'll be there in a minute. Harry shook his head before moving further away from the stairs leading to the kitchen. Dumbledore was waiting for him in a nearby room. With everyone else attending the party downstairs, the house was otherwise empty. Creature, Sirius's dreadful house elf, had made himself scarce, retreating to the quiet upper levels. Glad you could make it, Professor, said Harry. Even if it's only for a minute or so. Are you sure you don't want to take a break? Unfortunately I cannot. Even during the summer holidays I have an immense amount of work at the castle. The order only adds to it. Yeah, it must be tough knowing all about what Voldemort's doing and stuff, Harry said dryly, making Dumbledore chuckle. My dear boy, even you know that was a rather weak attempt at baiting me, he said. Before Harry could retort he continued patiently, I know that you have been more than frustrated with the status quo. Unfortunately there are pieces of information that you are simply not ready to be told and you will have to accept that. However, he continued, putting out a hand to further keep Harry silent, more than anything I do not want our relationship to become strained for any reason. And so this is my peace offering. Peace offering. Regarding Voldemort, he is currently doing everything in his power to remain hidden from the public. His following is small and as a result relatively weak compared to the might of the organized ministry and the other rogue elements that oppose him. I have no doubt that his most immediate goal is to rekindle the strength he had prior to his fall. Lucius Malfoy continues to whisper poison into Minister Fudge's ear and there are undoubtedly many other Death Eater spies in the ministry, poised to bring it down when the time is right. The situation is rather complex in places, but it suffices to say that we are working on it. Presently, we are focusing on either stalling or outright preventing Voldemort from gaining allies that will be difficult or damaging to battle. Mainly this consists of dark creatures, though a good deal of influential families are being watched for suspicious behavior as well. Apparently unaware of Harry's silent shock, Dumbledore continued steadily. Closer to home, many of the active Death Eaters have children in the school. Though we cannot assume they are acting in the interest of their parents, I believe it is safe to say that the Death Eaters have enough information about the goings-on in Hogwarts through them. I would advise you to be wary in their presence, if not in general this year. As safe as Hogwarts is, it is still a rather transparent place. Other than that there is not much to tell. Until Voldemort becomes more active, the Order will do little more than mirror his movement. Now is the time to prepare for the inevitable. Thanks, said Harry after a second, still processing all the information he'd been told. Why? Because you deserve to know, Dumbledore replied. I have also instructed Sirius to keep you apprised of a certain amount of information, which while mainly useless to you, will hopefully keep you satisfied. You still are, first and foremost, a student at my school. Your education means a great deal to me, and not just because you are who you are. Harry let out a small breath, giving Dumbledore a grateful smile. The words had been more than welcome. Now before I go, the headmaster reached into his robes and pulled out a small stack of envelopes. Everyone's Hogwarts letters. Would you mind handing them out? Not at all, Professor. Be sure to work hard on your mental exercises and get plenty of sleep. No doubt you will have a busy month ahead of you, the headmaster added, eyes twinkling. You're not telling me something again, Harry accused flatly. Most certainly. Happy birthday, Harry. Harry watched him go quietly before returning to the kitchen where the party was still in full swing. The Weasleys, Hermione, Sirius, Tonks, and Remus had all thrown together a combination birthday, winning the trial party. Considering that there were little but birthdays to celebrate these days, it was a nice distraction for everyone. He almost didn't want to add the extra insanity that the Hogwarts letters would certainly bring. Of course, if he didn't give Hermione hers right away, he would be feeling her wrath for months. Hey everyone, he called into the room, grabbing their attention. Dumbledore just stopped by for a second. He gave me these. Harry held up a stack of letters. Come grab wa. Hermione moved towards him so fast that he panicked, throwing the letters into the air, and causing everyone to burst out laughing. Harry, said Hermione accusingly, as letters fluttered through the air in all directions. Nice one, mate, said Ron, picking one off the table. Ginny, this is yours. The students eventually sorted out everyone's letters, Hermione tearing into hers like it held the secrets of the universe. Moments later she held up a shining prefect's badge. Congrats, Hermione, said Harry. He forgot that 5th year was when new prefects were chosen. Well, Fred, said George morosely, it looks like our days of fun are finally over. Too true, brother, said Fred, putting an arm around his shoulder. I've heard there's business in scrubbing cauldrons, Merlin. No, we've had enough practice. Hermione just rolled her eyes. Just think of it as a challenge, said Ginny with a grin as the two retreated to the far side of the room. I knew you'd get prefect, Hermione, well done. Thanks Ginny. Harry, said Hermione, looking at the badge happily. Mum and Dad will be really pleased. Do you mind if I borrow Hedwig, Harry? Sure, she could use the fly, he nodded. Aren't you going to open your letter, Harry? Asked Ron, staring pointedly at the still sealed envelope in his hands. After seeing the badge in Hermione's hands, he suddenly had a feeling he knew why his letter was a little more bulky than usual. Resigned to peer pressure and the fact that he couldn't just ignore it, Harry opened the letter and let the badge slip into his palm. Guess I'm a prefect too, he said. Hermione of course leapt on him with another fierce hug. I knew you'd get it, Harry, she said cheerfully. Ron just shrugged and got himself another butterbeer. Figures. Better you than me, mate. Though I'd send an owl to you-know-who if I were you. Let him know you can't break rules like you did before to stop him. Harry laughed at this, redoubling when Mrs. Weasley whacked Ron over the back of the head lightly. Seconds later a similar thing happened to his own head. That was from James, said Sirius. He wants you to know that as a marauder he's very disappointed in you. He then gave Harry a tight hug. And that's from Lily, who would certainly be immensely proud. Bubbly in fact. Ah, you think so? Course, said Sirius at once. Harry grinned happily at the thought. A hand shot out to slap Sirius over the back of his head. And that is also from Lily, said Remus with a grin of his own. To Harry he said, I might have been made a prefect to keep my friends in line, but I've no doubt you earned this one, Harry. Thanks, Remus, he said, chuckling at the two friends' antics. We can head into Diagon Alley tomorrow, said Mrs. Weasley. Tonks, Remus, would you be able to come with us? I'll have to make sure I'm free, but I don't think it'll be a problem, said Tonks with a nod. Now Harry, she said, tossing him a wrapped box. "Let's get to the main event, yeah." The 1st of August marked the group trip to Diagon Alley. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Fred, and George were accompanied by Mrs. Weasley, Remus, Tonks, and even Moody, who apparently had some errands to run in the alley to begin with and was roped into tagging along, at least for the first few minutes. "Morning, Tom," said Remus, leading the group through the leaky cauldron. The pub owner nodded back, too busy to reply. The place was certainly packed that day, barely giving them space to maneuver on their way to the back. As the entrance to the alley opened up, they found themselves facing an absolute mob of people. "Geez, this place is crazy," said Harry, looking around. He could see other Hogwarts students, some of whom he knew by name, others by sight, all over the place with their families. "Well, you know the drill. Gringotts first," said Mrs. Weasley, taking the lead and forging through the crowd. Harry dropped back to where Remus and Tonks were bringing up the rear. "I don't need to go to Gringotts and I want to check something out, nothing to do with school. Can one of you come with me while the others go get gold?" Tonks exchanged a look with Remus and then nodded. "All right, Harry, I'll come with you. Meet up with you later, Remus." They slowed down as he pulled ahead, rejoining the group. "That's it," said Harry, surprised. "What do you mean?" asked Tonks in confusion. "I dunno. I thought it was dangerous to go off in small groups. I was honestly expecting you both to say no. I think you're severely underestimating my ability here," she frowned. "You know that's not what I meant, Tonks." "Fair enough, so where are we off to?" "Follow me." With just the two of them, they were able to squeeze through crowds the large group hadn't been able to and made good time down the road. After a minute they passed Gringotts, and the crowd finally thinned out enough to give them some arm room. "Harry, where are we going?" said Tonks after a minute, not having been this far into Diagon Alley in quite a while. "Right here," he said, pointing to a shop. The sign above the door read "Creature Comforts." "Never been." "Why are we here?" asked Tonks, looking around in interest at the wide variety of colors that scattered the store. It was also semi-packed with shoppers and tourists. "It's a fun store, and has something that some other pet shops don't carry in good quantity," he replied. "Take a look around, I'll be towards the back." As Harry moved off, Tonks took the opportunity to explore a bit, stopping in a section filled with various types of birds. One whistled at her musically, making her pause and whistle something back. The bird in turn replied, and thus began a likely incomprehensible conversation between woman and bird, something that made everyone who was aware of it watch in a cross between wariness and amusement. Harry paused on his way to the back, watching her quietly. Tonks was attractive enough that pretty much everything she did, from munching on a snack to darting about with a wand in her hand, gave him a case of butterflies. Particularly when she noticed him watching and would wink at him with a sly grin. She enjoyed flustering him, it seemed. Harry let out a small sigh. It was a little frustrating actually, precisely how off guard she made him. Since when did he become someone who would warm up to a person with little more than a smile? But smile she did, and closed off he was not. With everything that had been happening lately, the ministry hearing, his lingering annoyance with his friends, the unrest over Voldemort, Harry was very grateful for the young woman's relaxing demeanor. A crash brought him back to reality as, in her excitement, Tonks had knocked over a different cage with a bunch of small birds in it, causing the door to pop open and the things to escape into the air. The shopkeeper began making a racket as well, tripling the sound level. Yes, he could say with absolute certainty that he'd never met anyone quite like Tonks before. "Damn guy," she grumbled, walking back over to where he was standing. "The way he's going on, it's like you'd think he had to catch all those birds by hand. Took him less time to do it than it did to shout at me for knocking the thing over. What are you looking at, anyway?" "Snakes, what else?" Tonks blinked in surprise before focusing on the glass tanks that lined the section of the wall. The handful of snakes on the edges of the area were moving about lazily, but the ones directly in front of Harry were all nothing less than captivated by him. Harry, they're staring at you." "Well, yeah, they recognize me from before," he said with a shrug. "I'm kind of their, overlord of sorts. That's the only problem with snakes raised to be pets. They meet a Parselmouth for the first time and end up awed into submission. All the others I've met have been a lot more like people. Quote. Is that so? The words were delivered with a flatlined expression. Not noticing, Harry crossed his arms with a frown. See, apparently Parselmouths are supposed to have control over serpents, but I don't think it's as absolute as people make it sound. There's magic to the language, so I'd imagine willpower and intent mean a lot too. This group is just too easy though. And others aren't. Harry shrugged. Well, no, not really I suppose. It all depends on the situation. I've always wondered what else you could do with Parseltongue that didn't directly have to do with snakes. Makes for a good password. I don't mean to sound suspicious, but how in the world do you know about that kind of stuff? She posed, arms crossed. Considering, well, everything. Harry sighed and put his hands in his pockets. Hermione did some pretty impressive research when she found out that I could talk to snakes. You have to admit it's pretty interesting, though it's still traditionally known for being the mark of a dark wizard. Most of what I know is from what she's found, though some of it is from just messing around. I still talk to snakes on occasion, just not where people can see me. I don't need the whole school to freak on again. Harry met Tonks's eyes for a long moment. Does it unnerve you? Parseltongue I mean. No, of course not, she said at once. When do you get the time to chat with snakes? Usually when I'm hanging out on the grounds by myself they come find me, he said with a shrug. They live in the forest. There's a lot of snakes in there. I see. So what are they talking about to each other in there? Tonks asked, mulling over what Harry said. He just snorted in mirth. They constantly insult the people who come through this store, he said with a smirk. It's all they've ever known, and I personally find it hysterical. Of course now they're just staring so. He shook his head and turned to face her. Anyway, I just wanted to come check up on them like I promised I would when I was in the neighborhood. They're doing well here. The shopkeeper takes good care of them. Well then, where do you want to go now? You're not going to tell me we have to go meet with the others? Asked Harry in surprise. He had assumed that she was going to want to get him back to everyone else as quickly as possible after his personal detour. Considering all the, your safety is our biggest concern so don't do anything at all, speeches he'd had directed at him over the past number of days, he was still fairly surprised someone hadn't forced him to remain behind with Sirius while the group had done his shopping for him. In fact, if he hadn't needed to personally come to the alley to get a new wand, that was probably exactly what would have happened. We're not all Molly and Mad Eye, you know. He couldn't help but chuckle at that. Those two were each overbearing in their own ways. Tonks grinned at his reaction. Anyway, they're probably still in Gringotts and no, you're safe with me so there's no harm in having you all to myself, she added with a grin. Harry just shook his head at the small amount of teasing. Speaking of being safe, I still need a new wand. Ollivander's. That's right, let's get you a wand. Ollivander's was almost otherworldly compared to everywhere else in the alley. The small bell on the door jingled dimly as Harry and Tonks entered, and suddenly the noise from the streets faded into near nothingness. A cursory glance around showed that they were the only patrons in the shop. Ollivander poked his head around a shelf at the newcomers. Ah, I was going to say welcome, but now I suppose that's welcome back, he said lightly, coming around to greet them. Just Tonks, if I remember correctly. He held out his hands and she passed over her wand at once. Yes, you, 11.5 inches, with a strong unicorn tail hair as its core. Wonderful for dueling though a bit temperamental with some charms I reckon. You don't know the half of it, she grumbled at the wand. Harry chuckled. Tonks was infamously atrocious with household charms. It was one of the reasons that she had managed to avoid cleaning duty whenever she was around. She'd sooner set something on fire than leave it clean. Returning the wand, Ollivander turned to Harry but stopped when he noticed the look on his face. Harry felt ashamed that his wand had snapped. The old man treated them like his children, and in a way they were. If he had only held onto it tighter. Gotten to it sooner. Not to worry, Harry, I've already heard, he said quietly, though not unkindly. Do you have the pieces? Harry fished out the 3 pieces of his wand from the pouch he had been keeping them in. There was no doubt that Ollivander was sad to see the state of the wand. I'm sorry to see it like this, said the man, looking at each piece carefully. It's not uncommon that I get people coming into my shop to ask for any assistance in fixing their wands. Some breaks can be mended successfully without any harm to the wand's performance, while others not as well. I'm afraid this is beyond my ability to repair. I figured as much, but I thought you should see it anyway, Harry said dejectedly. I mean, you did make it. Indeed I did, but this wand has faced some truly remarkable things in the few years you used it. You gave it a life many wands would never have. Ollivander returned the pieces. Now you, more than anyone I think, need a wand. Albus has already spoken to me at length about the matter, particularly with regard to recent events. I would normally press wands upon you like usual, but given that it was a bit difficult to match you with a wand the first time around, I'll offer you something a bit different. Would you like me to craft you a new wand? Craft? As in right now? Harry asked, surprised. You do that for people? I do special orders on occasion, when someone with the gold and the interest comes to me about it. It's not cheap, after all, the man explained. The ministry pays most of the price for any new witch or wizard enrolled in an educational institution, else I'd have beggared the country years ago. My wands can be rather expensive for the average customer, especially if crafted on demand. Tonks looked excited. I didn't think you made too many wands these days, considering how many you've made over the years, she said, gesturing to the floor-to-ceiling shelves that wallpapered the building and were stuffed to overflowing with wands. Several thousands at least. Well, I wouldn't be a wandmaker if I stopped making wands, he said with a smile. Though I used to make a great deal more when I was younger, these days I make at least one wand every other day. A short process of testing materials will allow me to craft a wand that will match you with the wand I create. Of course, I'll have to charge you for the service. Sounds interesting, Harry observed, seeing the wandmaker in a new light. In that case, cost isn't an issue. I'm sure my vault can cover it. It wasn't like he ever bought anything to begin with, really. Ollivander nodded. Then follow me to the back where I have my materials set up. Though before we go, he gave his own wand a small flick, causing a small, out to lunch, sign to fly out from behind the counter and attach itself to the door. It won't be too long. As they tailed the man through the rows of shelves, Tonks tapped Harry on the shoulder. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to see the back room of Madame Malkin's next, she said cheekily. Harry covered a grin and shook his head. Tonks really was fun company. Here we are, said Ollivander, leading them into a smaller room that had a single worktable and was surrounded by shelves of wood and other things. Now Harry, I'd like for you to come over here and place your hand on each block of wood. Tell me which one gives you the best feeling. There were well over a dozen different colored wood blocks neatly lined up along one shelf. What exactly am I looking for? He asked curiously. You were looking for something that gives you the most positive reaction, Ollivander explained. Tonks just watched him in interest. Anything past that is irrelevant, as every person is different. You will probably have a good reaction to more than one wood, but just tell me what you think. Harry spent the next few minutes putting a hand on each block. The first few did nothing for him, feeling like the blocks of wood they were, but the fifth block felt pleasantly warm. This one's nice, he said, absently smiling. Ollivander's expression mimicked his own. I would think so, that block is holly. Touch the others anyway. He continued along the line of blocks, most giving him nothing and some even making him pull his hand back with a shudder. This one, he said at last, holding up one of the final blocks. It was one of the darker ones and had red in it. I mostly got nothing from the blocks, some good, some bad. The holly and another one a bit later both felt pretty nice, but this one is, I don't know, I'm a little taken aback by it. Ollivander took the block from him and looked down at it. The other one was you, but this is rosewood, he said, expression unreadable. Interesting, I never would have guessed, and I'm pretty good at that, as you both know. Is rosewood rare? Asked Tonks. No, not at all, said Ollivander, replacing the block and walking over to another shelf. With wands around here it's a bit uncommon, I suppose. I haven't made many wands with rosewood. You'll find that in different areas of the world, different woods are more commonly used for the average witch or wizard's wand. Around here I tend to sell a vast majority of holly, ash, birch, and yew wands. Elm, oak, willow, and mahogany are also fairly common. There are some rarer woods that I simply don't have that are also wand quality, but there's nothing I can do about that. Besides, you've found exactly what you need right here. He shrugged. In the end, wood rarity doesn't really make a difference, nor does the rarity of the core. The wand isn't interested in matching with the general populace after all. It's all about personal matching. Now come here and do the same for these core fragments. Harry moved to a box that had compartments with various core materials in it. He recognized only a few of them, though there were nearly as many different kinds as woods. I never realized there were so many, he said in surprise. The only ones of known are phoenix feather, dragon heartstring, and unicorn tail hair. And Vela hair as well, Ollivander reminded him. Oh yeah, Fleur's wand had one, he said, the memory of the wand weighing ceremony from the previous year coming back to him. Well, this gets a bit deeper into the field of wand crafting, but it would be simplest for you to think of a wand as an amplifier, explained the man. We channel our magic through a wand's core to produce spells. To this effect, I suppose anything could work as a core, so long as it can support this development. Of course, we like to use parts from magical creatures as they are not simply magical, but living as well. It suffices to say that it works better than other magical substances. Ollivander let out a breath, chuckling slightly. I believe we are getting a bit off track. We are here for you after all. Please, test the different core materials and give me your opinion. Fairly excited now, Harry passed his hand over the box. Almost immediately he picked up the red and gold feather. An interesting fact, Ollivander began, the Potters were known to be quite partial to phoenixes. As far as I know, they all had phoenix feathers in their wands. Test the others, though I'd be surprised if, he cut off as Harry picked up a small jar of liquid that wasn't a part of the set of core materials, instead resting a little to the right of the box, phoenix feather all but forgotten. Harry, said Tonks, what's up? This feels, wow, a lot nicer than the feather, he said, voice thick with curiosity. What is it? That is my jar of basilisk venom, said Ollivander, his eyebrows already in his hairline. Harry suppressed a shudder. Quite rare to come by, as you know, and incredibly magical. There are notable similarities with the uses for dragon's blood, though certainly nowhere near as many. Have you encountered basilisk venom before? If you call having it being pumped into your bloodstream, encountering it, then yeah, I have, said Harry grimly. That was surely one feeling he would never forget as long as he lived. Such searing agony, spreading throughout his body in a matter of seconds. Right up there with the Cruciatus curse, though an entirely different sensation of mortal agony. The fact that he could classify different types of the worst pain imaginable from personal experience was just. Ollivander and Tonks stared at him dumbstruck. What could have possibly done that? Breathed Tonks. A basilisk, said Harry with a raised eyebrow. Was that a trick question? But then, how are you alive? She continued dimly. Phoenix tears on the place where it bit me, he explained, pulling up his sleeve to show them the scar. While the tears had completely stopped whatever the venom was doing to his body as well as seal up the hole in his arm, the wound had scarred quite spectacularly. Suffice it to say he didn't wear short sleeves too often. Too many questions. It was close, he said darkly. Ollivander was looking thoughtful while Tonks was looking horrified. You don't do small, do you, Harry? She asked. He met her eyes before looking away, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Never had a choice, really. Ollivander was muttering to himself. Fascinating. Well, that's all I need. What about the length? Asked Harry. Oh, that comes out when the wand is almost done, you'll just have to wait and see, said Ollivander. And I remember your measurements from when you first came to my shop. Just come back when you've finished all of your shopping and I will have it complete. He quickly wrote a number on a piece of paper before passing it to Harry. The boy nodded while Tonks, reading it over his shoulder, stared at it wide-eyed. You can pay me then too. Won't be an issue, said Harry, placing the paper in his pocket. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, I really appreciate this. Oh, one more thing, Harry. He turned at the door. Why don't you leave those pieces of your first wand with me and I'll see what I can do with them. I'm sure you'd rather have it repaired at least for memory's sake. Harry smiled and tossed the pouch to the old man. Yeah, thanks again. This is exciting, said Tonks as they joined the throng outside the shop. Now we need awesome robes. You know, the billowing, Dark Lord kind. Exactly how old are you, anyway? Said Harry bluntly. A woman never tells her age, she said instantly. So I've heard, Harry countered. How old? Tonks just shot him a look. I was a 7th year when you started Hogwarts, she said, making Harry look around in surprise. Really? I think I'd remember a girl with pink hair. Yeah, because the great firsty Harry Potter was hanging out with all the 7th year puffs, right? She laughed. I was there for Quirrell. What a nightmare. I honestly can't believe I did so well on my exams. Point taken. Let's go kill some time, he said, heading off in a random direction. Maybe we'll bump into the others. Despite what he said, a part of him hoped they wouldn't. As much as he enjoyed the company of the Weasley clan, there was no doubt they had their tiring moments. Much to his satisfaction though, they remained Weasley-free for some time. Harry did see a number of students he knew from the various houses, though none of them returned his waves. In fact, most of them did their best to give him a wide berth. By the time they entered the apothecary, Harry had a scowl on his face, the happy buzz he had been feeling from earlier quite gone. Well, it was fun while it lasted, he grumbled, looking at the complete sets of potions ingredients because he didn't want to be bothered filling bags individually. Don't let it get to you, Harry, they're all polluted by the prophet, said Tonks consolingly. They'll know the truth eventually. Harry just looked back at her crossly. You don't get it, Tonks. At this point in my life I've had the entire school think I was a legend, a mystery, a muggle hater, a liar, a cheater, a murderer, and now a bloody nutter. The whole school has turned on me twice for things that they all eventually understood that I was innocent of, not like it mattered in the end. They just believe whatever anyone says about me until something new comes up. You're right, we know he's back and it'll get out eventually. So what happens then? Everyone will know I was telling the truth and they'll think I'm amazing again. You can't trust anyone in that bloody school. No one pays attention to anything real. Tonks looked at him slightly uncomfortably. Harry. I hate being me, Tonks, he said quietly, staring at the potion supplies without really seeing them. If I could be anyone else. I hate it more than anything. He glanced at Tonks who was giving him such a sad expression. Gathering himself he cleared his throat. Sorry, I forget I said anything. Paying for a good quality kit, Harry quickly exited the store. Tonks followed him, catching his eye once they were both outside. Cheer up, Harry, there's plenty good being you. Harry just gave her a weak smile. I'll skip the sarcastic pity party and just say not really. I appreciate the vote of confidence though. Tonks just watched him in silence for a few seconds before speaking. I dunno, Harry, you could stand to laugh more, I suppose, she said, absently tapping the tip of her shoe against the stone. They stood in silence for a moment before Tonks nudged him, a small smile tugging at her lips. Ice cream, sure. Did you and Tonks have a good shop? Asked Ginny casually as they finally perused the bookshelves together. They'd finally linked back up in Flourish and Blots, Mrs. Weasley telling them all to be quick about it while fixing Tonks with a displeased glare. Harry's guilt for essentially not spending any time with the group was somewhat diluted by the accusatory looks the youngest Weasley was giving him. Though what he could have done to annoy her was beyond him. Yeah, it was fun, Harry returned, more focused on the travesty in his hands. The 5th year's book for Defense Against the Dark Arts was quite possibly the most ridiculous thing he'd ever flipped through. Pushing it back on the shelf, he instead pulled a 3-book set of Advanced Curses and Counter Curses and put it in his enchanted basket, which was already filled with more than what his list required. I wish that she were going to school with us, don't you? Yeah sure, said Ginny, clearly disagreeing. Why are you getting so many books? Why not? I like reading, you know, he said. There's always something interesting to learn about the wizarding world, magic spells or not. I'll admit this basket is more spell-heavy though. Do you? I had no idea, said Ginny, genuinely surprised. I always figured that I was phobic of learning like Ron is, he said quietly so that only she would hear. Ginny put a hand over her mouth so that Ron, who was a couple of feet away from them looking bored and somewhat intimidated by all the books, wouldn't hear her giggling. You know, the way he acts, I wouldn't be surprised, she said. After another 20 minutes waiting for Hermione to finish, following which Ginny went back into the store to drag her out, they all stood outside the shop double-checking they all had everything. Tonks slapped her forehead. Oi, Harry, we've got to visit Ollivander's, she said. Oh, yeah, Harry, that's your wand, said Hermione reproachfully. Harry just rounded on her. Yeah, I know, but seriously, who uses a wand these days anyway, he said, shaking his head. The silence that met him from the group just made him sigh. Geez, tough crowd. Dunno if it's them that's the problem, said Tonks, walking over and pushing him in the direction of the wand shop. You lot can head back with Remus and I'll make sure he gets what he needs. We can wait, dear, it wouldn't be any trouble, said Mrs. Weasley. Probably not the best idea, Molly, said Remus, catching a grating look from Tonks. She clearly did not want to be sitting in a wand shop with the older woman. You know how long getting a wand can take. Also better not to be hanging around in the open. He began ferrying the group and a protesting Mrs. Weasley in the opposite direction toward the leaky cauldron. See you two a little later. Bye, Remus, said Harry, still being pushed along by Tonks. Once they were out of sight, she stopped. Thanks, I'd honestly forgotten. No worries, she winked, taking off down the road towards their final destination. They entered the wand shop to find Ollivander standing behind the counter fiddling with something they couldn't see. His eyes lit up as they saw who had just arrived. Excellent, he said, immediately going into the back room and re-emerging with 2 wand boxes. We'll test it out here because I need my workroom intact and free of residual magics. He placed the boxes on the counter and took off the lids, allowing Harry and Tonks to lean over them. Ollivander lifted the darker of the 2 wands first and held it for Harry to take. The moment he grabbed it, a feeling of incredible warmth spread throughout his body, like his blood was humming. In fact, he couldn't be sure it actually wasn't. This is fantastic, he said excitedly, giving us a wave. A mass of red and black sparks flew from the end of the wand, flitting around the room in all directions like little fairies. Tonks held out her hand and one settled there. Wicked, she muttered, tossing the spark back into the air where it dissipated. Harry was looking his new wand up and down. It was quite dark, almost black in certain light, but had an interesting swirling redness to it, like the shadows of vines. Oh, wonderful, said Ollivander. Because I make so few rosewood wands, I always have some extremely beautiful pieces in my collection. More than worthy of a custom wand and its price tag. Do you like it? Like it? It's brilliant, said Harry at once with a laugh. It's 12 1/3 inches long, he continued. Rosewood and basilisk venom. This made both of them look at the wandmaker in surprise. Recall what I said to you 4 years ago when you first entered my shop. The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter, before its creation or after. I'd imagine if the wand ever broke you'd be screwed, said Tonks, a picture of a leaking wand in her mind. Well, a broken wand means you're screwed anyway, so I guess it wouldn't matter. Actually, maybe that'd make it easier to fix. Ollivander just shook his head. Moving on, though I've yet to consider it much, I'm sure this wand will aid you in all of your endeavors, though be careful when attempting the delicate, it is a little on the rough side. He lifted Harry's old wand and held it out. Sliding his new wand in his holster on his forearm, Harry took it in his left hand and felt little more than the weight of the wood. So what's the deal with this guy? He asked, giving it a wave. Nothing happened, making him feel a bit dejected. He had come to terms with not being able to use his old wand anymore, but seeing it look brand new and holding it, he could help but have a small hope. I've put it back together, but the core is fragmented and magic will not flow through it properly like an undamaged wand, said Ollivander. Do not attempt to cast anything with it. Too little magic won't work at all and too much will cause it to backfire on you. Not to say that there is some middle ground where things will work. Either it won't or it will explode. Put it somewhere and think fondly of it. Once Harry paid for the 2 wands, the pair made to exit the building, but Ollivander stopped them. "There is one final thing you should know," he said, his voice lower than usual. "All wands, both made and sold to minors, are finished with a trace. The very one that allows the Ministry to track underage magic so easily." The man held up his hand, motioning to his recent creation. "Your wand lacks that very feature. Both myself and Albus believe the law is more of a hindrance than a help for a person in your current situation. Do take care, Mr. Potter." "Well, I wasn't expecting that," said Harry, still standing just outside the wand shop. It did explain why the man was so keen on making him a new wand. Was this the thing Dumbledore had alluded to on his birthday? Tonks was giving him an appraising look, but simply shook her head. "We should head back before Molly throws a fit. She's already miffed enough that she didn't have you in her sight every moment of the day. Gave me an earful and everything. Do you need anything else from the alley? I could probably find something useful in every shop, but we've been out for a while," said Harry. "We can always come back for fun. Plus I want to get back to the house and try this thing out." Up for a friendly duel, Nim. Not that he had any idea what that was supposed to look like. "Yes, we need to discuss this new nickname that keeps slipping out," she said, putting a hand on his shoulder and smiling. "Well, it's fine, regardless. I'm sure Sirius can lend us a room he won't need. You do know what friendly means, right?" said Harry nervously as he was directed back to the leaky cauldron. "Right. What in Merlin's name happened in here?" Sirius froze as he walked into the basement area. There were broken pieces of furniture and scorch marks on the wall. A chair off to the side was actually on fire. "What's my name?" shouted Tonks from one end of the room, which was untouched. Harry poked his head out from behind half a couch. "Tonks. It's Tonks." The couch exploded in a mass of fluff and stuff. "I'll never do it again, I swear." "All right, I think that's enough," said Tonks with a satisfied nod. Harry just collapsed, breathing heavily. "Hey Sirius," he said with a small wave from the floor. "What in the bloody hell did you do to my basement?" he exclaimed. Tonks walked over, spinning her wand, her hair shifting back to its bubblegum pink from a much deeper red. "We had some fun," she explained. "I did ask for a room you didn't need." "Didn't realize you meant never again," he said in amusement, crossing his arms. "You could have at least let me watch." "Hey," said Harry indignantly. He rolled to his feet and joined the laughing adults. Actually, even together they barely made a single adult. "So how does the wand feel?" asked Sirius. Harry gave it a small twirl and held it out for Sirius to inspect. Taking it, he blinked, giving it a very apprehensive look. "Hopefully better than what I feel holding it." "That's just weird." "It's brilliant. Doesn't give me any issues with anything. Got a lot more punch too. Though I still do miss the feel of my old wand. That one made me feel a bit safer, I suppose. Dunno. Wands are pretty mysterious." Sirius handed it back and pulled out his own wand. "Well, let's clean this place up so that we can talk like civilized people." The three of them repaired everything in the room in about a minute, returning it to its original finished state. The basement area was really just a very large lounge-like room with other branching rooms that they had largely left alone simply because it was fairly out of the way compared to the rest of the place. One room in the far back was being used to store all the dark items the others collected from the rest of the house. The three of them sat around the coffee table by the couch that Tonks had destroyed earlier. "So, first order of business. You've been using magic for a bit and we haven't gotten any owls for it. So would I be right in saying that the headmaster's plan worked out?" "I guess so," said Harry, holding up the wand. "No trace, if that's what you mean." "Great. So everything feels all right using magic?" asked Sirius again, wanting to be sure. "Should it not be?" Harry asked. "Well, considering you were just keyed by a Dementor, I've been a little worried," he admitted. "This is the first time you've tried casting anything since. But more to the point, you've been unstable at times. Wouldn't be surprised if you told me you were still making things break without meaning to." "Trust me, the damage was Tonks." "Well, that's good to hear. Now, let me tell you what I've got planned for you until you go back to school." You already know Dumbledore has asked me to see that you work through some sort of meditation. It should help you control your magic, among other things. It's always important to be able to remain in control of your thoughts and emotions, especially in high-risk situations. You know as well as I do that you've got a lot of those coming in your life. I'll say, Harry agreed. Not to mention, he continued, looking a little apologetic. You've really got a short temper these days. The majority of the time I see you, you've got something on your mind that's pissing you off. Harry grumbled a bit. Must be thinking about the super awesome life I've had so far, he said sarcastically. Glancing at the other two, he let out a long breath and rubbed his forehead a bit. Sorry, you're right. It's all right. What else? Well, said Sirius, glancing at Tonks, Molly has expressed a desire for you to return to the cleaning front she leads against this house, now that you're pretty much better and your mind isn't on the hearing. However, seeing as how you can use magic out of school now, this presents us with a very interesting opportunity, and we're not about to let that go to waste. I told her you won't be joining them. Tonks chortled slightly, making Harry think that wasn't an accurate account of how things went. What exactly are you getting at? He prodded, now curious. On your birthday, I started talking with a few Order members and we think this is a great chance to give you some special training. Practicing spells is one thing, but there's a lot more that goes into surviving and winning duels. Molly was really upset that we wanted to train you for battle, as she put it. You're still just a boy, after all. Of course those of us living in reality know better than to let you just go around like everything's peachy. He turned to Tonks. By the way, you two just had a scuffle. How is he? Tonks traded a look with Harry before turning back to Sirius. Honestly, he's not great. Good instincts, but other than that. Hey, Tonks seemed unconcerned with his clear affront. It's not like anyone would expect different. You're untrained with no real spell set and I'm one of the best wands in the force. I was going really easy on you, Harry. There's so much more to dueling than just throwing spells to make stuff blow up. A real fight can last minutes to just a few seconds, depending on the skill difference as well. That was more bullying than anything. Harry crossed his arms with a glare. Look, Tonks continued, if you ever want to get anywhere you're going to have to accept that you're absolutely no match for anyone at this point. Well, you might be able to take another kid on, but we're talking about Voldemort and his Death Eaters here. Fully trained wizards. An average adult has an arm and a leg over someone your age even when it just comes to raw power, never mind knowledge and experience. You've got a lot of hard work ahead of you to get there. Alright, I get it, but you didn't have to be so blunt about it. Sirius smothered a chuckle as best he could. He was grinning at the mix of excitement and disgruntlement on Harry's face. Anyway, Harry, are you interested? Of course, he said quickly. Who's going to teach it? All of us, said Tonks, smiling. Sirius will do the most general instruction because he's the one who will be around all the time. Whenever we're at headquarters and not busy with Order stuff, you'll have me, Remus, Kingsley, and even Moody too. Moody, repeated Harry, feeling nervous. The grizzled Auror was the one who trained Tonks and he had just enjoyed more than enough of her hospitality moments ago. Not to mention everything else he had heard about the man. He was probably a bit crazy too. Yeah, he's one of the best, Harry. You'll be glad you had him when the summer is over, said Tonks reverently. I know I was. But not while it's happening, I assume, he said dryly. Not likely, that will most certainly be hell. Buck up, kid, said Sirius, standing up and patting Harry on the back. Now help me set this room up for training, it's the perfect space. I'll teach you some simple spell warding while we're at it. Sirius, have you ever heard of someone casting a spell without holding their wand? Say what? Sirius looked over his shoulder at the reclining boy from where he was standing. Harry was laying back fully, eyes fixed on the wand he held at arm's length. Every 10 or so seconds he'd twirl it, a trick Tonks had been teaching him in their spare time. Do you mean wandless magic, or actually still using the wand but not holding it? At this Harry gave him a bemused look. Both, I suppose. Well, yeah, sure I have, said Sirius, his attention returning to the cracked wall he was fixing. Why do you ask? When the Dementors attacked me and I lost my wand, I tried to use a Lumos spell, even though I had no idea where the thing was," Harry explained. "The wand lit up, I take it?" Sirius asked, getting a nod in return. "Not bad, kiddo. I think it would mean more if I had at least a slight idea of what I was doing," said Harry dryly. "Or if it were even remotely impressive. You never answered my question." "Actually, I did," Sirius smirked, "but, to your unasked question, what you did is still considered wand magic. It used your wand, after all." "Makes sense. Can it work with other spells?" Harry asked, interested. "Yes and no." Sirius considered his own wand for a moment before shaking his head. "Doing magic without your wand in your hand isn't that uncommon of a skill. What do you think accidental magic is? Thing is, it usually doesn't work well, and whatever does work is fair useless compared to actually having a wand. People who can use it rarely do so, if at all. Why would you? I guess. What's got you thinking about magic so much lately?" "Really, Sirius, I'm just asking for a little elaboration here," he said. "I only know what I can see after all, and that's mainly you unconscious on your ass." Harry just sighed, eyes once again moving to his wand. "I've never felt magic so much before. Magic that's mine and that isn't, like a thing in the background that never goes away. I mean, I just know it's magic. How could it not be?" Harry finally caught Sirius' eye and held his gaze in an extended silence. "There's something wrong with me, isn't there?" he said finally, less a question than stating a fact. "Wrong?" repeated Sirius suddenly. "Of course not. I think we'd be lying if we said that nothing happened, but certainly there isn't anything wrong with you. It's pretty clear you're still all there the way you should be." He gave the boy a reassuring grin before checking his watch. "Look, it's late. Head to bed and put this all out of your head for now. You can think about your mutations tomorrow." Harry just smirked and nodded, giving his wand a small toss before snatching it out of the air and placing it in his arm holster, all in a single move. "Show off," Sirius shot after his godson's retreating back. "Night, Harry." "Night." Sirius waited for a minute before heading up the stairs to the darkened main floor, his mind on his godson. Harry was coming along extremely well. Only 1 week of hellish-paced lessons, and there was no comparison to when he started. In particular, his physical movements were showing notable progress. Rough lessons stuck firmly, and he was actually building his own approach to dueling. What was more, Harry clearly enjoyed what they were doing. Perhaps there was something more than just James's looks and Quidditch skills in the boy. Looking around, Sirius took in the deserted floor. Considering how hard Molly pushed the other children, there was no reasonable chance of any of them being awake by now. Other than them, only Arthur lived at Grimmauld Place full-time, though it was just until Hogwarts started once again. Members of the Order only stayed in a guest room if they were too tired to apparate home, and if that were the case, then a place to sleep was likely the least of their worries. Not that he blamed any of them for keeping clear of the place when possible. Who in their right mind would want to stay in a dank house with severed house elf heads on the walls and a bitchy woman shouting curses every other 10 minutes into the halls? His eyes lingered on the stairs that led to the upper levels, and ultimately his bed, but ended up finding the hall that led down to the kitchen. A drink would be nice about now. He made his way to the kitchen and grabbed a butterbeer from the fridge, opening it on the counter and taking a long pull. It definitely wasn't Ogden's finest, but his duty to Harry kept him from making a lot of his more impulsive decisions these days. Like sneaking off into London for a bit of fun. The house could be dreadfully dull. "Leave be, Sirius. You owe it to James not to make a mess of this." Something had happened to Harry, he was sure of it, and it worried him. True, the accidental magic was gone, and on the surface it honestly looked as if everything was back to the way it was before, but if only it were that simple. It was never that simple. That kid, had Harry always shown this level of aptitude for magic? This sensitivity to it? In the few encounters they had together in the past, he hadn't ever hinted at something like this. Once again Sirius cursed his stint in Azkaban and all that came with it. Even though he was reunited with his godson, he still knew so little about the boy. More than once he'd gotten caught up with Harry in something, only to be knocked back to reality by remembering that this wasn't his best friend, back from the dead. And so it was his hope that this month would help them grow closer as a family. Lifting the bottle once more, he was surprised to find it empty. It was time to get to bed. He could figure out these things later. For now it was important to prepare Harry as best he could. It was good for them both, too. This time together. Groaning slightly, Sirius made his way to the door, tossing the bottle in the bin, which rustled a bit before giving a small, satisfied burp. It was halfway through August and Harry was becoming frustrated. His dueling was improving by great strides, especially in the later parts of the days, when spellwork was the main focus of the training. Recently, Kingsley and Tonks had been able to spend an entire day with him, which was a welcome change from Sirius and also Remus, who managed to come around a bit more often. The two Aurors dueled with a somewhat more refined form than the Marauders, who had fairly distinct personal styles themselves. They also gave him some rather interesting insights into the life of an Auror, though the majority of those explanations came from Kingsley, as he'd been an Auror for many years. Of course, no one could compare to Moody, but then again, no one wanted to. The grizzled man had been through far more life-threatening experiences than any sane person could ever dream of, many of which he regaled to Harry in the hours they'd spent together so far. Suffice it to say, the following days saw the Gryffindor jumping at his own shadow, wand at the ready. On a much more pleasant note, Tonks told him she was taking the whole last week and a half of August off. While this would effectively cut her personal vacation time to almost nothing for the rest of the year, she assured him that training with him and Sirius was some of the most fun she's had in a long time and wouldn't have it any other way. Harry knew there were certainly better ways to spend vacation time but appreciated it greatly. The cheerful metamorph was rapidly becoming a very close friend. Teacher or not, he would still be happy to have her there all day just for her company, even if she couldn't help but say things that had him blushing every now and then. There was no doubt she enjoyed it immensely. On the other hand, Ron had slipped into a rather moody demeanor, dipped in a mixture of jealousy and annoyance about Harry being able to use magic and getting special attention. It also didn't help his frustrations at being forced to clean a house that was, put bluntly, attempting to kill everyone. Hermione, of course, was much more level-headed about the whole thing. Rather predictably though, she was staying miles clear of the conflict, not willing to get in a spot where she'd need to make her opinion known, effectively choosing sides. The problem, and overall source of Harry's frustration, was that there seemed to be little he could do about the matter. He spent very little time outside of the basement these days, only surfacing for meals and breaks. They'd even set up one of the side rooms with a bed so he wouldn't keep passing out on the sofa. Ron and Hermione were constantly working on something, be it for Mrs. Weasley or not, and rarely did it work out that they all had free time together, apart from meals. He hadn't even been able to use the summer homework as an excuse because he'd already done all of it. Who ever imagined he'd live the day that he wished he had more homework? You know, you're really making some progress. I never would have thought we'd get this far when we started. Harry, who had just allowed himself to flop onto the nearby couch, just smiled slightly at the praise. He was honestly too tired to do much more after so much exercise. It's really too bad that James isn't around for this, Sirius continued after a bit, sadness crossing his eyes. I mean, apart from being able to train you, James was one of the finest duelists of our generation. At this, Harry pushed himself up somewhat so that he wasn't facing the ceiling. So I've heard, he responded with little inflection. A month ago he'd have been hanging on to Sirius's every word at the mere mention of his father. 600-some-odd stories later had seen the novelty considerably lessened. Sirius just laughed. I know I say it a lot, but James was a transfiguration prodigy. I couldn't touch the guy if I tried, and that was when we were just out of Hogwarts. Dueling was in his blood. I know you don't talk to your professors about your parents much, but ask McGonagall to tell you something good about your father. I'll bet you'd be surprised at how much she has to say. I stopped talking to them about my parents the moment I realized that they weren't telling me anything real, Harry said with a frown. At least it didn't feel like it. Things that sound like fairy tales are usually just that. I won't deny your parents had their ups and downs, separately and together, but I think you can at least take the one irrefutable piece of proof that something worked out right, said Sirius with a grin. Before he might have gotten impatient with Harry for even thinking of doubting his parents about anything, but Sirius knew him better now. His patience with the boy went a long way. "What's that?" Harry asked, baffled. "You." Harry's confusion slowly ebbed away, replaced by his own smile. "I guess you've got a point there." Suddenly his eyes went wide in mock horror. "Unless one of them enchanted the other." All right, we're moving on," interrupted Sirius, shaking his head. "Didn't you want to ask me something?" "Ah, right, I want to learn how to apparate. Can I do that?" Sirius scratched at the stubble on his chin. "Well, technically apparating isn't something you can get hit with underage magic laws for. It's still detectable by the Ministry in any place they can detect magic already, but it's not like those sensors actually pick up who did the magic." "Wait, so you're saying a license to apparate is just, what, a piece of paper?" asked Harry slowly. Receiving a nod he continued, "Then why is there an age limit on it?" "Because it's pretty damn dangerous when you do it wrong," Sirius said grimly. "People die from splinching every year, most young. Not many, but if you stay detached from something for too long your body will act like it actually got itself chopped up. Usually that means blood everywhere for something big." At Harry's grimace, Sirius continued, "Buck up, it's nothing to lose your head over." "That was awful," Harry replied, though he did crack a smile. "Anyway, is that a yes?" "I'll talk to the others about it, but I don't think it'll be an issue," nodded Sirius. "I suppose we can just do some stuff at the end of the day. Still, it's worth getting into, even if it's just an intro. In dueling and out, apparition is a huge part of a wizard's life. We can probably do a bunch of side-along apparition to get you familiar with it and speed things up, too. It's not that bad once you get used to it." At the look Harry was giving him he continued, "It just feels like you're being squeezed through a tube." "Nothing terrible." "If you say so," said Harry apprehensively. "Wizarding kind has yet to develop a sensible means of long-distance transportation if you ask me. They all land you on ass." Sirius just laughed. "That sounds more like a personal problem, Harry." "Aw, stuff it." "Morning, Harry," said Tonks with a smile, taking a seat opposite him at the kitchen table. Having been living at headquarters since the 20th, Tonks was the only person who routinely made sure that she arrived at the breakfast table at the same time Harry did, early as that was. With only a couple of days left until school started back up again, the house cleaning was actually almost complete. Seemingly finding her heart somewhere, Mrs. Weasley had been easing up on everyone lately, much to the children's relief. Not that she let them sleep in much anyway. "Good morning, Tonks," he said, digging into his meal as Mrs. Weasley led the other children into the room. Sirius brought up the rear, shaking his head at the zombie walk Ron was doing. "Morning everyone." There was a general mix of greetings in return as the crowd grabbed food and joined them. It didn't take long for people to start properly waking up. After a little while Tonks cleared her throat to get everyone's attention. "So, I was thinking we could take a trip into London today and have a little fun. Get out and about a bit. We've all been busy lately after all." "That sounds great," said Harry, liking the idea a lot. "You don't mind if we take the morning off, do you, Sirius?" He posed to his godfather. "We can get right into it this afternoon. That's when we do the really good stuff anyway." "Well, you've been working really damn hard lately, so I can't see why not," he said with a nod. "But we'll be working you to the bone until the day you go back. You've only got a few days left after all." "That's fine with me," he said at once. "I don't think that's wise," said Mrs. Weasley, looking between Tonks and Sirius disapprovingly. "It's not like anything has gotten safer lately, and Harry is still at risk." "I'd be perfectly safe with Tonks," said Harry. He'd been on the receiving end of her wand all month and had no illusions about her ability. "And besides he did a quick head count, there's 8 of us here, not counting Sirius," he added with an apologetic look. Sirius just shrugged. True, he couldn't get out and it drove him mad at times, but the amount of time he had been able to spend with his godson was more than able to make up for it. Right, and out of us all only Ron, Hermione, and Ginny wouldn't be able to do magic without complicating things if something actually happened. "I think 5 wands is a pretty good deal. Harry, it's not about who can or can't use magic, said Mrs. Weasley patiently, as if he were completely missing the point. It's simply too risky to go around on outings given what's happened lately. Just because you don't hear anything doesn't mean things aren't going on. Besides, I'm not interested in going out, though thank you for the offer. I'll be continuing on the house. She took a sip of her coffee. For that matter, I'm not giving my permission for any of you children to go, so you'll just have to think of something else to do. You'll be back at Hogwarts before you know it anyway. Don't you have homework you need to be finishing? Ron winced slightly. Well, we reserve the right as adults, drawled Fred, looking none too amused, to either accept the invitation or decline it, and while we thank you for the offer, Tonks. We're going to have to say maybe next time, finished George, who was also giving his mother a flat look. The twins had been arguing with Mrs. Weasley over their legality all summer. Suffice it to say, they were none too thrilled about the status quo. "'S'all right," said Tonks. "Come on, Mrs. Weasley, won't you change your mind?" asked Harry, looking at his friends for some support. Ron looked like he was still despairing at the thought of the work he hadn't completed yet, but Hermione and Ginny both just gave him weak shrugs. They knew a lost battle when they saw it. "I'm sorry, Harry, but that's my final decision." "All right," he said, getting up to put his plate in the sink. Looking over at the others he said, "I guess we'll have to wait until Hogsmeade to all go out for lunch or something together. Looks like it's just you and me then." Mrs. Weasley, who had been contentedly tucking back into her breakfast, pulled up short. "Harry," she said sternly, "I just said." "Molly," Sirius interrupted, "he's got permission from me. That's all he needs." "That's all of course it isn't," she returned in affront. "Just because you don't have a problem with taking needless risks doesn't mean he should. I won't allow it. Kids," Sirius gently placed his fork on the table. "Out, now." Needing no further invitation, everyone cleared the room in record time. The moment the door closed there was a burst of sound behind it. "Blimey," Ron said with wide eyes. His ear was still to the door. "They're really going at it. If you really want to be there when Mum comes looking for another target, be our guest," Fred told his youngest brother with a pointed look. "Let's go, George." Ron immediately stepped back from the door. "Right, well, homework yeah." Ginny shrugged before following him up the stairs with Hermione on her heels, though she did give Harry a glance over her shoulder before they were out of sight. Finally it was just them once more. "You sure that was wise?" said Tonks, as they made their way through the house to her room. Harry was already dressed for the day but Tonks was woefully lacking. "To push her like that. There's no way you didn't know that was going to happen." Harry just sighed. "Look, I like Mrs. Weasley a lot, but I don't think the way she treats Sirius is fair." "He's right too. She isn't my mother, so she can be a bit overbearing at times." "A bit," repeated Tonks, looking over her shoulder as if the fierce woman could possibly be listening in. "There's really no point arguing with her, she's too stubborn," Harry said, shaking his head. "I mean, it was bad enough when we were at that order meeting right after I woke up. I honestly thought she was going to curse Sirius when he told her to stop telling me what to do." "Well, to be fair, she was just trying to protect you," said Tonks reasonably. Harry just glared at her. "If that hasn't been the biggest failure on everybody's part, one don't know what is," he scowled. "Protecting me, like that's actually worked out ever. Even at Hogwarts. Especially at Hogwarts." "But I'm not, Tonks," he interrupted flatly, stopping her in the hall. "If there's one thing I hate more than anything, it's being treated like a child. Young, sure. Inexperienced, yeah, some naive kid who lives in a happy family bubble. No, I never got the chance to be one, so I don't like it when people act like I am one." Tonks just fell silent at this, looking at her feet. They entered her room, which was next to Sirius's. Harry quickly turned away as she pulled off her shirt while rummaging for a fresh one in a drawer, catching a flash of black lace and straps before his vision was taken up by the door. "Oi, don't you have any sense?" He watched the pair of pants she had been wearing fly past him, clearly thrown on purpose, which caused him to freeze up even more at what was happening at his back. The response only served to fuel the girl's laughter. "You're too nervous, Harry. You need more control around girls, or they'll tease you to death and toy with your heart till it's a floppy mess. I don't think this is helping much, he said tartly as a now freshly dressed Tonks walked back into view. Jeans and a blouse that went well with the brown her hair was shifting to as she moved. She made a show of tugging on her nose so it got longer and hooked only to push it back to normal with a finger. Well, you did follow me into my room, and I'm a bit shameless, so. Harry just rolled his eyes, following her out of the room while trying to ignore that she had a point, at least on the first part. Hey, if you feel bad about it, why don't you pay for both of us when we get lunch? Harry was unable to suppress a snort of amusement as he made a quick stop in the room he had been staying in earlier in the month to grab his wizarding wallet. Nifty little thing with space for both worlds of currency, magically extended of course. You're not broke, Tonks, he said as he returned. Compared to you I don't even register as having any money, and ours get paid pretty well, she said flatly. Anyone brought up remotely near the pureblood families knows who has money. The Potters were definitely on that list, however high or low. If I didn't know any better I'd think you were just trying to turn this into some kind of date, said Harry with a smirk, satisfied for once to be on the attacking side of the teasing. The boy who lived captures another heart. Tonks paled and clapped a hand over his mouth, looking around rapidly. Are you mad? Don't say things like that in here. What if Molly heard? She whispered, shuddering at the thought. She wouldn't hesitate to throw me out on the street like some trollop. They found Hermione standing near the front door waiting for them. She looked considerably put out. I'm sorry I can't come, she said at once. I wish I could. This place can be stifling sometimes, and not just because of a lack of things to do. Why don't you come anyway? Asked Harry. I'll take the blame if you want. Mrs. Weasley is the one who is looking after me while I'm here, so I'll listen to her, said Hermione with a shrug. You should watch how you act around her though. I doubt she appreciated being put in that situation. Honestly, Harry, you've been so rebellious lately. Rebellious, right, he said sarcastically. Hermione just grinned in amusement. So where were you planning on going? No idea at the moment, said Tonks. I wanted to window shop a bit and we'll get lunch before we come back. Up to Harry really. Well, you two have a good time, she said, moving off. I'm going to check over my summer work a bit and probably end up in the library. There are so many books there that I doubt Hogwarts has. Just be careful, okay? That whole place is like the restricted section all over again, said Harry as Tonks pulled him outside. Harry watched the house melt out of sight behind them before returning his focus to the road, which was conveniently deserted like usual. A spell of some sort, no doubt. It was still a bit odd how close they were to everything here. Staying within walking distance of the Ministry of Magic was something he hadn't gotten used to yet. They walked down the street for a bit before pulling into an alleyway. They apparated to the Leaky Cauldron, and left the building to head into Muggle London. So was there anything in particular you've ever wanted to do in London that you've never done before? No, not really, said Harry evasively, not really wanting to detail the things he'd never done. Could we just walk around a bit? Sure, that's fine. They made their way down a fairly peaceful street. It was the middle of a Monday morning, so it made sense that it wasn't crowded. Practically everyone would be at work and the shops would be largely empty with the exception of early rising tourists. They spent most of the morning just walking aimlessly around. Harry hadn't ever seen much of London, all of what he had seen having been through a car window on his way back from King's Cross. Well, and that one time in the flying car as well, though he had been more focused on praying they would live rather than taking in the scenery. Still, he was relishing in being away from the house for a change, going around like this and just taking in the sights. After Harry pointed out the 10th interestingly shaped building, Tonks just looked at him in amusement. You don't get out much, do you, Harry? I've been to the zoo once, he said defensively. Tonks just rolled her eyes. Harry, everyone's been to the zoo, she said, causing Harry to shrug. Oh, look at this place, said Tonks suddenly, pressing her nose to a shop window that had clothing on display. Let's go in here. After you, Nim. Harry, how many times do I have to tell you, I hate my first name? As the summer had worn on, Despite Tonks's initial, "What's my name?" lesson, he had found it harder and harder to keep calling her Tonks and not some form of her first name. Usually he caught himself, but sometimes he slipped. Now though, standing out in the warm London air, he felt like arguing back. "It's like I don't know you or something, saying your last name all the time." He looked back into the girl's half-aggravated, half-exasperated expression. "Look, I just don't like calling my friends by their last names." Hagrid. "Oh come on, everybody calls him that. Even Dumbledore, and you know how he is with names." "Harry, it's not like I'm calling you by your full name," Harry defended himself. "You don't like Nymphadora, fine, and honestly Dora makes you sound old. But Nim's cool, plus I like calling you Nim." "What about what I like?" said Tonks dryly. "I think that you've come to hate any form of your first name because you never had someone you liked enough to care call you by it." "And what exactly is that supposed to mean?" "It means that because it's me it shouldn't bother you the way it does with other people. Obviously," he added cheekily. Tonks rolled her eyes and sighed defeatedly. Fine, you get a 1-day free pass. Just 1 day. Tell anyone and you die." "Not a soul," he said cheerily, flashing her a winning smile. "Let's get moving already." It was several hours later that the pair began heading back to the Leaky Cauldron for lunch. The experience of clothing shopping with a metamorph wasn't something he'd soon forget. "So do you live around here?" asked Harry, as Tonks took the lead again. If it were him they'd never find their way back. "You seem to know the area pretty well." "I don't live particularly close to exactly here, but I am renting a nice apartment in a Muggle building in the city," she said with a nod. "It's not nearly as expensive as it is to live in a place like Diagon Alley or somewhere similar. Especially when I could just apparate there. Before this summer, I used to spend a lot of my spare time wandering through the streets like this." "I'll bet it also helps knowing you can be home whenever you want," mused Harry. "Definitely. I don't envy Muggles at all when it comes to transportation. So slow." Lunch at the Leaky Cauldron easily gave way to a slow walk through the alley. Pleased to be back one more time before school began, Harry immediately led them to Creature Comforts, wanting to check up on that bizarre group of snakes. "The Master," said the snake that noticed him first. Harry couldn't help but grin as a number of the others echoed the first in the same drawn-out voices. Any of the wild snakes that he'd become acquainted with from the Forbidden Forest would probably kill the entire lot just to save face for all snake kind. Of course, his visits hadn't exactly helped them at all. "I return, my children," he said to them softly, making Tonks' eyes widen, though he was unsure if it was because of actually seeing a person speaking Parseltongue for the first time or the distinctly nefarious look he had adopted. "SSS's speak. What ISSS the SS state of our family?" "Harry, is there any reason you're looking like that in particular?" asked Tonks. "Like what?" he asked, turning to her as the snakes argued over who should address him for the group. "Oh, you know, the whole Dark Lord Potter thing that I joked about at some point that I'm now wondering if I might have actually been onto something. Master, the fat one. He has taken another of our brother SSS. That ISSS unfortunate," said Harry, actually meaning it. "All they had was each other in the end. We must kill him. Yes, kill the fat one." "SS's silence," Harry snapped, making them all flinch slightly. "Kill the fat one and another will come to kill you all. The fat one would not dare risk angering me by harming you. Do not fear. One day you will all be reunited in a place far beyond this. This I promise you." "Master," they all chorused. Mind filling me in?" asked Tonks as he straightened, waving at the snakes. Those that were still paying attention returned the wave with their tails, making Harry grin. Tonks, whose face was a mix of expressions, eventually settled for giving him an accusatory look. "You're up to no good, aren't you?" "Geez, stretching out all those words like that makes my tongue hurt," he muttered. To Tonks he said, "Apparently the fat one, as they call him, has been in to buy another snake. He's just a wizard that really likes pet snakes, but somehow this lot is convinced that he's doing something awful and they've made him their very own archenemy. They've been wanting to kill him, but I'm making sure they won't try. You know, I didn't really take it too seriously before, but one day you just swooped in and took control of a group of snakes that now pretty much worship you and will follow your every command. Maybe. Tonks gave a loud cough that sounded awfully close to Dark Lord, but he just ignored her. Hey, these guys don't have much of a life here, so I thought I'd give them something to do. Besides, it's not like they can be released or anything. Any regular snake would kill them just because of how embarrassing they are. Tonks just shook her head at how ridiculous it all was. Anyway, was there anything else you wanted to do before I make you buy me ice cream again? It was late. The house was quiet as most everyone had already gone to sleep. The few that were still awake stuck to the kitchen as usual, chatting occasionally between bouts of silence. It had been an extremely long last day of August. Unlike his friends, Harry was still awake, currently walking through the various rooms that Mrs. Weasley and company had gone to great lengths to clean out. He had to admit, the house almost looked normal, which was a far cry from how it looked and felt over a month ago. As if the house itself was dark. Then again, considering everything Sirius had told him about the Blacks and their home, he wouldn't be surprised if it actually was. Harry twitched suddenly, spinning about with his wand out. Who's there? He said immediately, his voice swallowed up by the empty halls. Predictably there was no response. Damn Moody putting him on edge so much. He raised his wand above his head with a muttered Lumos, filling the hall with a soft light. No one there. Again Harry spun on the spot, now facing deeper into the house. It was so soft, as if muffled by a dozen blankets in a room far away. Shadows danced across his vision as his hand moved from side to side. Wand still held aloft, Harry walked slowly down the hall, poking his head into each room that he passed, passing the light across the walls. Something was tugging at him. He couldn't properly describe it even if he wanted to. He stopped just outside the last room in the hallway. Looking around, he could see a dark glass cabinet at the back of the room, filled with trinkets that the group had either been unable to get or decided weren't worth the effort. Otherwise the room was empty, just like the others. But the feeling. A sudden crash made him jump a foot in the air. In his inattention he nudged a small porcelain vase off balance right next to the door, causing it to break when it hit the floor. Cursing, Harry repaired the thing with his wand before looking around the room once more. The feeling was still there, but he had no idea what could be causing it. He certainly didn't see anything odd. Damn house, he grumbled with a yawn. All the stories Ginny had been telling them were finally getting to him, it seemed. Slowly he made his way back down the hall to the staircase, heading to his bed below. Tonks and Sirius had worked him to the point of exhaustion that day. The fact that he was being stupid like this only showed how tired he actually was. Tomorrow started his 5th year at Hogwarts, which would no doubt come with even more problems than his previous years, if the past was anything to go by. But he'd deal with that tomorrow. Now it was time for bed. All things considered, it was a wonder that Harry was able to sleep in a little on the first of the month. He woke to the sound of heavy thumping on the floors above, mixed with what sounded like muffled screaming. The wards were designed more with the idea of keeping noise in as opposed to keeping it out. Suddenly remembering how Mrs. Weasley got every time they were going to head to King's Cross, Harry sat bolt upright, thinking about his packing, before remembering he could actually relax. His trunk was sitting on the floor, opened with a handful of things inside neatly. He had technically been ready to go for days. Pulling out his clothing for the day, he dressed and got ready. They still had plenty of time, but knowing the Weasleys they would only just make it. He wondered how they were getting to the station. No one had bothered to tell him. Maybe cars. Shrinking his trunk to the size of a canoe and sticking it in a pocket, Harry made his way out of the basement and into a wall of noise. You absolute idiots. What if she'd broken her neck? Disgusting half-breeds. Swine. Not fit to lick the dirt from. Hey, Sirius, he said with a wave. Your mum is in rare form today. His godfather turned around looking more harassed than anything. Oh, Harry, I forgot that you weren't upstairs with the others getting ready, he said, glancing back at where all the shouting was coming from. I've told them a million times to take it easy over there, but it's like talking to a wall. You'd think after a decade of sending children to Hogwarts they'd have it down by now. "Welcome to the Weasleys Go to Hogwarts," said Harry in amusement. "You're not going to help them shut her up," he added, referring to Sirius, "Mother." "No, I'll let Molly field this one," he replied, turning his focus back to his godson. "How are you in terms of being packed? Please tell me you didn't just wake up." "Well, yeah, but I've been packed for ages, so I figured I would try to sleep in for a bit," he explained, unable to hold back a small yawn. "I didn't get to bed until late. Anyway, I'm going to grab some breakfast now." "All right," said Sirius with a nod. "Just be quick about it. The sooner you lot leave the quicker I'll be able to get some peace." Right. Harry walked down into the kitchen where some of the noise was deadened, but the screams of Mrs. Weasley and Mrs. Black could still be heard dimly. It was a discordant blend of reprimanding and bigotry. What exactly could the twins have done this time? The last time Mrs. Weasley was this livid they had, accidentally, knocked Ron into a dresser which didn't want to let him go. It took the combined effort of Mrs. Weasley, Remus, and Sirius to safely free him in the end. Of course Harry didn't find out about it until later. At the time he was getting his life cut shorter by Moody. The kitchen was empty, thankfully. He went over to the fridge and opened it to grab out some leftovers from dinner the night before, poking the dish with his wand to heat it up. He was usually loath to do any meal like this, but he didn't have the time to be fussy today. It was 10 minutes later that the kitchen door burst open, and Mrs. Weasley poked her head in. She looked exhausted. "Harry, what are you doing in here?" she said sharply. "We need to be moving, not relaxing, and where are your things?" "I didn't see them with the others." "I've got all of my stuff with me," he said, patting his pocket. "I'll be out soon. Is everything all right?" Yes, just hurry up, dear," she said distractedly, now moving on to the next item on her list. Harry just shook his head and put the empty dishes in the sink, following her out of the kitchen and back into the thick of it. Hedwig suddenly flew over to him and landed on his shoulder. "Hello, girl, I haven't seen much of you this past month, have I?" he said, stroking her feathers affectionately. "Hermione's been keeping you busy." Hedwig hooted softly and nudged her head against his, returning the gesture. Hermione had been using Hedwig to send letters back and forth with her parents. "There you are, Harry," said Hermione, running over to him. "We were wondering where you got off to." She was holding a squirming Crookshanks who looked guilty. Knowing him, he probably was. "Morning, Hermione," said Harry. "Hedwig, why don't you fly to Hogwarts? You'd certainly enjoy that more than a cage in a compartment. Honestly don't know where that cage went anyway." Hedwig hooted her assent, though it carried a tone of, "About time," and she took off from his shoulder to a different part of the house. Turning back to Hermione he asked, "What happened earlier?" "Mrs. Weasley was really into it. I could hear her all the way in the basement." "Oh, Fred and George bewitched their trunks to fly downstairs so they wouldn't have to carry them, but they crashed into Ginny and knocked her down the stairs," explained the bushy-haired girl. "Brilliant," was his sarcastic reply. "She's all right, though," added Hermione. "Mrs. Weasley patched her up good as new. She should really get a job as a healer, with all the practice she's had." "Yeah, no kidding. So how are we getting to King's Cross?" asked Harry. "Do you know?" "Walking," said Ginny, who had just walked out of an adjacent room. She was rubbing her head, but altogether looked okay. "Mum's been going spare because we can't leave without a full guard according to Moody. She thinks we're going to miss the train as usual. I think Moody's waiting for Sturgis." "We're going to the train with a full guard?" asked Harry, surprised. "It's not us they're guarding, Harry," Hermione said pointedly. "I thought Voldemort was supposed to be laying low. Did they really expect him attack me in the middle of the morning? Disguise himself as a muggle on his way to the office?" he said incredulously. "They're just being careful. They're just being paranoid," was the irritable retort. He still hadn't fully gotten past the fact that the weird feeling he had been getting while staying at the Dursleys had actually been Order members following him around wherever he went. Not to mention the hush-hush about the weapon Voldemort was after, whatever the hell that was. Just a little peek at something else that was being kept from him for his protection. Apparently his safety was important enough to warrant driving him up the bloody wall. Sirius walked back into the room and looked at the kids in amusement. "Hate to break this up, but it's time to go," he said, grinning at the pair. As Hermione and Ginny left to join the others, Sirius held Harry back, pulling his godson into a tight hug before stepping back and looking him up and down. "Harry, you've really grown since you got here a month ago," he said seriously. "You have an incredible amount of potential and don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. Watching you all these days, I just know it. Make sure you keep up your training at least every other day. A little training every day would be better, but I know all year is intense. Just do what you can, particularly in the spellwork division. Don't worry, I've already got a lot planned out," Harry assured him, quite eager to get to work. "Well, don't go too hard," Sirius said quickly. "Find a good balance and stick to it. Plus, it's not like you're going to be sent off into war or anything. We just want you to be able to fight back well. Do your best, and stay confident. I'm sure you'll find a good place to use for practice, too. If you need anything, you've got the mirror handy." Harry grinned at the thought. The mirror that Sirius had slipped him on his birthday would certainly be useful. He hated to think of not being able to talk with Sirius during the school year. Writing letters was just far too dangerous. This would help keep Hedwig a bit safer and not force him to censure what he wrote. "Thanks for training me, Sirius," he said, really truly meaning it. It was wonderful to have his support all summer. Sirius and Tonks, not to mention Remus, Kingsley, and Moody Shudder, had all done their best given the time they had. He wasn't about to let them down. And not just for the training. "I'm really glad we got to spend time together. Best summer I've ever had in my life." "That's great," he said with a smile. "Now get out of here and stay safe." "All right, I'll talk to you later." The walk to King's Cross took about 20 minutes and was, as Harry expected, completely and utterly uneventful. Following closely behind Tonks, who was currently looking like an old woman, he chatted with Hermione about their upcoming school work, much to Ron's dismay. He took refuge next to Fred and George, who were thankfully talking about Quidditch. Ron had done a lot of cooling down as the summer came to a close, though Harry wasn't sure if it was just because he was finally doing his schoolwork or if he was actually getting over his problems, whatever they had really been in the end. Hopefully the latter. Arriving at the bustling station, the group made their way to the barrier and casually slipped in one at a time under the oblivious gazes of the nearby Muggles. The Hogwarts Express stood there in all its glory like it did every year. As the others said their farewells, Harry pulled Tonks off to the side and out of sight, where she shifted back into her young self, though her hair went to a normal blondish instead of a pure marker color. "What's up, Harry?" Tonks's voice raised an octave as Harry wrapped his arms around her and hugged her tightly, his own face red with embarrassment. He tried to put everything he couldn't say into that one hug. They stood there for a few seconds in silence, and Tonks placed her arms around his back, instead of stiff to her sides like planks of wood. A moment later they broke apart. "Thanks for everything this summer, Nim. Training, advice, shopping, whatever. It's crazy it's only been a month. Feels like I've known you for years, to be honest." "Thanks, Harry, I don't really know what to say," said Tonks softly. The train gave a whistle. She cleared her throat quickly. "Now, kip off, and I'll see you soon, yeah. Maybe I'll even come visit you on a Hogsmeade weekend." "I'd like that. Take care of yourself." Harry walked back to the group, saying goodbye to the adults and getting a crushing hug from Mrs. Weasley. Tonks watched as Moody gave him a few extra words of advice. Her body was still tingly with a sort of shock. Harry didn't do much physical contact, even with someone close like Hermione. Her own response was just as unplanned. The suggestion at visiting him had been one purely of impulse, but the more she thought about it, the more she liked the idea. There was no denying she enjoyed being around him, so why not? Tonks leaned against the wall, unable to keep a grin off of her face, holding her elbows contentedly. Maybe she didn't mind it so much when he called her Nim. "So where's our compartment?" said Harry as they finally got onto the train. Hermione looked awkwardly from him to Ron. "At the end, but Harry, have you forgotten? Prefects are supposed to meet in the prefect carriage at the beginning of the ride to meet the new head boy and girl, as well as get our orientation," she explained with a frown. Ah, I did forget. Sorry, Ron, he said, feeling bad for his absent-mindedness. Don't worry about it, I'll see you two later, he said, waving it away and heading to the back of the train. Ginny gave them a shrug and followed him. Come on, Harry, we're new prefects so we need to be responsible. All right, but I'll be needing that arm before long, he said, resigning himself to be dragged off at a fast pace to the prefect's carriage at the front of the train. The carriage looked just like all the others, only it had less compartments and each one was magically expanded into a decent-sized room. Seeing a bunch of students already in the first one, Harry and Hermione entered, finding a place along the edge of the room. The prefects all made a large circle. Harry saw a number of students who he knew by face but not by name. Hopefully he wouldn't have to remember too many new names. Hermione gave him a small nudge and flicked her eyes to the door. Copying her, Harry blinked at the newest arrival, Cho Chang. Had she always been a prefect? In all honesty, he didn't remember looking anywhere but at her face before. Now, however, he could see the prefect badge pinned on her shirt right over her heart. With a lurch, the train started moving. Harry looked out the window as the train pulled out of the magically concealed station. More people trickled into the room, including one Alicia Spinnet. Harry blinked at her in surprise as she gave him a cheerful wave. Waving back, he whispered to Hermione, "How long has Alicia been a prefect?" "Since her 5th year. Wait, you seriously didn't know?" Hermione just regarded him with something akin to wonder. "Geez, Harry, I used to think that kind of lack of awareness could only be reached by Ron. I never paid attention to prefects before, and she never wore the thing during practice," he defended himself. "Ever." "Oh, damn," Hermione cursed under her breath suddenly. The last prefects had just entered the room. Certainly two disasters waiting to happen. Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson. "All right, I think that's everyone," said a voice from the other side of the room. The circle parted slightly, and two more students joined the ring, a boy and a girl. Harry recognized the boy instantly as Roger Davies, while the girl was just vaguely familiar. "Welcome back for another year of prefect duties to the 6th and 7th years, and welcome new prefects to the 5th years. Congratulations on earning your position." There was a light applause for the 5th years. Harry had to suppress a groan. He was being reminded of Percy more and more. "Now, to get things started, I'm Roger Davies, Ravenclaw, and I have been appointed head boy. And this is Heidi McAvoy," said the girl beside him. She had a round face framed by curly black hair and brown eyes. "I'm from Hufflepuff, and I've been appointed to head girl. Now, to introduce the new prefects to the rest of you," said Roger, pulling out a roll of parchment. From Gryffindor, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. From Hufflepuff, Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott. From Ravenclaw, Anthony Goldstein and Padma Patil. And finally from Slytherin, Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson. "Again, welcome." Roger was speaking in a very plain voice that suggested this was well rehearsed. Fortunately his counterpart took over. "New or not, I'll explain your duties and your powers as prefects," said Heidi. "First of all, prefects are meant to be role models and general enforcers of the school rules within the houses and castle. If you mistreat your authority, then the position can be taken away from you. Your heads of house all retain the power to demote you at any time, so do your best not to break any rules. Also, Roger and I can report prefects who are not doing their duties properly. If this happens too many times, you will be demoted." She softened a bit, the edge coming out of her voice. "Really, it's not a hard job, and many of the students look up to you not only for guidance and advice, but sometimes for security and comfort. Anyone abusing that relationship will not last here." She spoke those last 4 words very slowly. Harry blinked, somewhat taken aback by the steel in her voice. He glanced at Hermione, who looked like she had finally found her hero. Harry just looked back at the head girl, smiling slightly. "Anyway, here are the basic things you new prefects need to know before you go and do something stupid," she continued, now in a conversational tone. "Prefects are only allowed to dock points from their own house. However, you can assign single-day detentions with filch when proper to a student from any house. If you abuse your power, we will know, and you will be dealt with." Fifth-year prefects are also required, as you know, to guide your new house's first years to your house common room. Be sure to be very clear when telling them about parts of the castle so they don't get as lost as they might without your help on the first day. They will get it eventually, just try not to confuse them. Okay, Roger, tell them about patrols. Right, I'll keep this brief. Prefects patrol the corridors at night after curfew to keep students from getting into mischief, as we all know that a good number of them like nighttime strolls. You will be doing them in pairs. Also, every night of the week 1 or 2 of the professors will be patrolling as well. Cooperate with them and don't cause trouble yourself. Now, last but not least, the Hogwarts Express has 6 carriages not including this one, and there are 24 of you. The trip to Hogwarts is about 8.5 hours. Do a little math, add the about half hour we take here, and that means one of you patrols a single carriage for 2 hours apiece. Keep the peace, and help anyone who's having a problem. If something really bad happens, come report to us here. The train patrol schedule is behind me on the wall, so check it out before you leave. He paused and looked around. That's it, if any of you have questions for me or Heidi, just talk to us whenever. The group slowly started to mingle. Harry had to grab Hermione's arm to prevent her from running over and gushing at Heidi. Relax, we can meet her in a few minutes, he said with a grin, pulling her back by the wall next to him. Plus, we're gonna get company really soon. Sure enough, Malfoy and Parkinson sauntered over, Mr. and Mrs. Sneer. Draco, Pansy, congratulations, said Harry as they got close. I'd say the same to you, Scarhead, but I'm still trying to figure out why you're here, said Malfoy, somewhat wary from Harry's greeting. Something he had discovered about Malfoy was that you could never really give him the first word. Without it, he tended to stall out for a bit before becoming absolutely unbearable, though he never failed to disappoint on that front. Harry was completely relaxed, leaning against the wall. The taunt was positively gentile compared to what normally came out of Malfoy's mouth. Harry just shrugged. Hey, you'll have to ask McGonagall, because I sure don't, he said. Do either of you have any idea how many rules I've broken? I'm not even talking about the small ones. Harry started ticking off fingers. Disobeyed direct orders from professors multiple times, been out of bounds, restricted section of the library, gone into the Forbidden Forest, attacked a professor. He just sighed and shrugged, clapping his hands together. And that was just my first year, too. Anyway, let's do our best, right? He took Hermione's hand and pulled her off to meet Heidi, leaving a very stunned pair of prefects behind him. Harry, I can't believe you just did that, whispered Hermione fiercely, her grip on his hand quite tight. You could lose your position. Harry just shrugged again. Yeah, well, it kept them from being absolute wankers, didn't it? Harry, language, chastised Hermione. Hello, Heidi, said Harry, causing Hermione to jump to attention at once. Heidi was watching them in interest. Harry Potter, it's nice to meet you, she said, shaking his hand with a smile. And you as well, Hermione Granger, your reputation precedes you. My, does it, she said, blushing at the apparent praise. Heidi nodded. Professor Flitwick is my favorite professor, and every now and then I still catch him grumbling that you aren't in his house, 4 years after the fact. Hermione's blush just deepened while Harry laughed in amusement. You're not exactly what I thought the head girl would be like, he said. What were you expecting? She asked. Another Percy Weasley, to be honest. It's fine. Roger will help out where he can, I'm sure, he said quietly. Heidi's eyes widened, and she burst out laughing, albeit in a very professional way. Don't say that, she said quietly, looking around at the others who were near them. You'll bruise his ego. I think he's still recovering from being dumped by that Fleur girl after the Yule Ball last year. He's very concerned with being cool. Cool, right, he said, raising his eyebrows. Roger never quite had the popularity that Cedric acquired for himself, but he certainly had the looks. Anyway, what's it like being head girl? At this, Heidi brightened. I'll admit it's a lot more work than it looks, but the perks are well worth it, she said happily. I like the responsibility I have, even though it's a little nerve-wracking. Plus, the position comes with a lot of weight on a resume after I graduate. Well, For a nervous person, you're handling yourself really well, said Harry. I didn't even notice. Suddenly a packet was pressed into his hands. Harry, you're in carriage 4 right now, said Hermione, cutting off whatever Heidi was about to say. Already? What about you? When are you on? I'm in carriage 5 right now as well, she said. Turning to Heidi she continued, it was wonderful to meet you, and congratulations on making head girl. I've already gone over the manual earlier in the summer and I have a lot of suggestions I think will make things easier for everyone. Anyway, I'll talk to you again soon, I'm sure. She turned on her heel and walked out of the room. So it begins. She'll rapidly become a legend, to be sure, Harry said tiredly, making Heidi laugh again. Right then, I'll get moving. See you around, Heidi. She gave him a little wave and moved off to talk to some of the other new prefects. Looking around, Harry saw the other girl he wanted to give a quick hello to. Alicia, have a good summer. Yeah, it was relaxing, she said with a nod. Congrats on making prefect, Harry. Alicia was the quieter of the 3 chasers he had gotten so used to flying with over the past 4 years. Harry couldn't help but feel it was a little odd to see her without the other 2. I feel like I should apologize because I never knew you were a prefect, but we're on the same team, he said in embarrassment, causing Alicia to laugh. You'll find that I'm infamous for forgetting to wear my badge, she chuckled, rubbing the back of her head. So, honestly I'm not surprised. McGonagall is always scolding me for it. Like, always. Half my year still forgets at times. Don't you have a patrol right now? Yeah, I just wanted to say hi. See you later. Bye, Harry. He made his way to the door but was intercepted one last time. Cho was partly blocking the door, biting her bottom lip slightly. She looked quite nervous. Harry, she shifted uncomfortably. When you're done with your shift, can I talk to you in private? Cho looked at him almost desperately. Please. Sure, Cho, where are you sitting? Said Harry automatically. He had a feeling he knew what this must be about, but there was no way he could just refuse someone who looked like that. Especially when she was beautiful on top of it. And biting her lip like that. Second carriage, near the middle. I'll see you after your shift. Mine isn't until the 3rd one. All right, I'll see you later, he said. He quickly exited the room before anyone else could approach him. He needed to get moving. Harry sighed as he walked into the next carriage of the train. Not 5 minutes after leaving the prefects, Carriage and Hermione had already begun scolding some 3rd years for being improper. It didn't look like she'd be done any time soon, so he kept going until he reached the carriage that he was supposed to be keeping an eye on for the next 2 hours. Brilliant, he'd only been on the job for 7 seconds and it was everything he'd ever dreamed. Damn boring. Honestly, what was McGonagall thinking? As he closed the connecting door to the previous carriage, a door right next to him opened up and out stepped a Slytherin from his year, Daphne Greengrass. He watched her as she checked to make sure everything was fine in the bathroom over her shoulder and walked straight into him. Not expecting her to actually walk into him headlong, Harry quickly grabbed her before she fell back. Ah, sorry Potter, she said in surprise, tensing slightly. Harry quickly let go and took a step back. You all right? He asked at once, mentally sighing at her immediate change in attitude the moment she saw him. Well, what did he honestly expect? Slytherins had such a bad opinion of him publicly he couldn't imagine what they might have come up with behind closed doors. And this was the result. Watch out, it's Potter. Fine, she said stiffly, fixing her shirt unnecessarily. Had a good summer. What are you doing in this carriage? She asked, as if he hadn't said anything. He watched as her eyes darted down the hall, checking to see if they had been noticed. It's mostly Slytherin students in this one. Barring the possibility that I'm just passing through to get to the next one, he began dryly, making Daphne's near accusation seem a little silly. I'm actually here for prefect nonsense. Harry tapped the prefect badge on his robes, which she hadn't noticed until just then. Of course they'd make you a prefect, she said absently, shaking her head. Harry just shrugged. Could say the same for Malfoy, he returned pointedly. Anyway, doesn't matter who's in this carriage. If someone needs me for anything, I'll be right here. I see. They watched each other silently for another second before Daphne turned and walked away, stopping halfway down the carriage and opening a compartment door. She glanced back at him before entering and sliding the door shut behind herself. Bet she's great at parties, he grumbled, leaning against the wall. Bet what? Hermione had arrived at that moment looking oddly refreshed. Nothing. What happened to you? He asked curiously. There was a third year who was being quite rude to some of the new students, she said disapprovingly. I gave him a lecture on proper behavior. I wonder if McGonagall knows that she's unleashed a monster, Harry muttered with a grin, though loud enough for her to hear. Did you say something, Harry? She asked dangerously, narrowing her eyes at him. No, of course not, he said quickly. I've got to do something when our shift is over, but after that I'll see you back at the compartment. That's fine, she replied, clearly curious but not asking. Ah, Scarhead and the Mudblood. Don't tell me one of you is looking after this carriage, came an all too familiar voice from behind them. They turned to find Malfoy and Parkinson entering the carriage, looking just as smug as before. Harry's hand twitched slightly. He hated that word, hated it. Leave it, Harry, said Hermione, ignoring him. Yes, leave it, Harry, mimicked Pansy, walking past them with a smirk. Where's Weasley? Granger had a lover's spat. Now it was Hermione's turn to glare. Harry, however, had his eyes locked on Malfoy, who just continued over the barbs now being tossed between the girls. You should watch where you walk this year, Potter. It won't be like before, when you could hide behind Dumbledore whenever something bad happened. Even he can't keep everyone safe. He moved closer, speaking in a lower voice. I'd hate to think how people would take it if something happened to the boy who lived. Big man now, aren't you, Malfoy, now that Daddy's master is back? He retorted in an equally low voice. Malfoy sneered and took a step back. Pansy, stop bickering with the Mudblood and let's go. Almost reflexively, Hermione's hand was gripping Harry's right arm, preventing it from rising with a wand at the ready. The two Slytherins walked off, entering compartments halfway down the hall. It was a minute before Harry could control his voice. Why'd you stop me? He demanded. I was in control. Were you? She asked, nodding at the windows opposite the compartments. One of them had a spiderweb of cracks in it. Cheap glass, Harry grumbled as Hermione fixed it with a light tap of her wand and incantation. It's not worth it, Harry, she said calmly, looking back at him. I won't let people talk to you like that, he said angrily, slamming his fist into wall with a thump. Harry, Hermione broke off for a second before starting again. Harmful words are only harmful when they come from people you care about. When Malfoy says it, it's nothing more than a string of letters filled with poisonous air. Hermione, I said I won't let people talk to you like that, he repeated forcefully. You don't deserve it, even from toe rags like Malfoy. I swear next person I hear it from is getting cursed. Hermione sighed, but not without a small smile on her face. Okay, just watch yourself in this carriage, she said, finally letting go of his arm. You're in a den of snakes, and not the kind you can control. Witty, I'll be fine, you get to your patrol, he replied, motioning to the door at the other end of the carriage. His anger had passed and he was now giving the girl an amused look. You realize you're probably 15 minutes late now, right? He couldn't help but chuckle as Hermione dashed off while scolding herself for being so absent-minded. With the exception of Malfoy, Harry's patrol was completely uneventful. A couple of Slytherin students eyed him warily as they passed by, and he directed a pair of first-year girls to the bathroom with a smile, but other than that nothing happened. The Slytherins mainly kept to their compartments with him out there. He made his way to the opposite end of the corridor every 20 minutes to change things up, but that was the most exercise he got. Eventually a sixth-year Hufflepuff prefect came to take his place, and he started making his way to the second carriage. Once he got near the middle, he began knocking on doors to try to find Cho. On his third try he found her sitting with her friend Marietta. Hey, Cho, you wanted to talk to me, said Harry, glancing at her friend. Cho just said something softly to her, at which she left immediately, closing the door behind her. What's wrong? I need help, Harry, she said, looking up at him through bright eyes. Alarmed, Harry moved closer. Hey, Cho, it's all right, Don't be upset, he said, feeling slightly panicky. He sat down next to her. Why was it that he could deal with Tonks, who he found more than a little attractive, with at least some semblance of smoothness, yet the moment Cho came into the picture he got really nervous. Cho just rested her forehead on his shoulder. I thought I was managing it all right after the summer was done, but the moment I saw you it all came back. She sniffed slightly. It's hard to accept that he's gone. I'm trying, but... Harry awkwardly patted her head a bit. Cho, you've got to get a hold of yourself. Nothing's going to get better if you're like this. Harry did his best to keep his voice steady. It wasn't every day that your school crush just sort of threw herself on you in despair. I'm sorry, I'm being insensitive, she said after a second. She sat up straight and wiped her eyes. I know I was dating him, but you... Yeah, said Harry, feeling miserable. He was afraid something like this would happen. I was a wreck for a while, too. I've had nightmares. He broke off, trying not to think about it. More importantly though, I had a lot of help to get me past it, and now I'm doing a lot better. I really liked him a lot, she said softly, looking out the window. She looked so forlorn. Cho, he said, voice just as soft. Cedric was a great guy, no doubt about it, but you know he wouldn't have wanted you to be like this. He would have told you to keep trying to live happily, keep looking at tomorrow. We can't let the people we've lost control our lives like that, you know. Yeah, because coming from him, if that wasn't so disgustingly ironic he didn't know what was. Did he say anything about me? She asked, almost hopefully. Before he died. What could he say? It wasn't like he could lie to her. Well, he could, but he wasn't that kind of a person. I'm sorry. No, said Harry solemnly. We were ambushed, and he was hit with the killing curse before we knew what was going on. I still can't believe that I made it out of there alive. Cho said nothing, staring at the floor in a sort of trance while Harry waited, unwilling to disturb whatever she was thinking about. Eventually she let out a long breath, making quick swipes at her eyes. Now looking back up, she put her arms around his neck and gave him a tight hug. Thanks for coming to talk to me, it really means a lot. If you can make it, so can I. You can. Talk to me anytime, he said with a smile, getting up and sliding the door open. I'll see you later. It didn't take him long to find Ron and Hermione. They were in the very last carriage along with Neville and Ginny, as well as a girl he didn't know with waist-length dirty blonde hair and her wand stuck behind her ear. She also had a necklace of what looked like butterbeer caps that were strung together. They all looked up as he slid the door open. Harry, there you are, said Hermione, looking relieved. I was afraid something happened to you. You know I can take care of myself, Hermione, he said. Hey, Neville, good to see you, mate. Neville smiled back and scooted over a bit to make room for him. Same, Harry, he said. I heard you had a bit of a rough summer. This lot been telling you tales, have they? He asked, nodding to Ron, Hermione, and Ginny across from them. No, said Neville, shaking his head. Gran was at your trial. She's on the Wizengamot. Glad it all worked out. Really, I had no idea, he said in interest, thinking back to the courtroom. Not like he could actually pick the severe-sounding woman out of the crowd in his memory. Harry, said Ginny, grabbing his attention. This is Luna Lovegood. She's in my year but in Ravenclaw. Harry looked across from Neville to the bizarre girl sitting by the window. She was looking at him in interest. Well, they certainly come in all kinds. Hey, Luna, I'm Harry Potter, he said, holding out his hand, which she shook but didn't let go. Instead she started turning his hand this way and that. He glanced around at the others for help but they were just staring at her odd behavior as well. Do you see anything wrong with my hand? A second later she let go and shook her head. No, everything seems to be all right, she said pleasantly. Her voice had an almost dreamy quality to it. Nice to meet you, Harry, I'm Luna Lovegood. So, what kept you, Harry? Asked Hermione, not wanting to put it off any longer. Well, I had a chat with Cho, he said tiredly. Everyone but Luna looked at him in surprise mixed with interest. She's been quite sad lately, said Luna, looking out the window. She turned back to Harry. She's got a bad case of Raxperts floating around her, too. Poor thing. Yeah, I know, he said with a frown, deciding not to ask what Raxperts were as Hermione rolled her eyes. She's been having a bit of a rough time of it getting past Cedric's death. I did what I could to get her moving forward. It's probably been hard away from school. At least at school she's surrounded by her friends. True, said Ginny. Must have been a bit awkward, said Ron understandably. When the others gave him pointed looks he continued quickly, oh come on, we all know what's going on here. It wasn't much of a secret that Harry fancied Cho through the latter half of last year, at least between the Gryffindors. Kind of, he said after a second. Maybe things will get better. I dunno. You're both too connected through Cedric's death, said Hermione sagely. Unless you've both gotten past it, that wouldn't be healthy. Just give her a little time. Hermione's right, agreed Ginny at once. But I still don't think it's a good match. Cho is really pretty, yeah, and quite smart, too, but she's really high maintenance for a girl. At least that's what I've heard. You'd do better with someone who's just a whole lot of good vibes. Thanks for the analysis, said Harry dryly. Next time I'm interested in someone I'll make sure to run it by you lot first. Time passed quickly as conversation turned to the new year and what it might bring while Neville asked Ron if he'd like to play a game of chess. To make things easier, Harry swapped seats with Ron, putting him in by the window. About to close his eyes he noticed that Luna, who was now sitting directly across from him, was looking at him. What's up, Luna? Do you mind if I put my feet up? She asked, her tone as natural as discussing the weather. Harry just stared blankly at her. No, I suppose not, he said with a shrug. He moved to a bit closer to the window to give her a little space for her feet between himself and Ginny and closed his eyes, trying to relax. Only to feel something plop into his lap. He opened his eyes to find two dainty feet clad in clean white socks sitting in his lap, toes wiggling slightly now that they were out of their shoes. He blinked at them for a number of seconds before following the ankles to the legs and finally to the girl sitting across from him who owned the whole lower half. Luna was back to reading the Quibbler, upside down again, sock-covered toes still wiggling in the open air. Harry just started laughing, drawing everyone else's attention to the odd sight. He eventually broke off and closed his eyes, making himself comfortable against the window. And that was how Harry spent the next few minutes before he finally nodded off, Luna still reading peacefully. Hours later Harry found himself being shaken awake by Hermione who was looking at him in amusement. Harry, we're nearly there. If you don't wake up you'll sleep through the feast. I'm up, he said groggily, rubbing his eyes. What a nap. He immediately noticed the lack of feet in his lap. How close are we? Pretty close, said Ginny, who was pulling on her robe over her school uniform. Luna was also ready, wearing her Hogwarts robes, her Ravenclaw-colored tie standing out in the group of Gryffindors. He colored slightly. Did you change while I was asleep? We didn't want to wake you, said Luna with a lazy smile. Thoughtful of you, said Harry, still trying to get past girls changing within mere feet of his unconscious body. Well, now that Harry's awake, you lot step outside for a minute so we can get changed, said Ron, standing on the seat so he could reach his trunk. You were really out of it, Harry, said Neville, changing quickly once the girls had vacated. Was I? He asked, giving his prefect badge a rub after dressing himself. Yeah, the people next door started playing Exploding Snap and nearly blew a hole in the carriage, he said with a small chuckle. Hermione went all prefect on them. You slept through the whole thing though. All finished, said Hermione, opening the door. The corridor sounded quite crowded. Yeah, thanks for knocking first, said Harry dryly, making Hermione blush. Come on back in, it looks packed out there. Everyone's changing late like usual, said Ginny with a shrug. It wasn't long before the train came to a stop. They piled out onto the platform, waiting for the familiar boom from Hagrid for the first years. However, it never came. First years line up over here, please. Came a brisk female voice, quite different from the gruff, full-bodied one that was Hagrid's. All first years, to me. As they got closer, Harry made out Professor Grubbly Plank, who was the professor that had subbed for Hagrid the previous year. "Hey, where's Hagrid?" Harry posed to the group at large. "Dunno," said Ron, also confused by the lack of their large friend. "I would have thought he'd be back by now from whatever he was doing," he quickly amended with a severe look from Harry. "Let's just get a carriage before they all fill up," said Ginny, leading the group off to where the horseless carriages were waiting. Only, the moment Harry set his eyes on them, he noticed something a little different. They weren't quite so horseless anymore. What the hell? Hermione had paused getting into a carriage to watch him stop suddenly. Ron poked his head out of the door, wondering what was going on. I don't know what they are, horses." Harry was staring unnerved at the one attached to their carriage. It was fleshless, black coat clinging to its skeleton of which every bone was visible. Its head was dragon-ish, and its eyes, they were pure white orbs. Finally, as if to complete the creepy creature, it had vast black leathery wings sprouting from its back that could have just as easily belonged on a giant bat. It was, without a doubt, the most ridiculous creature he had ever seen in his entire life. "Harry, what are you talking about?" asked Hermione, confused. He looked back at her like she was being thick. "You're kidding me, right?" he said, completely nonplussed. "You're telling me you don't see the most bizarre-looking horse thing hooked up the carriage?" he said in disbelief. "I mean seriously," he waved his arms around at the other carriages. "They're everywhere." "Barmy," muttered Ron, shaking his head and retreating into the carriage. Harry felt a supreme desire to wallop him one. "Harry, there's nothing there, are you all right?" asked Hermione, looking worried. At this his frustration at Ron disappeared, replaced with something more pressing. Can't you see them?" "No," said Hermione, worry now distinct in her voice. "Harry, come into the carriage so we can get to the school. We're being left behind." Shaking his head, Harry just grabbed her hand and dragged her up to the horse thing. "Sorry, I'm proving your existence," said Harry to the thing, which was silently staring at him with those pure white eyes. He pressed Hermione's hand against its black coat, at which Hermione's face instantly went from confused to shocked and she let out a small shriek. "The bloody hell is going on out there?" shouted Ron, emerging from the carriage looking angry. "Ron, there's something actually there," Hermione said in shock, now moving her hand along the thing's back. It gave her a blank look, but didn't seem to mind. "Just proving I'm not mental," said Harry smugly, glaring at Ron. "Oh, you're not mental," said Luna, appearing out of nowhere. He hadn't even realized that they had lost track of her. "I can see them too." "Can you?" asked Harry in interest. "Ever since I started here, Thestrals are only visible to those who have seen death," she said with a small nod. Harry felt cold at Luna's casual attitude. Not only was he reminded of Cedric's death, but Luna had said she'd seen them since her first year. Glancing around, he noticed that Ron and Hermione were now in the carriage, motioning for them to get in. They apparently hadn't heard Luna's explanation. "Come on you two, let's get moving," said Ginny loudly. She and Neville were now looking at what was going on. "I'm starving." "Same here," said Ron, hand on his stomach like it were complaining heavily. They all piled back into the carriage and it took off, speeding down the road to catch up with the others. "Hey, Padfoot. Hey, Harry, everything okay?" "No." Harry sighed heavily. He glanced at the hangings drawn around his four-poster bed, which he spelled to prevent sound from escaping. "The vast majority of the school thinks I'm a raving nutter and a dangerous person, like I'm going to attack them. Even most of my housemates, Padfoot. The new Gryffindor first years were afraid of me when we were bringing them to the common room. That Umbridge woman who works for Fudge is teaching defense too. She gave the most ridiculous speech. I don't even know where to begin. This year isn't looking too promising." "Well, I'm glad I'm not you, then," said Sirius. Not helping. "Padfoot, any idea where Hagrid is?" "Relax, Harry, it'll be fine," he said quickly. "I'll look into what Hagrid's up to. I didn't realize that he wasn't back yet. He should have been." "Thanks, I appreciate it. So, what's your plan?" "Well, classes don't start until Monday, so that gives me tomorrow and Sunday to set up everything for my training. Sounds like you've got everything under control then, Sirius said with a grin. Anyway, you should get to bed. Let me know if anything comes up, and I'll talk to you soon. Right. Night, Padfoot. Harry's morning was about as irritating as the previous night. Not wanting a repeat of last night, he had been up and out of the dorm before the others, making his way down to breakfast with the rest of the early Saturday risers. Most everyone gave him shifty looks and avoided getting too close. Harry escaped from the Great Hall without finishing his breakfast, hoping to get the bad mood out of his system with a walk around the castle. However, as the castle became more active, he was always eventually met with some sort of negativity. It had been a while since so much of the school repelled him like this. So he went to the one place where it was practically impossible to be met with anything of the sort. Tickling a painted pear into a fit of giggling, he pulled on the doorknob that appeared and opened the portrait, stepping into the warm and wonderfully smelling kitchens. Hundreds of house elves were spread throughout the room, working hard at making lunch which would be served fairly soon. Harry Potter. A small meteorite crashed into his leg, squeezing it in what he assumed was a grand hug by house elf standards. "Hello, Dobby," said Harry brightly. He knew that the house elf would be able to cheer him up. If there was ever one person that Harry could always count on to be friendly with him, albeit in a somewhat manic way, it was Dobby. "Dobby has missed Harry Potter very much." "Dobby has, sir," said the excited house elf. "Has Harry Potter had a good summer after he be seeing you?" "It went well enough," he said. "Do you mind if I eat here?" As if they had read his mind, 3 other house elves walked over carrying a large platter between them and placed it on a small round table that was near the entrance. It had a number of smaller plates on it that had pretty much everything that was going to be sent up to the house tables. "Excellent, thanks. Will you talk with me for a bit, Dobby?" "Of course, Harry Potter, sir," he said, bouncing over to one of the chairs. Harry took a spot next to him and began to eat with gusto. There was just something about eating in the kitchen that made him hungrier than usual. "How's everything been working here, Dobby?" he asked through bites. "Have you been keeping well?" Dobby's eyes grew somewhat watery. "Harry Potter is a great wizard to be asking about Dobby's well-being," said Dobby, making Harry roll his eyes. "Dobby, you don't need to get like that," he said exasperatedly. "Friends keep track of each other, that's all it is." Of course, this made the poor elf burst into tears. Harry Potter calls Dobby his friend. Dobby does not deserve such an honor. Harry resisted the urge to put a hand to his forehead. "Dobby, if I gave you an order, would you follow it?" he asked. Dobby shot up so that he was standing on his seat, though it only brought them at about eye level. Of course, Harry Potter. Dobby would do anything Harry Potter asked of him. He said fiercely. "Great, then I'm ordering you to relax a bit and stop being so emotional," he said, biting into a sandwich. "At least until I'm done eating. Think you can do that?" Dobby just bobbed his head up and down. "All right then," said Harry, glancing around. "How's Winky? She's still working here?" Dobby's face fell a bit, his ears drooping. "Winky is still very sad, Harry Potter," he said with a frown. "Dobby does his best to take care of her, but he still sometimes finds her with a bottle, and sometimes it is more than one." "Ah, so she was still going at the butterbeer. Still, she is getting better with time." "Well, that's good at least," said Harry. "Even for humans, butterbeer can be a bit addling if you drink too much. Some people can't tolerate it at all. I'd assume it's a bit stronger on house elves." Dobby merely nodded again. Harry let his mind drift a bit as he sat back, sipping his water. Once he was done, he would probably start exploring the castle for a suitable place to train. Of course, he had been over much of it before, and nothing specifically came to mind. There were many old sections of the castle that weren't used but were still accessible to everyone, which made them less than ideal. Of course, the most secure place would be the Chamber of Secrets, but that was a dirty hassle he wasn't too thrilled about. Well, it was a backup plan. To find something perfect, he'd likely have to crawl over every inch of the castle like a. "Dobby, I've got a question for you, and it's very important," said Harry suddenly. Of course, why hadn't he thought of this earlier? "Anything that Dobby can do, sir," he said, looking eager to help. I need a place to practice magic, but I want to keep it a secret from everyone. Especially people like Umbridge or anyone that confides in her. So, do you or any of the other elves know of a place like that in the castle? Somewhere students and professors can't get to easily? He asked. You must have been over every inch of this place by now. Is there anywhere nobody really knows about? It was a long shot, but there was always a chance. Oh, but Dobby knows of the perfect place, sir, he said cheerfully. Really? Said Harry in surprise. Where? Dobby heard tell of it from the other house elves when he first came to Hogwarts, sir. It is known by us as the Come and Go Room, sir, or else as the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement. I've never heard of it before, Harry said, scratching his chin. There wasn't anything like that on the Marauders map either. Why's it called that anyway? Because it is a room that a person can only enter, Dobby explained, when they have real need of it. Dobby has used it, sir, he continued, lowering his voice and looking guilty, when Winky has been very drunk. He has hidden her in the Room of Requirement and has found antidotes to butterbeer there, and a nice elf-sized bed to settle her on while she sleeps it off. Interesting, he mumbled, suddenly reminded of the story Dumbledore had recounted to him during the Yule Ball last year about finding the most magnificent bathroom when he was in desperate need of one that he was never able to find again. How many people know about this room? Very few, Harry Potter, said the elf, shaking his head. Most stumble upon it one day and never find it again. I've got to check this out, said Harry, excited at the prospect. It sounded perfect. Dobby, tell me exactly how to get there. It was nearly an hour later that Harry finally made his way up to the 7th floor. While he was most eager to check out the Room of Requirement, he still wanted to talk to McGonagall about the upcoming year. She might be a severe woman in general, but he liked her a lot for her fairness and high expectation from all of her students, regardless of their house. It was also nice to touch base with her at the beginning of each year, as she usually had good advice for him regarding what was to come. Suffice it to say, her general message was to not fall behind lest he drowned in work. Also, he'd need to watch himself around Umbridge, though that really was a given after the short but lasting impression the woman had left on him during the summer and previous night. Given her track record and personality, who knew what she'd try at the school? After promising to be on his absolute best behavior and thanking her, he'd headed off to the 7th floor. It was time to check out the Room of Requirement. Now, I'm supposed to walk past a certain stretch of wall 3 times asking the room for what I want. Here, geez, that painting is bizarre. Harry quickly checked the Marauders map to make sure there was no one remotely near him before beginning to walk back and forth 3 times, his first room having already been determined on his way up. I need a place to learn. I need a place to learn. I need a place to learn. After his 3rd pass, he turned back to the stretch of wall and found that a door had materialized in the middle of it. Grinning, he quickly opened it and went inside. The mid-sized room was nicely lit from a window that overlooked the grounds, letting in the afternoon sunlight. There was a nice chair along one side with a side table which looked fantastic for reading in. The other side of the room was a little more studious with a desk and a high-backed chair. All around the room were filled bookshelves. He pulled the nearest book off of a shelf. Popular Charms of the 20th Century. He put it back and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. At once, the door faded into nothing. He ran his hand over the wall, and it was as solid could be. Magic was simply awesome sometimes. Harry walked back and forth again, this time focusing on a place to train. He had to keep himself from getting too excited when he opened the door this time. There was a large space for dueling and training dummies, likely for target practice. There was a wall of books that seemed to hold all manner of things related to magical battle and magic itself. He even caught sight of a number of swords and other weaponry hanging on a far wall. Deciding he needed to sit for a second and think, he was startled to see a chair appear before him. Of course, I've got the perfect room to help me, he said to himself. And so, once more he was walking thrice before the stretch of wall. Only this time his request was a little different. I need a room to teach me how to best use this room. When he entered, he found it much like the first room he had created, however, there was an addition. A table with a piece of parchment was now in the center of the room. Grinning, Harry went and picked it up. The moment his fingers touched it, words started appearing on it in a flowing script. If you are reading this, then not only have you happened upon this marvelous room, but you've discovered how it works and approached it with some intelligence. Therefore, you have been granted the knowledge of its secrets. While the 4 Hogwarts founders have collectively given an incredible amount to the school, each of us have done a little something extra to outlast us in generations past. Helga and Salazar with their hidden chamber, and myself and Rowena with something a little more focused on being useful. You are standing in that achievement. I guarantee that this room is the most impressive thing you will ever see in your entire time at this school. So be you student, professor, or otherwise, you have a fantastic tool at your disposal which was created to be of help to everyone. We can only hope that our room was useful. Enjoy. Godric Gryffindor and Rowena Ravenclaw. The Room of Requirement, Rules and General Use. 1. The room is created by walking thrice before the stretch of blank wall the room lies beyond while thinking of what one wishes the room to become. 2. The creator of the room, who shall be referred to as the Master, henceforth for ease, is the only one who may dictate change within the room, unless the Master allows changes from others. Changes from the Master will always override those of others. 3. The room can only be in use by one Master at a time. The current Master, and all others in the room, must vacate and allow for the room to reset to nothing before a new Master is chosen. 4. Items that are created by the room only exist in the room. Anything that the room creates that is removed from the room will vanish upon crossing the threshold. Be very careful. 5. Items brought into the room and left there will remain there. They will not disappear and may be retrieved by simply removing them from the room. 6. The room cannot be manipulated to only open for a specific individual when it is not in use. 7. There are some things that the room cannot create, we're sure, but we've yet to encounter a problem. If it can't be made, then one likely shouldn't be trying to make it anyway. 8. While the room is in use, it will only be accessible by others if the Master wishes it. 9. If the Master leaves the room while there are others inside, the room will assign a new Master until the original returns. 10. If there is no one inside the room, then it will disappear and need to be reactivated by a new Master. ... Wow, said Harry, stunned at what he had found. How often did someone come across something directly related to the founders? And this? Harry looked around at the room with a new respect. It was Gryffindor and Ravenclaw's secret room. Like the Chamber of Secrets had been Slytherin's, and Hufflepuff's too apparently. He couldn't help but wonder what the story behind that was. Harry looked around for a clock and immediately found one, though he was sure it hadn't been there when he entered. It was still the afternoon. Class didn't start for another day after this one. He grinned in excitement. His friends probably wouldn't be seeing much of him in the next day or so. It was time to see what this room could do. Monday morning dawned wet and dreary to the students of Hogwarts. While the first years found the ceiling of the Great Hall fascinating, giving the illusion that it was open to the sky above, most other students merely cast the gray clouds and falling drizzle a cursory glance, their minds elsewhere. For one Gryffindor with a lightning bolt scar on his forehead, there was also the added bonus of a very obvious bubble of avoidance around him. Scowling, he tucked into his breakfast, best friends on either side. Only you could be excited on a Monday morning, Hermione, said Ron, tiredness still lacing his voice. He'd been up late the previous night playing chess with a couple of fourth years. Come off it, Ron, we're about to get our schedules, said Hermione, eyes never leaving Professor McGonagall, who was steadily making her way down the table and handing the Gryffindors short pieces of parchment. This is going to determine how we go about our studying this year. It's our OWL year too, which makes it extra important. Right, studying, Ron gave Harry an exasperated look. Pretty sure I know how that one's going to go. Harry just shrugged, not wanting to say anything, so Ron turned back to Hermione. Besides, we know what it's going to look like today. Here you are, Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley. Professor McGonagall had finally reached them, handing over the timetables. Thanks, Professor, said Hermione, already poring over hers. I want to thank her. but she keeps handing me morning potions with the snakes every year, Ron grumbled, looking over his as well. Harry just shook his head, giving the thing a glance. They had history of magic followed by double potions in the morning with divination and double defense against the dark arts in the afternoon. What an awful lineup. A full period later the door of the potions classroom opened to a burst of noise as Ron and Hermione entered, the latter reprimanding the former quite harshly. Honestly, Ron, go to the library and look up the word tact. You might find it enlightening, she said darkly, taking a seat in the middle of the room. Could he honestly be any more dense? I still don't see what the problem is. I wasn't stopping her from talking to him, he countered, pulling out his book and letting it drop on the table. Hermione looked around at all the attention they were getting before letting out a frustrated breath. Forget it. The door opened and Harry walked in, slightly out of breath. Harry, was everything all right? Yeah, I caught up with her, it's fine, he said with a nod. He dropped his bag next to Neville, joining the lone boy at his table. She just wanted to say hi anyway. We didn't get to talk much on the train. You know he cut off, noticing the looks of interest he was getting from both the Gryffindor and Slytherin girls in the class. At that moment the door opened again, bringing with it a sudden wave of quiet through the room. Professor Snape swept his eyes across them all, doing a quick head count, before closing the door with a click. He moved to the head of the class and looked down at them imperiously. Before we begin today's lesson, I think it appropriate to remind you that next June you will be sitting your ordinary wizarding levels. These exams will allow you to demonstrate how much you have learned about the compositions and use of magical potions. Moronic though some of you undoubtedly are, I expect you all to scrape at least an acceptable on the test, or suffer my displeasure. There was a collective shudder around the class, including the majority of the Slytherin students, as much as they tried to hide it. After this year, of course, many of you will cease to study under me, he continued. I take only the very best into my NEWT potions class, which means that some of us will certainly be saying goodbye. At this Snape gave the closest thing that any of them could call a smile on his face. He was now staring directly at Harry, who returned the look with equal feeling. Unfortunately, we still have one final year to make our way through before that happy day. Regardless of what your plans are, I expect you to remain focused and achieve well in this class. Your failures are only a waste of my time and yours. Now, today we will be mixing a potion called the Draft of Peace. Hermione let the rest of Snape's explanation roll over her like it normally did, taking notes on the particulars that he commented on with regard to the specific potion of the day and any advice she might be able to glean from his sarcastic remarks aimed at the students. The instructions were on the board as usual as well as the ingredient list. The potion they were brewing was hard. Annoyingly so, in fact. It had so many little exacting steps that there was a fairly good chance something would go wrong. But that changed nothing. Just another day of brewing. After nearly an hour Hermione let out a long breath, dropping into her seat. She was a little over halfway done, marked by the 10-minute simmering period the potion had to undergo before she could continue. A glance to her left told her that Ron's potion was long past saving, not that she particularly cared about helping him at this moment. He could be such an oblivious prat sometimes. Besides, he was the type that once everything fell apart there wasn't any reason trying to maintain it after that. He'd just continue following the steps and hope for the best. Looking around at the class, she saw that things were going as they usually did in their section. A number of her classmates were at the same step in the potion, though she knew it was more than likely that with the exception of herself, maybe only 2 others had a good handle on what they were doing. Those 2 in particular were at their usual table in the back, Greengrass and Davis. At least half of the class was looking at their own potions grimly for one reason or another. Then there were those like Goyle and unfortunately Neville, who had made mistakes fairly early, and things had just gotten completely out of hand. Neville, relax, just continue with the steps, one line at a time, said Harry softly to the panicking boy. It's been getting harder to read it, muttered Neville. All the stuff coming out of the cauldrons is hanging around. They weren't the only ones talking softly, though she doubted anyone but her was paying any attention. They couldn't afford to after all. Just read it out of the book, said Harry, taking his eyes off his potion to point to his textbook which was open in front of him. Page 245. I already checked. Snape didn't do any changes for this one, so it's safe. Oh, that's a good idea, thanks, Harry. A small snort of mirth drew her attention to her back. Turning subtly, she could see Malfoy was watching Harry and Neville's table in amusement. He nudged Crabbe and jerked his head, pulling his wand out under the table. Hermione frowned but said nothing. It was so typical of him it was pathetic. Did he really find causing others grief so enjoyable? Hopefully the aftermath wouldn't ruin any of the Gryffindor's work. Morsis. The whispered stinging hex was muted, fired at a low power, and caught Neville in the rear. He let out a sharp squeak and twitched in pain, the small jar in his hand sailing up and over to his cauldron, a perfect shot. Hermione watched it approach the cauldron rapidly, awaiting the splash and likely chaos that would follow, her own wand ready to defend her potion if necessary, but a hand darted out and grabbed the small jar deftly out of the air. Harry had managed to catch the thing in the split second before it fully fell. Hermione couldn't help but smile at the act, as surprised as she was at his reflexes. He hadn't even been looking at it. Apparently, Harry was also a little taken aback by the catch because he seemed to be a bit surprised to be holding the tiny jar in his left hand. "Whoa, nice catch, Harry," said Neville, taking the jar from him and putting it down so he wouldn't drop it again. "Something stung me, and it slipped. It kinda glinted gold out of the corner of my eye, and I just reacted," said Harry in embarrassment, rubbing his head. "Thought it was a snitch for a sec. Wood just programmed me to catch the things, you know." He blinked and looked around. "Wait, you said something stung you." Suddenly her small timer gave a tiny buzz, indicating that the simmering was over and the next step needed to be done to her potion. "Morsis," came the whispered spell again. Hermione glanced up in time to see it impact Harry in the small of his back. The Slytherins around them who had seen sniggered, but unlike Neville, Harry gave absolutely no indication that he had even felt the hex, continuing to steadily add his next ingredient. Malfoy's grin quickly turned into a frown as he exchanged looks with Crabbe. He repeated the spell, a bit more forcefully, though it was to similar effect. It was the third stinging hex that got a reaction. Harry turned his head back to look at Malfoy with the most pitying expression she had ever seen. Malfoy was grinding his teeth in anger, but it seemed Crabbe was somehow convincing him to not outright curse Harry during class. Hermione looked over at Professor Snape, who was at the head of the room, watching Parkinson add a measured amount of red powder to her potion. He nodded and moved on, seemingly oblivious to what was happening on the other end of his classroom. She knew better than to think he didn't see it. He just allowed it to happen. "Hermione, you're smoking," hissed Ron, poking her sharply in her arm. Hermione quickly returned her attention to her potion, which was indeed beginning to let off a whitish smoke. She dropped the next ingredient into the liquid and began stirring, returning the potion to a stable state. "Thanks," she said, now feeling bad about not helping him earlier. Hermione bit the inside of her lip. Harry was currently getting chewed out by Professor Snape for missing a single step. Over half the potions in the class were likely near explosive points. Malfoy was probably working towards causing even more trouble than earlier, and she still had another half an hour to go before her own potion would be done. Then there would be the shorter lecture that usually followed the brewing part of the double period. However calming she normally found potion making to be, there was no denying she just really wanted this class to be over. "Malfoy, let me try to help you understand something," said Harry as he left the classroom. He, along with Neville, had been among the last Gryffindors to leave the room. "I've been held under the Cruciatus curse. By Voldemort no less." There was a collective intake of breath from the group around them, both for Voldemort's name and the statement itself. It was a horrifying thought. "Don't think for a second that stinging hexes are going to bother me." He turned to leave. "Especially from weak Death Eater spawn like you." Lavender Brown screamed as a spell missed her face by a few inches, striking the far wall and causing some of the stone to fall to the floor, dust rising in the air. Harry had dodged out of the way from Malfoy's attack, rolling and coming back to his feet directly in front of the group of 3 Slytherin girls who had chosen the most inopportune time to exit the classroom. One moved to the side quickly, but the other two froze as they saw Malfoy's wand glow as he was speaking a follow-up attack, clearly enraged. Sectus. Incarcerus. Both Harry and Malfoy went down in a flash of light, the former clutching his arm and the latter bound in tight ropes. Get me out this you. Silencio. Neville's spell immediately cut off anything else Malfoy had been about to say, and he only became more enraged, flailing about on the ground. No one moved to help him though. What's going on out here? Barked Snape, bursting out of the classroom. Longbottom, lower your wand. Professor. Malfoy just hit Harry with a curse. Potter attacked Draco, sir. Silence, shouted Snape. He waved his wand at Malfoy, vanishing the ropes and breaking the silencing spell on him. Explain. Potter provoked me, Professor, he said at once. And then you started bloody cursing him, said Lavender sharply, pointing to the damage on the wall. You nearly hit me too. Professor, if it's all the same to you, I'd like to go to the hospital wing, Harry managed through clenched teeth, moving away from the wall he'd been leaning against. There was a collective gasp as they all noticed it was wet with blood from his arm. Snape's eyes narrowed for a second before he conjured a length of cloth that wrapped itself tightly around Harry's still bleeding arm. It soaked red fairly quickly, but at least it wasn't dripping any longer. A further flick vanished the blood from the wall and floor. Thanks, Harry muttered, stumbling as the new pain from the tight bandage made him a little lightheaded. Neville steadied him immediately. Longbottom, take Potter to the hospital wing, said Snape. Malfoy, get inside now. Professor. Now. Malfoy scowled and pushed past the potions master into the classroom. Snape gave them all a hard look before heading back inside the room, slamming the door shut behind him. That was a nice silencer, Neville, said Harry approvingly as they moved slowly down the corridor. Perfect timing. I do wish you'd tried something a little more permanent though. I'm just glad it worked, he said. If I could cast half as well as you take curses, it'd be a big improvement. Don't know how you're actually walking. You lost a lot of blood. Nev, I can't really see straight right now and I'm only walking because you're helping me. I think it's a lot deeper than I want it to be. Couldn't wait to come visit me, could you, Mr. Potter? I'll take it from here, Mr. Longbottom. Come on, Madam Pomfrey, I think we know each other well enough for you to call me Harry at least, said Harry dazedly, waving to Neville who mentioned that he'd let the others know what happened before beating a quick retreat. Don't get ahead of yourself, Harry, she said flatly, helping him onto one of the beds. She used her wand to remove the sleeve from his school robes and shirt. I try to avoid seeing students that frequently. Now drink this. Apparently, he was lucky. A little bit stronger, and it would have cut right through the bone, leaving him with a partially severed arm she'd have to reattach. Not fun. And he'd be taking a shot of Skelegro to start it all off. Barf City. Of course, Harry couldn't feel a thing now as the entire area was under the wonderful power of a numbing charm. He had to learn that spell. Maybe she would teach him. Madame Pomfrey was repeatedly running her wand over the gash, closing it further each time. Harry, you really should stop getting into so much trouble, she said for the third time. One day I won't be there to patch you up. I don't go looking for trouble, he argued. The blood-replenishing potion he'd been given right away had thankfully brought him out of his lightheadedness fairly quickly. It just chases me everywhere I go. Forget about the rest of my life, I'd kill for a week without problems. The door to the infirmary opened suddenly, admitting Hermione, who was shortly followed by Ron. Harry, Neville told us what happened, said Hermione, looking at him in concern. I'm so sorry I didn't wait for you. No worries, Hermione. How was lunch? Same old, said Ron, watching the treatment. Good to see you're all right. Hermione was freaking out, but I knew you'd be fine. Malfoy's got some kind of reflection nonsense he has to do in a lot of detentions, but otherwise nothing. Still a prefect and everything. Of course, Harry grumbled while Hermione expressed her disgust. At least he's got something, I suppose. Yeah, by the way, the schedule was updated. Divination had its times moved, so we have fourth period free. Well, that works out then, said Harry. He eyed the healer as she spread a cream lightly over the wound which was now fully closed. It looks like I'm done here, but it'll likely take me another period to convince her to let me go. A hand smacked the back of his head. Don't try me, Harry, you are staying here at least for another period, said Pomfrey. I need to make sure that you can move around properly without the numbing charm. I don't take muscle injuries of any kind lightly, even on an arm. Well, I'm off to ancient runes, said Hermione, hefting her bag. Try not to push yourself. I'll see you at defense. Later, said Ron, and he followed Hermione out. He gave them a wave and pushed himself into a sitting position. Madam Pomfrey, you've outdone yourself again. You should probably wait until I take the numbing charm off before you start singing my praises, said the nurse, tapping him once with her wand. Immediately, his arm was hit with a savage ache that rapidly spread throughout most of his left side. Ouch, he groaned, looking at her reproachfully. You could have warned me. She just shook her head and pressed a small potion into his hands. To ease the pain, if you stay in that bed and rest for a bit without complaint, I'll let you go to your 5th period class. Try not to lift anything heavy with that arm for at least a day as well. Harry groaned slightly. Defense. He'd totally forgotten who was teaching that class. Wait, are you sure I'm all right? I could stay until dinner. Of course his sudden change in tactic had no effect. Oh, no, Harry, I couldn't keep you from your education, she replied evenly. With that she walked back to her office, placing the used potion bottle in a plastic bin for cleaning later. Evil, evil woman. So, how was runes? Brilliant, said Hermione happily, though we've got a ton of work this year. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Professor Babbling shows us. Are you feeling better? A bit sore, but nothing I'm not used to, said Harry with a shrug. I could probably beg a little more pain potion from Pomfrey if I need to. They entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom to find Professor Umbridge sitting at her desk, wearing that ugly frilly pink cardigan and the black velvet bow atop her head. Though he knew that she was looking directly at him, Harry passed over her with the same disinterested gaze he was giving the rest of the room. Professors usually decorated the room based on their teaching styles and personalities, even including things from lessons they might learn later. Though Quirrell was possessed, his room was filled with pictures of vampires, other well-known dark creatures, and dangling garlic. Remus' classroom was even more heavily dark creature-themed, down to having the actual creatures themselves. The fake Moody had sparsely decorated, though what little was put up had to do with dark curses and wizards. Even Lockhart, who had plastered the walls with his own face, had given an adequate view of what was to be had in his classroom. It seemed that this one was no different. Along the edges of the room were a number of paintings of what could only be werewolf trials. In one he saw a picture of a man in a cage before a large group of people, clearly begging to be released. He had learned a great deal about Dolores Jane Umbridge from the Order, particularly Remus, who detailed with disturbing detail the lengths that the Undersecretary went to oppress human half-breeds and magical creatures with any kind of intelligence. It was enough to put an ever-present distaste of the woman in his mind. Looks like we have class with the Ravenclaws for once, said Ron softly, taking a seat on Hermione's left. Nice to see some new faces. Ron, they're all part of our year. You should know them already, scolded Hermione. Ron made to respond, but Harry cut in before he could. Let this one go for once, he said tiredly. Did they always have to argue, even over the tiniest things? Of course, this only served to bring their combined annoyance on him. Well, came Professor Umbridge's light voice, causing the noise in the room to fall off. Good afternoon. The response was less than enthusiastic. Tut, said Professor Umbridge. That won't do, now, will it? I would like you, please, to reply, good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. Now, one more time, please. Good afternoon, class. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge, the class droned at her. There now, that wasn't so bad, was it? Said Professor Umbridge sweetly. Now, wands away and quills out, please. While the class grudgingly complied, she pulled her own unusually short wand out of her handbag and tapped the blackboard to the side of her desk sharply with it. Defense Against the Dark Arts. A return to basic principles. Now, as anyone would expect, Having a different professor in this subject every single year, most of whom were not following a ministry-approved curriculum, has unfortunately resulted in your being far below the standard we would expect to see in your OWL year. She paused for a second to draw herself up to her full height, a move that was completely and utterly unimpressive given that she was so squat. You will be pleased to know, however, that these problems are now to be rectified. We will be following a carefully structured, theory-centered, ministry-approved course of defensive magic this year. Copy the following down please. She rapped the blackboard again, replacing the first message with Course Aims. 1. Understanding the principles underlying defensive magic. 2. Learning to recognize situations in which defensive magic can be legally used. 3. Placing the use of defensive magic in a context for practical use. Now, take out your copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhard. I would like you to all turn to page 5 and read Chapter 1, Basics for Beginners. There will be no need to talk. Yes, you have a question. Harry let out a sigh. It was sad in a way, how right he had been about this class. Even after only 10 minutes of being in the room, it was obvious what was going on here, and he certainly wasn't the only one who could see it. Umbridge diffused every question thrown at her about their exams and just using defensive magic in general. She was talking as if it were absolutely inconceivable to use magic in a place where you were supposed to learn magic. The problem was none of them could really do anything about it, and if his suspicions were right, neither could the other professors. Eventually they were back to reading, the overall mood of the class subdued. Harry just stared at Umbridge with immense dislike. "Mr. Potter, why aren't you reading?" came Professor Umbridge's fake politeness. Response after response bubbled through his mind. He could fake it, he could lie about having left it in his dorm. But eventually he just said it flat out, not wanting or caring to dance around the issue. "I don't have that book. Never bought it. 5 points from Gryffindor for being unprepared for my class," she said in satisfaction, her expression purposeful. "Why did you not purchase the required course material, Mr. Potter?" "I read through parts of it in the bookstore, and I've never seen a more useless collection of words on paper," he said bluntly. Several people in the class gave small intakes of breath. Hermione was staring at him wide-eyed. It was a mark of how much 1 month of hanging around with Sirius had done for his character. Never before had he felt such a mad desire to bait someone. Professor Umbridge, however, took it in stride, her voice still dripping sweet fakeness. "Are you an expert on the subject of defense against the dark arts, Mr. Potter?" "Well, compared to Wilbert Slinkhard, I certainly am," said Harry with a nod. He held out a hand and began ticking off fingers. "I've fought more dark wizards than Wilbert Slinkhard, I've been in more dangerous situations than Wilbert Slinkhard, I've fought more dark creatures than Wilbert Slinkhard, I probably know more spells than Wilbert Slinkhard, and I'd probably last longer in any life-threatening situation than Wilbert Slinkhard." "Of course," he said, ignoring Professor Umbridge's rapidly reddening face, "he's written more books than I have. But I've got more books written about me, so." 20 points from Gryffindor, barked Umbridge sharply, her sweetness long gone. "Do not take that tone with me, Mr. Potter. You will not make a mockery of a well-respected author, nor will you do so to myself. I am a ministry-trained educational expert. I believe that I would know much better about proper course material than you ever would." "You're delusional, but if you say so," said Harry with a look of contempt. Everyone in the class was staring at him as if he had gone mad. Well, perhaps he had. She infuriated him with little to no effort on a level that no one but his relatives had ever touched. "Detention. My office, 8 o'clock, said Umbridge, her voice hard. "How dare you? It is not the place of an untrained student who is set on causing mayhem in this classroom to question my credentials or anything else to do with my class. Now, be silent. You have disrupted this class long enough. You're a defense teacher who keeps her wand in a closed handbag of all things. I'm more likely to trust Filch's cat on how to protect myself than you. What's your fastest draw? 7 seconds. 8 when it's at the bottom. I said be silent." Umbridge jabbed her wand at him, and he suddenly found no sound coming from his mouth as he moved his lips. Drawing his wand out of sight, he silently dispelled the charm before holstering the wand once more. He at least had the sense not to keep his wand in his hands, else he'd likely blast her. You are flat out admitting you don't want us to learn any magic to defend ourselves with. That's crazy, even without the fact that Voldemort is back. Predictably, the entire class flinched at Voldemort's name, including Umbridge. In what looked like a supreme effort, Umbridge forced a smile back on her face and addressed the rest of the class, though it lacked any of the simpering cheer from earlier. As a high-ranking ministry official, I assure you all that he who must not be named has not returned. You are completely safe, and no dark wizard is at large, nor are his followers. There was a genuine expression of victory on her face now, as if she had been wanting to say this for a long time. Mr. Potter is saying nothing but lies to make you afraid of long-dead nightmares. So Diggory just dropped dead, yeah, spat Harry. Oh, wait, he did actually. Only immediately before that he took an Avada Kedavra to the chest from a Death Eater. Not like the ministry ever cared enough to properly investigate a thing. If anything needs an investigation, it is you, Mr. Potter, said Umbridge coldly. Entering into that maze and emerging with the dead body of a competitor, a boy who was a well-loved student of this school, you should have been arrested on the spot and put to question. Harry slowly stood up. He put his hands on the table so that they would not find his wand. The room felt like it had dropped well below freezing. Did you just accuse me of murdering Cedric Diggory? Considering how unhinged you can be, and it was a competition with a large prize. Every piece of glass in the room shattered. Windows, the china cabinet behind the desk, not to mention everything inside it. A number of people in the room screamed a bit at the sudden destruction, many more ducking away behind their tables. Harry, calm down, please, pleaded Hermione as quietly as she could, grabbing his arm tightly. She looked scared, a similar expression reflected in the other faces watching him. His breathing was heavy as he felt his magic rage about, looking for release. He quickly grabbed his bag and threw it over his shoulder, moving to the door, his hand tight on the doorknob. It was a wonder he wasn't crushing it. I'm out of here. Don't expect me to turn up to your detentions, he spat at Umbridge, who had her wand pointed directly at him, a mix of uncertainty and anger on her face, though decidedly more of the latter. He pulled open the door and slammed it shut behind him. Harry quickly made his way to the Transfiguration classroom, his heart beating fast, rage at the toad-like woman pumping through his veins. A glass cabinet to his right developed hairline cracks as he walked past it. Damn it, he was in trouble. Technically, in about as much as a student could get for insubordination. He hadn't actually done anything to her, and his magical surge had been accidental as always. If anything, Umbridge would get heat for using her wand on him. Not like that would change much. Still, there wasn't a lot that could happen to him. What was worse was that Professor McGonagall had specifically warned him not to do what he just did. All in all, knowing he let her down like that bothered him the most. Didn't change the fact that he wanted to bloody strangle something. As he walked, a new feeling entered his mind. Anger at himself. He was trying to control his emotions, not let them out explosively. It was bloody luck that no one was hurt just then. And these weren't just random people, they were his classmates. His friends. What few of them still actually considered him anything but a madman, that is. And now that number was likely closer to zero than ever. What the? Mr. Potter, what are you doing? I have a class right now, said Professor McGonagall as he barged straight into the room without even knocking. A quick glance told him that this was the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw fourth-year class. Ginny and Luna were easy to spot in their seats, looking at him in confusion and dreaminess respectively. He walked stiffly down the middle aisle to the front of the room. Came within about 1 inch of killing Umbridge, he said shortly into the silence, making his way to the door in the back of the room that connected to her office. I'll be in your office. Professor McGonagall and the rest of her class watched slightly stunned as Harry entered the office and closed the door behind him. She was torn between chasing after him and continuing teaching like she should. About to refocus her class, the class door burst open again, though this time it was surprisingly Hermione Granger standing there, breathing heavily. She must have been running. For heaven's sake, Miss Granger. What, Professor? It's Harry. Just Professor Umbridge is in the hospital wing, she said between breaths. There was a collective gasp from the students in the room as their imaginations started running wild. Professor McGonagall just put a hand to her forehead. She could feel an immense headache coming. Merlin, give me patience. Class dismissed. Potter, what did I tell you? Said Mr. Potter was sitting in a chair and doing his best to become as small as possible, though it was proving to be quite difficult in the rigid wooden seat. Professor McGonagall was a mixture of anger and exasperation, though she was doing a far better job of expressing the former. Hermione was sitting to the side doing her best not to catch any of McGonagall's attention. Harry's eyes flicked to the girl, still wondering how she had come after him when Umbridge's class was still going on. As a matter of fact, how did she know where he would have gone to begin with? McGonagall cleared her throat impatiently, waiting for an answer. To watch my temper around Umbridge. And I've just been told she's in the hospital wing. Harry looked up at her in shock. Does that sound like watching your temper? You're going to get yourself expelled at this rate. She's where? He said quickly, jumping to his feet. Professor, I swear I didn't do anything to her. He looked to Hermione for support. Hermione, tell her. Miss Granger, please explain what happened regarding Professor Umbridge, said Professor McGonagall, frowning between Harry and her. Hermione fidgeted slightly in her seat, now under both of their gazes. Harry, after you left, Professor Umbridge tried to follow you but somehow got really bad burns when she grabbed the door handle. Hermione shuddered a bit. It looked awful. She ran to the hospital wing screaming her head off. I didn't do it, Hermione, you know I didn't. You were the last one to touch the handle and you broke everything a few seconds earlier, she said, looking at him apologetically. You probably heated it without meaning to. Harry scowled at the desk in front of him and crossed his arms, sitting back down with a huff. Well, good, the bitch deserved it. Harry James Potter. He flinched heavily. There was something about Minerva McGonagall saying his full name that made him feel so incredibly in danger. Still, he rounded on her. She flat out accused me of murdering Cedric. He said angrily. And she used her wand on me, just to shut me up. What kind of professor does that? She did what? Now it was Professor McGonagall's turn to look furious. She gave me detentions, but I seriously can't be alone in a room with her, said Harry through gritted teeth. I'm not going. How much detention did she give you? Asked McGonagall after taking a few seconds to regain her composure. 1 week. You'll serve 1 month with me, starting tonight. Harry nodded. He had expected worse, honestly. I will be speaking to Professor Dumbledore about this. Actually, would you permit me to acquire a memory of the incident, Miss Granger? It would be easier for all of us if we could look at it. Look at the memory, she asked in confusion. Memories can be viewed in a third-person perspective using something called a pensieve, the professor explained, conjuring a small vial. It is painless to extract a copy of a memory from someone, I assure you. Your memory will be unaffected as well. It's really simple, Hermione, I've seen it done before, said Harry reassuringly. Still intrigued by the concept, she nodded. Harry had a feeling he knew what she'd be researching in her spare time for the next few days. All right, what do I have to do? She asked. Just think about the class, from its start to finish, said McGonagall, touching her wand tip to Hermione's temple. She slowly drew a silvery memory away from her head, depositing it in the vial. Thank you, Miss Granger. Professor Dumbledore will be happy to have a first-hand account of the incident. Of course, she said with a smile, happy to be useful. Now, you both may go, though Potter, I suggest a little discretion tonight. She opened the door of her office. Right, sorry Professor, I'll be back here after dinner. I'm sorry, Hermione, said Harry after a few corridors of walking. The moment that they had left Professor McGonagall's office, they had fallen into an awkward silence that contained nothing but uneasy thoughts for Harry. He wanted to say something, defend himself and his actions. Umbridge had deserved everything he threw at her and then some. Still, whenever he was about to start, he was pulled up short by the glances Hermione kept giving him. Did she think he would explode in anger again? Their echoing footsteps against the walls were like small slaps to his conscience. Sorry, she said quickly, a little jumpy at finally being addressed. I lost control back there. Did I scare you? Hermione looked at him somewhat guiltily before shifting her eyes away. Only after you stood up. A little, she muttered. Harry's heart fell even more. It was bad enough that he had so few people on his side these days, not believing that he was dangerous or unhinged. He knew that today wouldn't help him a single bit in that regard. But if Hermione was really starting to get nervous around him, of all people. She caught sight of the look on his face and cleared her throat loudly, her expression becoming somewhat stubborn. I'm not. You might scare me occasionally, but I'll never be afraid of you, Harry. She bumped him slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. You're my best friend ever. That'll never change. He cut off, finding himself unable to continue. He supposed he knew that he was the closest friend she had, but it was so rare for her to say it like that. She could be emotional but usually wasn't concerning herself. Thanks, Hermione, it means a lot, he said quietly, looking at the floor. And it really did. Hermione was the only positive constant he ever had in his life. Even when the entire world was against him, she was on his side. He didn't really know why, but he was grateful for it nonetheless. Harry's eyes were on the windows they were passing, not really seeing the sky beyond. It was still blue, though the evening sky was slowly taking over. Pretty soon Hogwarts would be beneath hundreds of thousands of stars. It took him a second before he continued. I would have given up a long time ago if we weren't friends. Didn't have given up, she repeated with a frown. You know, he said, a little uncomfortable, glancing over at her. Life. I haven't really had a good one. His shoulder stung slightly as a hand slapped it hard. Don't say that, Harry, said Hermione sharply. Only cowards and idiots go that route. I didn't mean that, he said with a sigh, realizing he hadn't exactly phrased that the best way. I was talking about the future. You know, hope, stuff like that. Hermione's expression softened. You're so much stronger than you think, Harry. Where others would break or run away, you keep going. You've always kept going, no matter what happened, and you would have gotten here no matter who you became friends with. It's simply part of who you are. I've got nothing to do with that, she said, shaking her head. For a moment Harry thought he was growling. They stopped dead in the corridor, his hand gripping her wrist. You, he emphasized somewhat heatedly, are the single most important person to me in the whole world. I don't even want to think of where I'd be without you around, so don't go putting yourself down like that. All right, did she really have to go and make him frustrated at a time like this? Honestly, he had just calmed down. Me, she said in disbelief. She was looking somewhat panicked. Of course. Harry regarded her in bemusement, his head tilting slightly to one side. Oi, what's up? But what about Padfoot? Harry shook his head a bit. He means a lot to me, but Padfoot hasn't been there for me like you have. Ron, same as before. Tonks. Harry flushed a bit at this. Hermione, he said warningly. Sorry, I just don't really know what to say. Harry couldn't tell if she was more embarrassed or pleased. Why do you need to say anything? He asked. He was just stating a fact. Ron and Padfoot I can understand, but Tonks. We just met her recently. I know you've become really close with her over the summer. She narrowed her eyes at him. Really close. You almost spent more time with her this summer than everyone else combined. Harry cleared his throat to answer but was unable to meet his friend's eyes. She was free a lot compared to you all. You went into London with her, Hermione continued. She's flirty too. Hey, we tried to get everyone else to come, and you know just as well as I do how much she likes to mess around. I saw you hug her too. Ah, saw that, did you? He said in embarrassment. Damn, busted. You don't hug anyone, Harry, said Hermione pointedly. You just stand there. I would know. Well, he really had nothing to say to that. He wasn't really too enthusiastic talking about his insecurities. Fine. I like Tonks a lot, he admitted grudgingly. How could he not? More than average. Let's not tease Harry about it though, all right. Hermione smiled at him warmly. I won't. Well, not really. Harry couldn't help but roll his eyes at the girl. Suddenly he was reminded of something that had been at the back of his mind since Hermione had showed up. By the way, how did you know I'd be at McGonagall's? Just a feeling, she returned automatically, shrugging. Harry felt a sudden surge of affection for his bushy-haired friend. He put an arm around her shoulders and gave a small squeeze, letting her go after a second. He immediately continued walking down the corridor. Let's go then, I'm hungry. Hermione stood there for a second before jogging after him, not even trying to suppress her cheerful grin. Cauldron cakes. The gargoyle moved aside to reveal the spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office. As Minerva McGonagall came closer to the door, she could hear the unmistakable voice of Dolores Umbridge. Minerva had been hoping that she would still be in the hospital wing. Though burns were simple enough to treat, they took a while to heal properly, especially if they were bad. Well, there were always faster methods to heal injuries, but usually the more time invested in the healing process, the better the healing that was done. Poppy was always one to do the best she could after all. Minerva, you have excellent timing as always. I was just about to call for you, said Dumbledore, who was sitting behind his desk pleasantly. Umbridge was sitting in a chair to the side, her short legs a few inches from the ground. Her right hand was heavily bandaged. I just came from speaking to Mr. Potter and Miss Granger, she said shortly, conjuring a straight-backed chair for herself and taking a seat. I assure you whatever Potter has told you is a lie, said Umbridge at once, wincing as she jarred her hand. I sincerely hope so. Among other things, I've been told that you used your wand on him for discipline, said McGonagall, looking at her coldly. But I don't need to rely on hearsay. Headmaster, I've secured Miss Granger's memory of the entire incident for you to watch. I thought you'd like the full account. His eyes twinkled at her, ignoring the way that Umbridge had tensed at the news. Wonderful, that makes things quite simple, he said, moving to the cabinet that held his pensive. He carried the stone basin to the desk and placed it in the center. Headmaster, is it really necessary to go this far? Asked Umbridge in what was an attempt at an offhand voice. I would think that my word as a member of the staff. Ah yes, but when such an easy method presents itself, why not use it? Said Dumbledore cheerily, cutting her off. Now, Minerva, if you would. McGonagall let the memory slide into the basin where it swirled around and formed a picture of the defense classroom. Dolores, after you, he said politely. Biting back a comment, Umbridge touched the silvery pool with a finger and was instantly drawn in. Dumbledore and Minerva followed after exchanging a look. A number of minutes later they re-emerged, Umbridge looking distinctly more red in the face, Dumbledore neutral, and McGonagall suppressing a feeling of distinct satisfaction. Well, she began, after taking her seat again, I'll admit I've never seen Potter lose it quite like that before. I apologize that a member of my house was so disrespectful. He was completely out of line. That said, she turned to the short woman. Using your wand to silence a student, regardless of how disruptive he or she is being, is highly improper. If you were having such a difficult time with him, then you should have sent a student to fetch myself. I would have straightened him out immediately. I had every right to have my wand on him, retorted Umbridge. Potter is a danger to his fellow classmates and myself. You saw how he destroyed everything in the room, not to mention what he did to my hand. Dolores, while it's clear that the glass breaking was a surge of accidental magic, there is nothing that suggests Harry deliberately caused the wound on your hand, said Dumbledore calmly. Additionally, had you not been so insistent on retaliating, you would not have received the injury in the first place. I want him out of here. He has no place near other students, she said angrily. Dumbledore leveled a neutral look her way. And what would you have us do regarding your own actions? He posed. I don't see what you mean, Headmaster, she said at once. Dolores, you used magic on a student to get your way, he said sternly, twinkle in his eyes all but gone. That is not the way that professors at this school act. I'm sure that parents will be highly unhappy to hear that there is a professor who will turn her wand on her students if she becomes upset. Umbridge's mouth clamped shut. The damage is done, and the news will spread. This time tomorrow I will be fielding owls from concerned parents, which places myself in a difficult position. You must understand this as least, yes. Of course, came the bit-out reply. That being said, you must demonstrate better control of your own emotions. We are surrounded by impressionable children after all, and they can be trying even for the best of us. It is our responsibility to maintain our professionalism whenever it is appropriate, if only to serve as the best examples we can be. As you say, Headmaster, said Umbridge after a few seconds. As to Harry's behavior, he of course will have a consequence. Minerva. I've already given Mr. Potter more than triple the maximum amount of detention Dolores assigned him, all of which will be served with me. Umbridge made to protest, but McGonagall cut her off. We are not trying to provoke another incident after all, Dolores. To that end I actually have another suggestion. Please, Dumbledore prompted with a smile. While she did not handle the situation in the best way, Dolores is still quite right that she should not have to deal with such a thing in her class, nor should her other students have their education so severely disrupted. I propose that we remove Potter from Defense Against the Dark Arts until his consequence has expired. I believe being away from the classroom for an extended time will build a respect for what he would be missing. An interesting proposal, said Dumbledore, tugging at his beard in thought. Very well, I'll approve it. He will return when you deem him ready, Minerva. Is this satisfactory, Dolores? Umbridge simply looked back and forth between the other two adults, seemingly caught off guard at how quickly the conversation had developed. Clearly she hadn't expected to get what she wanted. I suppose, but, excellent. When speaking to Mr. Potter in the future, be sure impress upon him that he is to control himself in the future or remove himself from the situation much earlier if he cannot. Otherwise the consequences will be much more severe. Yes, if that is all then I will retire to my office before I head to dinner. Dumbledore nodded with a smile and Umbridge made her exit quickly. They waited for a minute after she had left before either of them spoke. She's no doubt off to report to her taskmaster, said McGonagall with distaste. Yes, I predicted something like this might happen, but not this early, the headmaster said, twiddling his thumbs as he leaned back in his chair. Nor that aggressively. I was more surprised that Mr. Potter was the one to instigate the conflict, McGonagall. Indeed, though, Dumbledore raised his eyebrows slightly. Removed from defense classes. McGonagall cleared her throat lightly, standing up straighter. I stand by my suggestion, she defended. Keeping those two apart as much as possible can only be beneficial. I certainly agree. It was a well-calculated move. The two fell into silence for a minute, listening to the light crackle of the fire in the hearth. Finally the deputy headmistress broke it. What do you think will happen, Albus? There was no need for her to clarify what she was talking about. Dolores will no doubt begin to make her bid for power here soon, though in what way that can happen I have no idea, he said, tugging at his beard slightly. Considering how well it worked the first time, Cornelius will more than likely pass another educational decree. We can only hope that things do not escalate too quickly. And Potter, he has, understandably, built up a great deal of frustration this past summer. It isn't surprising to see him lose control when given such a convenient outlet. Not ideal of course, but, Dumbledore gave a small nod as if acknowledging that some things were unavoidable. I don't think I need to remind you that for the most part, Potter was in control during that whole affair, said McGonagall stiffly. I would think he needs to work on restraint more. Restraint comes with maturity, and maturity comes with time and experience, was Dumbledore's reply. He will be fine. In the meantime, please do your best to support him however you can. I am maintaining my distance in the interest of keeping our relationship less apparent to unsavory individuals. He is in my house, she said at once, as if that explained everything. Dumbledore smiled. So he is. What are you so happy about? Nothing, said Hermione, smiling contentedly as she dug into her food with energy. She and Harry had met up with the others at the Gryffindor table for an early dinner. The news of the incident with Umbridge had spread through the school faster than the news that Harry was a Parseltongue, and there had been students from all four houses at that particular incident. That, coupled with a bandaged Umbridge who was looking quite frustrated trying to do everything left-handed, pretty much made the muttering that permeated the Great Hall all about a single topic, Harry's outburst, and everything that came with it. Harry of course was completely used to such things so it didn't bother him much and he mostly ignored it. Come off it, you're grinning like mad, said Ron thickly through his potatoes, a couple bits falling back to his plate. Hermione just looked at him revolted. Ron, you are disgusting. Harry, who had a good idea as to what was making her so happy and was rightly embarrassed by it, immediately engaged himself in conversation with Neville. "So what's the most insane rumor you've heard so far?" A second-year Hufflepuff I passed a few minutes ago was telling his friends that he heard that you and Umbridge dueled in the classroom before everything blew up and you escaped riding a giant snake, he said with a shrug. "No idea where the snake came from. Only consistent part between rumors is you blew everything up. I wish that was what had happened. Well, minus the snake," he said, shaking his head. "I bet I would have turned her into paste. She does seem a bit incompetent," he said after a second. "Though honestly you never know when it comes to people." Harry followed his gaze to see Umbridge fumbling with her fork in her left hand. He thought about how much it would beep if his right hand got damaged in a duel and he couldn't hold his wand. What then? It wasn't like he was any good with his left hand. "There's an idea." "What?" said Neville, who hadn't been paying attention, absently watching the back of Hannah Abbott's head. "Nothing," responded Harry, looking down at his own left hand. He should learn how to cast with his left hand as well. It would be incredibly awkward at first, but the payoff would be immense. He made a mental note to add that to his training schedule. Perhaps he would just use his wand in his left hand all the time. Once he got good enough he could swap off in the middle of it. Once they were done eating they headed back to the common room to relax, Neville going up to the dorms to take a nap. Hermione was all for them getting a head start on their homework, but Harry managed to convince her to let it go for just one day. Well, mostly. Hermione still kept one of her books open in her lap while they chatted about the school's reactions to his claims. "I don't get it," said Harry, his voice aggravated. "How is it that everyone doesn't believe me now when a few months ago they believed Dumbledore?" "To be honest, Harry, I don't think they really did," said Hermione with a frown. "You've got to understand what it was like for us. We were only able to see certain parts of the maze. The inner bits were completely obscured by something. So we all waited anxiously to see who won and then you appear holding a dead Cedric and talking about him. There was literally no visible proof to your story at all. It was chaos where we were." Admittedly she had a point. Considering how he felt when he returned, he imagined he must have looked absolutely mad. He quickly pushed the thought of that night away. It was without a doubt one of the worst nights of his life and he had no desire to think about it. "Right, plus no one wants to believe he's back," said Ron, looking into the fire. "Stupid," muttered Harry, glancing at a clock. It was 7:45. "All right, I'm off to my detention. I'll catch you both later." As 8 o'clock finally came around, Harry knocked on Professor McGonagall's door, wondering what she'd be having him do for detention. Not that he was looking forward to it, but without a doubt it would be better than anything that Umbridge might come up with. To his surprise, McGonagall opened the door herself, stepping out and closing it behind her. "Right on time, Mr. Potter. Follow me then, we've a bit to talk about." Right." He frowned at her back as they left the office behind. Considering that she was supervising his detention, he'd imagined it happening in her office like all the others he'd served under her care. "Firstly, as you are no doubt wondering, I am taking you to a different professor's room to serve your detention," she explained after a few seconds. "Something has come up suddenly and I find myself unavailable to monitor you during this time during most evenings." "Oh, where are we going then?" he asked. "You'll see eventually." Rather, she seemed to be looking round for the right thing to say but couldn't exactly place it. In the end she just said, "Was it really necessary to provoke Professor Umbridge like you did?" Harry's expression immediately became grumpy. "She's trying to prevent us from learning magic when Voldemort is running around, so yeah," he said flatly. "Besides, you have to know that stuff she's done working for Fudge. If I had a galleon for every innocent person she's tried screwing over, I'd be the richest person in the country." McGonagall let out an almost imperceptible sigh. "Well, I've honestly never seen you lose it quite like that, Potter, but if it had to happen then the first day of class was probably best." Harry just looked at her baffled. "Wait, you're not mad?" "I'm more disappointed that you lost your temper and started that whole affair to begin with," she said stiffly, sending him another stern look. "I expect better from you. For the future I expect you to be more mindful of the situation, and if you feel that you are losing control then you are to remove yourself." I will not tolerate you endangering your peers like that again. At this Harry's expression fell greatly. I really am sorry for the way I acted. I didn't mean to put people at risk like that. I just lost control. Well, what's done is done and the consequences are as they are. You have been removed from Defense Against the Dark Arts indefinitely. What? Harry stopped dead, stunned. I got kicked out of the class. In essence, yes. Rage burned in Harry's gut. That damn. It was my idea, Potter. And was immediately extinguished. Why? He finally managed to say. I'm sorry, McGonagall said dryly, eyebrows raised minutely. I didn't realize you wanted to be in Professor Umbridge's class so much. Of course I don't, he denied instantly. But, Harry's eyes suddenly widened in realization. Oh, for the whole year. Until I deem you ready to return, she corrected. Wow, thanks. I suggest against taking it that way. Please remember this is a very aggressive consequence, and I still expect the best from your skills in defense topics. You are not to slack off in the slightest. Yeah, between me and the rest of the school I'm probably the last one you want to be worried about in that department. McGonagall pointedly ignored the comment, instead motioning to the door they were approaching. We're here. A quick scan told Harry that they were outside the Ancient Runes classroom. McGonagall gave the door a short knock before entering, Harry right on her heels. Ah, good evening Minerva, came a female voice from further in the room. Is this the student you've brought for me? Yes, Bathsheba, I apologize for the short notice. Nonsense, Professor Babbling dismissed easily, walking over to them. I'll take good care of him. Do remember this is his detention, McGonagall responded, though not unkindly. Harry looked between the two women in interest. If he had to say anything, it seemed like his head of house was actually quite fond of the Ancient Runes professor. She even had a little smile on her face. McGonagall turned back to him, all traces of cheer long gone. Professor Dumbledore has tasked me with reminding you that you are working to control your emotions. I will add to that it is just as important to consider wisdom to guide them. If this happens again there will be severe consequences you will no doubt regret. Am I understood? Yes, Professor. Good, she said with a nod. To that effect you will serve an hour a night with Professor Babbling helping her with whatever she needs. Feel free to keep him longer if you'd like, she added to the pleasantly nodding Runes professor. He will do whatever you require of him without complaint. So I won't be writing lines or anything like that? Asked Harry, surprised. Of course you will, McGonagall said dryly, a wave of her wand causing the very materials he'd be needing to appear on the nearest table. How much brain power does it take to write? I will maintain control of my emotions at all times. Very little I imagine, he said with an internal sigh. How many times? Until it sticks. Good evening. And with that she left. Oh, I wish I could do that. Harry looked over to see Professor Babbling still had her eyes on the closed door. She can go from gentle to fierce in a heartbeat. She's quite amazing, don't you agree? Yeah, Harry couldn't help but give the woman a curious look. It certainly wasn't the first time he'd seen the Runes professor, but they'd never spoken before. Actually this was probably the closest he'd ever been to the woman while actually paying attention. She was of average height, a somewhat slim figure hidden by loose robes that honestly seemed a tad too big for her. Dark brown hair framed a young face that regarded him politely, if equally curious to his own. What do you think, Tracy? Babbling asked, turning to face someone further in the room. All at once Harry realized they hadn't been alone. The room's other occupant was actually someone in his year. Tracy Davis, a Slytherin. She's strict but I still like her, the girl said in answer to the professor's question. Did you want me to leave, Professor? I didn't know you had a detention to oversee. No, that won't be an issue, Babbling said lightly. Harry here can do his lines today while we continue to work. Oh, that's good then. Davis returned happily, clearly pleased she wouldn't have to leave. Indeed, she immediately threw Harry a dirty look as if he'd intentionally showed up to ruin her evening. Disgruntled, Harry took a seat and began his lines, doing his best to tune out the excitable females who had already forgotten about him in favor of whatever they were working on. I will maintain control of my emotions at all times. I will maintain control of my emotions at all times. I will maintain control of my emotions at all times. I will maintain control. A triumphant exclamation followed immediately by an equally distracting high five ripped Harry right out of his focus. This is going to be a long night, he grumbled. The following morning saw the Gryffindor trio living their regular breakfast routine. Harry ate his breakfast mechanically, thinking about the day ahead. Hermione was quietly going through her charms book beside him, occasionally taking a bite of her breakfast. Ron was nodding off slightly at his seat on her other side, having stayed up late again playing chess with some other Gryffindors. Morning, Harry. Angelina took a seat on Harry's other side, which was widely empty for at least 6 seats. No one was particularly interested in sitting close to him these days to begin with, and after last night, well. You look a little uncomfortable, she said with a frown. Something bothering you? Why so concerned? Harry asked, surprised by the visit. They'd always been friendly but never close like some of his yearmates. The girls on the team always spent most of their time around the twins anyway. Can't have my Seeker not in his prime now, can I? She said with a shrug. Your Seeker? Ah, you've been made captain then. Congrats, he said in understanding. Angelina was a good chaser, and even more than that, an excellent team player and leader. She was a perfect person to take over for Wood. She would certainly work them all hard, but thankfully he had been able to recover from Wood's grueling training over the last year. Thanks, she said brightly. I wanted to let you know that I was captain and that we'll be holding tryouts this Friday after 6th period to fill the keeper spot. I'll be putting up notices today in the common room. Have you told everyone else? He asked. Course, she said at once. You're usually the only person in the team I don't see day to day after all. I'm glad I caught you before class. I know that we only need a new keeper, but do you think we should have people try out who are interested in other positions too? He said, posing an idea he had been mulling over recently whenever he thought about the team. Not that any of us would be replaced, but at the end of this year you, Alicia, Fred, and George will all be gone. That's more than half the team. Maybe it would be good to prepare for next year, even if it's just a bit. Well, it's not like we never considered it before, it's just lately not many people were interested enough to stick with it or were good enough to actually let them be a reserve to begin with. Having reserves is pretty uncommon, despite being really handy. Especially, she added, narrowing her eyes at Harry, the number of times you land your A.S. in the hospital wing. I heard you were in there already. The year barely even started, for crying out loud. Oi, I was cursed, he said defensively. Who expects to be cursed on the first day of school? You would think people would wait a few days before having a go. Regardless, keep out of there, please. Harry sighed and nodded. Good. Seeing as how we only really need the keeper, there's no harm in having a smaller bit of general tryouts for the other positions. We all know a good flyer when we see one at any rate, and who knows, someone might actually be decent now. I'll include it on the poster. Cool. How are you feeling about your NEWT year? About to leave, the change of topic seemed to throw Angelina off a bit. This was already probably the longest out of practice conversation they'd ever had. Ah, you know, I'm not sure, she said honestly, leaning against the table. OWL year was a nightmare because the work was immense and it was played up to be really terrifying. After that, well, I suppose the work doesn't really bother me that much, though the tests are scary to think about. They influence so much of what kinds of jobs you can get and how people will look at you, but at the same time they show how much you've accomplished after all your time here, especially if you do really well. Are you sad? Asked Hermione, closing her book. She had been listening over Harry's shoulder. That it's your last year here, I mean, she elaborated. A bit, said Angelina. I've been through so much here it's ridiculous, but I can't always be here, can I? I'm looking forward to graduating. She checked her watch. Ah, I've got to get to class. Take care, you too. See ya, said Harry, checking his own watch. Oh damn, it's almost 8:30, we're going to be late if we don't book it. Nudging Ron into wakefulness, they grabbed their bags and rushed off to the Charms classroom, getting there just before the doors closed. A glance around told them two things. Firstly, they were with the Ravenclaws again. Secondly, Though they had made it on time, there were almost no seats next to each other. Telling Hermione and Ron to take the two on one side, Harry ended up sitting next to the quiet Sully, who watched him out of the corner of her eye but made no move to say anything to him. At least she didn't shy away from him. "Good morning, class," came the high-pitched Professor Flitwick, posed as usual on his desk. "I hope you've all had your fill of breakfast because you'll surely need the energy for all that we're going to be doing in here. Now I don't think I need to remind you that at the end of this year you will be sitting your OWL examinations, which are incredibly important as they will influence your futures for many years to come. If you have not already given serious thoughts to your careers, now is the time to do so. This year we will be working especially hard to complete our coursework so as to give us enough time to review near the end of the year, not to mention simply because this year's workload will be at least twice what we've had to go through before." There was a collective groan at this, but it was fairly subdued. Charms was probably the most common favorite class for a large majority of students. If any type of difficult work had to be endured, then the Charms classroom was really the best place to have it happen. Of course, considering how the previous day had gone, the concept of work overload looked to be fairly consistent through all of their classes. Harry's next class was Transfiguration, which was right after lunch. Like with potions, Transfiguration was with the Slytherins, but unlike with potions, no one tried to get away with anything. Professor McGonagall was far too sharp and exceedingly fair to boot. She'd just as soon condemn a Gryffindor as a Slytherin to point deductions or detention. "You cannot pass an OWL without serious application, practice, and study," she said severely to the class. "I see no reason why anyone in this class would not achieve an OWL in my subject. However, slack off and you will find it to be your undoing, in more ways than one. Now," she waved her wand at the blackboard, "we move straight into it, vanishing spells. These are nowhere near as difficult as conjuring spells, however they are among the most difficult magic you will be tested on in your exams. Hence why I am introducing them to you now." By the end of the lesson only Hermione managed to vanish her snail, which they were each practicing on. Apparently there was a hierarchy to things that could be vanished and their difficulties, including a set of things that could not be vanished as their complexity was either too advanced or for some other special reason. Considering that snails must fall into the lowest category, things were looking grim for everyone. Of course they technically had a whole school year to get it right, but still. Harry hoped he'd be able to work it out later on when he wasn't surrounded by distractions. They only had one period of Transfiguration that day, so they would be getting into the theory during their double period the next day. "Blimey, this is ridiculous," grumbled Ron as they made their way out to the grounds for care of magical creatures with Grubbly Plank, who was taking over until Hagrid returned, whenever that was. "We've got homework in every class we've had so far. An essay for Binns, an essay for Snape, an essay for Flitwick, and you know we'll be getting the ringer after McGonagall's double period tomorrow. We still haven't even been to care of magical creatures, herbology, or divination yet either. Umbridge will probably give us something on Friday too, since she couldn't yesterday." "What do you expect, Ron?" said Hermione at once. "This is the hardest year we'll ever have. We've been told that for ages. You can't slack off like you normally do or you'll fail badly." "Same with you, Harry. I appreciate the concern, Hermione, but I think I'll manage all right in the end," he said, feeling a little annoyed, but deciding not to attack back like Ron was currently doing. She really was trying to look out for them both in the end, even if she came off as a pushy academic at times. He couldn't blame her for it in the slightest though. His and Ron's past actions really spoke for themselves in the end. Care of magical creatures was, if anything, pleasant. They just had to sketch bowtruckles, which ended up becoming their homework for those who didn't finish. Their last class of the day, herbology, was par for the course as well. Not only was it yet another class they had with the Ravenclaws, making the only class that Gryffindor actually had with the Hufflepuff's history of magic, it came complete with an OWL speech, dire warnings for those who enjoyed slacking off, and a promise for more work than they ever would want in a lifetime. The only person who looked reasonably happy about any of it was Neville. Sprout, like McGonagall, was holding off until their double period to assign them homework. Dinner at the Gryffindor table for the 5th years was grim Tuesday evening, though it was clear that every house's fifth years were going through similar motions. Never had they all been so heartily slapped in the faces by work. I know it's usually not a good idea for me to do this, but Ron's got a point, muttered Hermione as she dug through her bag for her arithmancy work. Ron was in a state of gluttonous oblivion that was probably a coping mechanism for dealing with all their work. Harry on the other hand raised an eyebrow at her. "Did I just hear you agree with him?" he said in shock. Hermione gave him a half glare from her bent-over position. "I mean, I was expecting things to increase by a lot this year, but certainly not this much this fast," she said. "You realize that I'm taking one more class than you both are, right? Actually two, and they aren't remotely easy. Divination doesn't count as a class," she added as he looked at her in confusion. Well, he wasn't going to argue that point. "Ah, that's right," said Harry. "Well, at least you're not still taking Muggle studies as well. You'd explode, you would." "You're probably right," she agreed. "I'm afraid we'll really have very little time to spend together when we're not doing schoolwork. We've also got prefect duties on top of it all." "I know, we've got a patrol tonight," said Harry, looking at the patrol schedule. "Curfew shift. That's 10 to midnight. I'm going to hate the other two shifts when we have to do them," said Hermione with a scowl. "Honestly, midnight to 2 and 2 to 4. Why put fifth years through so much?" "Who knows?" Harry checked his watch. It was nearing 7:30. "I'm going to head out. Detention. I'll meet you at the prefect's room before 10. Yeah, see you then. I've got a bit of a surprise. Should make patrols much easier." Hermione looked at him curiously, but he left before she managed to inquire what he was talking about. Magic was weird. It was like a buzz that had no sound, but he could still hear it. Ever since he'd entered the castle a week ago, his mind had been filled with the ever-present static that could only be magic. Sometimes Harry found himself trying to tune into it, like a fuzzy wireless station, but never seeming to get anywhere. Was he just too weak to do so? Maybe this was just how it would always be. Still, he understood that magic was everywhere. More so than he'd ever imagined as a relatively new member of the magical world. Mysterious and confusing barely covered it, but it was clear that every day he seemed to feel it a little bit more. It was something his mind often wandered to whenever he wasn't moving about much. Like at detention. For the 7th time Harry grimaced as he put a line through a mistake in his otherwise neat list of lines. Detention was not what he'd initially expected it would be, particularly with it being run by the highly distractible Ancient Runes professor. He had nothing against her, but she very clearly had a great deal going on in her head at once. She also had a habit of leaving the room for 10 or so minutes at a time. Always coupled with words that made his eye twitch each time. "Keep an eye on him for a spell, Tracy dear. Hey, stop making so many mistakes." Harry leveled an irritated glare at the bee-owned, who sat on the desk in front of him with her chin in her hand and a fake smile on her face. "You might as well start over at this point. Shouldn't you be avoiding me or something?" he said dryly, inking his quill and starting another line. "I was asked to keep an eye on you. From right in front of me." A close eye. Harry's quill paused as he sat back and met the girl's eyes, her face only a couple feet away from his own. The Slytherins rarely got so near, particularly the girls, and these days they were even more into avoiding than antagonizing than usual. Curly bee-owned hair and a pretty face were only trumped by startlingly blue eyes that regarded him with a measured indifference and annoyance. He stared back unabashedly, unwilling to let the girl know she'd gotten to him in any way. Eventually she squirmed in the silence, breaking it. "What, is there something on my face?" she asked, leaning back slightly. "Only years of ignorance and prejudice," Harry said waspishly, returning to his lines with a feeling of triumph. It wasn't often he was able to land a shot on one of the more clever Slytherins. Looking down at his parchment, he missed the look of utter shock on the girl's face. It rapidly shifted to one of anger as the classroom door opened once more. "So sorry, dears," Babbling said as she entered, arms full of fabric. "Tracy, are you ready to continue?" "Of course, Professor," she said quickly, shooting Harry a scathing look. The Gryffindor let out an inaudible sigh. Why was she even here so much? There had to be a limit to how much extracurricular stuff a person could get up to in the first week of school, right? Even Hermione wasn't this involved so early. Still, at least she wouldn't be so distracting now. Finally he could just get back to. Harry, would you come over and hold this for us? We can't risk using magic on the array while we work. Yes, Potter, make yourself useful for a change. Never mind. It was just before 10 when he entered the prefect's lounge, grumbling to himself about excitable runes professors and their equally annoying protégés. The only reason he'd even been able to leave his detention was due to him saying he had prefect duties that evening, else she likely would have kept him well past curfew. "Hi Harry," said Heidi, smiling at him. She was seated near the center of the room with a disapproving Hermione. "You just made it. Ready for your first patrol?" "Yeah, suppose so," he said, still looking around the room to avoid his friend's gaze. The prefect's lounge was as lavish as the bathroom it was situated next to, filled with couches, some desks, and large windows. It was a lot like a miniature house common room, though this room held colors from all the houses mixed together. There were also bookshelves with school-related texts and a stretch of wall dedicated to the current month's patrol schedule. "You ready, Hermione?" "More than you are, that's certain," she said flatly. "You should try to be more punctual, you know." "Cut me some slack, I was only just let out of detention," he complained. "Still better than Umbridge I'd imagine. Loads and loads." "Ehem," said Heidi pointedly, getting their attention. "I just wanted to tell you both good hunting. I know patrol can be a pain in the rump but it's actually pretty important. Just rely on each other, not that I think you won't be able to handle it," she added quickly. "If you find a student out of bed, get them back to their common room at once. Keep a record of anyone you do find and what they were doing because that goes to their head of house." "Clear. We'll do our best," said Hermione at once, making Harry chuckle. She elbowed him and he turned it into a cough. "Yes ma'am," he said more seriously. "Great, then get out there and come back here at midnight," she said with a nod. "The next shift will be waiting here to take over. If they aren't, don't worry about it, that's on them. Oh, and of course, keep out of trouble yourselves." "Thanks, we'll be fine," Harry assured her, pushing Hermione lightly through the door, ignoring her protests. She'd be singing a different tune in a few minutes anyway when he reminded her of a certain magical map they happened to be in possession of. Honestly, if not for the Marauders map, he'd probably have turned down the prefect badge from the start. Harry stared in silence at the ceiling of his four-poster bed. His night had been filled with a dream of Death Eaters and werewolves, another peek through the window of Voldemort's mind. They were planning to make contact but remained wary of something. Whatever that may have been, he didn't stick around long enough to find out. Now he just lay there in the early hours of the morning, mind-wandering, constantly coming back to the same worrying observation. His scar didn't hurt anymore. Normally this would have been cause for joy. His scar used to hurt almost whenever he just thought about Voldemort, let alone the times the man was feeling a particularly strong emotion. That went double for any dream visions he'd get. There was nothing more unsettling than taking a ride behind Voldemort's eyes and then get a multiple-hour migraine after. Yet ever since that day during the summer, his scar had been just that, a scar. What had happened to him? "At least I'm not dreaming about the graveyard these days." Pushing the curtains aside, Harry looked out the small window into the warm glow of daybreak with a small sigh. The first weekend of the semester, and he couldn't sleep in. He got dressed quietly so he wouldn't disturb his dorm mates, not that there was really much fear of that, as they slept like the dead, and made his way down to the common room, which was unsurprisingly deserted. No one was ever up at this hour in the tower, especially on a weekend. What to do now? Looking around the common room, his eyes fixed on the area that was set aside for students to do school work. There were spare quills and parchment for them to use. When was the last time he had written a real letter? Or spent any quality time with Hedwig for that matter? He'd barely seen her over the latter half of summer, and that was normally when he spent the most time in her presence. He walked over to one of the work desks, grabbing a loose piece of parchment and one of the used quills in the box. Inking it, he set to writing. "Nim, hope you've been well. Better than I have at least. I wish I could have another week like we had at the end of the summer, because school's honestly been a nightmare. The prophet had a huge impact on the majority of the school like we thought it would, so you can imagine how that's been working out lately. Then Malfoy cursed me first day mid-morning. The Ponce started firing off spells right in the middle of a crowd. Then we've got another new defense professor like usual, but this time it's Fudge's undersecretary, Dolores Umbridge. I'm sure you've heard of her, but she's a right piece of work. We're not allowed to use magic in the class, and every day she just talks about how we're supposed to lay down and die instead of protecting ourselves from anything. Or at least that's what I've heard it's like, because I was thrown out of the class after one day. I've also lost all patience for divination and history of magic. We've started interpreting dreams in divination. I've told you the kind of stuff I dream about, so no, I won't have any part in that. Plus, Trelawney still predicts my death and general maiming to my face like it's the bloody weather. History of magic might have been slightly less than catatonic if Binns would actually teach us something instead of reciting bits of an ancient outdated textbook to us. At least that's what it sounds like. It isn't like he turns the pages of the one on his desk. It also beeps that history of magic is first period twice a week. So, my final decision. Not going to any of them. It's amazing how much more useful time I get when I cut out all the nonsense. Of course, I figure I've got about a week at the most before Hermione goes mental at me for flat out skipping multiple classes. And McGonagall, I suppose. Maybe this isn't the most thought out plan I've come up with. I'll tell you how that goes later. Snape's a terror as usual, but I tune him out. Doing those mental exercises during potions really helps me focus on what I'm doing. Actually, those mental exercises are really all that's keeping me from bloody murder. I get angry so much these days, it's hard to keep it down. There's just so many problems with everything. How do you fix a problem when practically everyone is a part of the issue? Sorry for dumping my troubles on you like this. I'll wrap up here. Please take care of yourself and stay out of trouble. I miss you a lot. Harry. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.